Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our hardworking central staff, employees. Good morning to our testifiers who are before us this morning from the WMA, the Waste Management Authority. A special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning meeting of Thursday, September 7th, 2023 is hereby called to order. But before moving into our agenda, I wanted to really extend my deepest condolences on the passing of my classmate and friend from the Valedictorian class of 1981, Merritt Gums. Condolences to her family and loved ones. My classmates and I were able to attend her homegoing ceremony last week Friday at the Holy Family Catholic Church. Maritza was an incredible person, an incredible human being. To her family and loved ones, may the Almighty bring you peace and comfort during this very difficult time. Colleagues, our recovery from Hurricanes Irma and Maria, and I call them the great storms of 2017, which occurred 6 years ago, almost to the day, has been a long and complicated one. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning was established to ensure that the general public receive timely and accurate information regarding our territory's recovery efforts. This committee endeavors to provide the necessary oversight to ensure that billions of dollars in federal funds that we have access to are properly managed and that critical community projects such as schools, roads, hospitals, and public utilities are timely completed. We cannot afford to squander this unprecedented opportunity to harden and rebuild our territory's vulnerable infrastructure. And we must use lessons learned to improve future disaster preparedness and response plans. Today, we've invited the leaders of two very vital semi-autonomous government instrumentalities, Executive Director Roger Merritt of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, and later this afternoon, Mr. Andrew Smith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, along with their respective teams. And they'll be here to provide us with the most current, real-time information on their agency's recovery efforts, to include the status of critical projects. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Here.
Senator Capehart present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Heiliger present. Senator Maurice C. James.
Here.
Senator James present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Mr. Chair, we have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum and we may proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Milton E. Potter, Chair, Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, of the Virgin Islands, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804, regarding late arrival to Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure meeting. Dear Chairman Potter, please accept this letter as a formal notice that I will be arriving late to tomorrow's Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure meeting scheduled to begin at 9:30 in the Earl B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Respectfully, Carla J. Joseph, Legislative Secretary, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, dated 9/6/2023. And this ends the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please record Senator Joseph as tardy. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Agenda Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, 9/7/2023. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, September 7th, 2023, at 9:30 in the Earl B. Ottley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas to consider the following. In Block 1, the committee will receive an update from and discuss the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority planned, in process, and completed projects, the status of all federal and local funding identified for waste management projects, as well as challenges the authority has encountered with respect to its role in the territory's disaster recovery efforts. Invited testifier is Mr. Roger Merritt, the Executive Director of the VI Waste Management Authority. In Block 2, the committee will receive an update from and discuss the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority's planned, in process, and completed projects, the status of all federal and local funding identified for WAPA's projects, as well as challenges the authority has encountered with respect to its role in the territory's disaster recovery efforts. Invited testifier, Mr. Andrew Smith, Executive Director, VI Water and Power Authority. This concludes the reading of the agenda today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Director Merritt, to you and your executive team. I'm going to, just as an official mic test, please introduce yourself and the members of your team.
Good morning. My name is Roger E. Merritt, Jr. I'm the Executive Director for the Waste Management Authority.
Good morning. Louis Sylvester, Deputy Executive Director of the Waste Management Authority.
Good morning. Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning. Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before we proceed, Director Merritt, I'd like to recognize non-committee members Javon James, as well as Senator Marvin Blyden. Welcome, Senator James and Senator Blyden. Yeah, that's it. My VP is on St. Croix, but she's a member of the committee. And testifiers on the well, in the well on St. Croix, please identify yourselves also, just so we can make sure the mics are working.
Good morning. My name is Juanita Isles. I'm the Grant Administrator for the Solid Waste Program.
Good morning. My name is Ron Phillips. I'm a Senior Engineer for the Wastewater Division in St. Croix.
Thank you very much. Executive Director Merritt, you may proceed with your testimony, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Honorable Milton E. Potter, Chairman and other committee members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, and members of the viewing and listening audience. My name is Roger E. Merritt, Jr., Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. I'm appearing before you today with the authority's leadership team consisting of Louis Sylvester, Deputy Executive Director, Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer, Alex Bruni, Wastewater Engineering Manager, Juanita Isles, Territory Lead Grant Administrator, and Ron Phillips, Senior Wastewater Engineer, to provide testimony relevant to the authority's planned, in-process, and completed projects, the status of all federal and local funding identified for projects, as well as the challenges we've encountered with respect to our role in the territory's disaster recovery effort. Before I begin the testimony, I'd like to take this opportunity to pay our respects to our fallen team member, Mr. Darren R. Hodge, who tragically lost his life due to gun violence last month. We continue to pray for his family and friends, and may God ease the pain as they suffer through their bereavement. Okay, I would like to provide a reminder to the community and members of the viewing and listening audience that when the Waste Management Authority was created in 2004 from the Department of Public Works, we had to immediately address pre-existing Department of Justice solid waste and wastewater consent decrees imposed against the territory. So we have faced the added burden of having to respond to costly federal mandates along with all the other costs associated with managing the authority from our very inception. And nevertheless, we remain committed to our mission to provide solid waste and wastewater services for the territory in the most environmental and cost-effective way possible. Also, it's no secret the authority inherited an outdated wastewater system, which was further damaged by Hurricanes Irma and Maria, along with the solid waste system that oversees 2 unpermitted and unlined landfills, which initially began as dump sites. However, the authority has strived to bring both systems in compliance with all applicable local and federal laws. Now, our authority is unique because in most jurisdictions throughout the country, most waste management authorities are only responsible for solid waste services, while most water authorities like WAPA will be responsible for drinking water and wastewater services. And these services are very costly, especially when you consider the authority is tasked with maintaining a wastewater system that has outlived its useful life, along with operating and maintaining 2 antiquated landfills which should have been replaced with modern Subtitle D facilities with liners and leachate collection systems decades ago. Now, the authority manages the territory's solid waste collection, transportation, and disposal network, where municipal solid waste is collected from bin sites, convenience centers, public receptacles, and curbside locations, and ultimately disposed of at the Paving and Anguilla landfills. Approximately 600 tons of waste per day is disposed of daily, and nearly 200,000 tons of waste is disposed of annually in the territory's landfills. The authority is preparing to eliminate the majority of those public unmanned bin sites by constructing and operating convenience centers throughout the territory, like those found at Mandal on St. Thomas and Peter's Rest on St. Croix. Now, for federal grants under solid waste, CDBG DR Tranche 2 funding, the Tranche 2 subrecipient grant agreement between the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and Waste Management has been executed. This grant provides funding for the implementation of designated projects outlined in the Tranche 2 action plan under the Housing and Urban Development Infrastructure Repair and Resiliency Program, which is directly tied to the damages related to Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The authority has submitted the applications for the convenience centers and landfill projects in the amounts of $18,046,064 and $46,760,901, respectively, totaling $64,806,965. Now, the convenience centers, as I mentioned, $18,046,064. On November 2nd, 2022, the authority was issued a notice to proceed for the following 5 out of 7 convenience centers under the CDBG DR grant Tranche 2, and those convenience centers are Montbijou, Concordia, and Cotton Valley on the island of St. Croix. On St. Thomas, you got Cancrine and Red Hook, and on you got those, so those are the 5. Now, this officially authorized the authority to use an engineering firm to complete the designs, the environmental assessments, the cost analysis, and advertise the request for proposals and receive bids to design and build the centers. The authority is prohibited from taking any action for construction activities until HFA has issued a notice to proceed specifically for those activities as outlined in the project agreements. Thus far, the authority has used engineering consultants to conduct the environmental assessments on all approved applications and has submitted them to HFA for review and approval. And after the environmental assessments are completed, a report will be published and a public comment period will be conducted. The federal consistency determination pre-application meetings with DPNR required for the convenience centers for St. Thomas was held on June 21st, 2023, and the St. Croix Federal Consistency Determination was held on June 29, 2023. And Waste Management has incorporated DPNR's comments into the RFP, and the RFP for the St. Croix sites is currently being advertised. Waste Management is working with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority on a lease agreement for the Bourneville site, which will establish site control. HFA will grant the authority the notice to proceed based on the letter of commitment from Housing Authority. This application is in the final approval stage, and also the Susannaburg Transfer Station upgrade application is completed and is also in the final stages of approval by HFA. Now, the landfill projects total $46,760,901, and included in the CDBG DR Tranche 2 funding are the Southeast Fill project for the Anguilla landfill on St. Croix, and the partial phase closures, phases 1 through 6. The Southeast Fill area will increase airspace and give the authority additional time to select and build a new integrated solid waste management facility on St. Croix, which is slated in the CDBG Tranche 3 allocations. The proposed closure of the Anguilla landfill will comply with the existing Department of Justice consent decrees. Waste Management is in the application stage of this project and has complied with the request by HFA by receiving support letters from the Department of Justice, from Port Authority, and DPNR. Waste Management is currently working with DPNR on all permits needed for these projects. Additionally, the authority is working together with Port Authority to update and finalize the Anguilla landfill lease to establish Waste Management site control. And this collaboration between Waste Management and the various local and federal agencies will ensure this project is completed by the grant expiration deadline of September 2026. CDBG DR Grant Tranche 3, which is $100 million. The funding has been obligated in HFA's CDBG MIT action plan, and HFA is currently working on developing the grant application so Waste Management can apply for the funds. And although no specific date has been given, we anticipate receiving this application package no later than December 2023. This funding is earmarked for the following projects: the Bavoni Landfill Expansion Project, which includes the design, permits, assessments, and any site acquisition; the Bavoni Landfill Closure Project, which includes design, environmental assessments, and surveys; the Anguilla Landfill Closure Project, phases 7 and 8, which includes design, environmental assessments, and survey; the new integrated solid waste management facility on St. Croix, which includes the design, permits, and assessments; and also the new integrated solid waste management facility in St. Croix, which deals with site acquisition. Waste Management will also incorporate a request for demolition grinders in the budget to HFA. This would decrease the amount of non-hazardous solid waste, construction, and demolition material received from various Virgin Islands demolition projects. The proposal recommends the acquisition of 2 low-speed demolition grinders, one on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas, along with trained personnel and associated costs. Federal Emergency Management Agency Public Assistance Funds. The authority has continued to work with local and federal agencies to review damages and formulate projects, resulting in the obligation of 16 FEMA Category A and B solid waste projects to date. These projects total $16,095,847.05. 10 projects have been reimbursed, 5 fully reimbursed, and 5 partially reimbursed. The total reimbursement to the authority thus far is $11,823,160.28. Currently, project worksheets amounting to $4,272,686.72 are being reviewed and or processed for reimbursement or payment to the authority. The DPNR Solid Waste Grant, the Waste Diversion Grant for $6 million. DPNR was awarded the EPA Solid Waste Grant, Waste Diversion in fiscal year 2021 and has worked with the authority on the work plan. And on August 17, 2023, the subaward agreement was received and signed by Waste Management. We are currently finalizing the job description for a sustainable materials coordinator who will be responsible for administering the territory solid waste diversion and recycling program. This includes planning, budgeting, procurement, implementation, coordination, promotion, inspection, data collection, and monitoring required to achieve program objectives. to comply with territorial and federal policies, rules, and regulations. A standard operating procedure for handling organics, beginning with source separation, will be developed in conjunction with this grant. Now, for wastewater, the authority's facilities collect, treat, and discharge nearly 4 million gallons of wastewater per day. St. Croix accounts for approximately 1.6 million gallons per day. St. Thomas accounts for approximately 2.1 million gallons per day, and St. John accounts for approximately 130,000 gallons per day. Our wastewater infrastructure in St. Croix consists of approximately 120 miles of sewer lines, 15 pump stations, 1,800 manholes, and 1 wastewater treatment plant. For the District of St. Thomas, St. John, there are approximately 300 miles of sewer lines, 15 pump stations, 2,500 manholes, and 7 wastewater treatment plants. Veolia operates the Harold A. Thompson and Pedro A. Francois wastewater treatment plants on the islands of St. Thomas and St. Croix, and the contract expires in 2027. The government of the Virgin Islands and the authority are close to fulfilling the 30-year consent decree. The authority has started to identify the authority started to identify staff in fiscal year 2022, and has hired a wastewater operations technical manager and district manager to help oversee operations at both plants upon expiration of the contract. This will potentially result in annual savings of nearly $4 million. And we would like to remind the community and members of the viewing and listening audience to keep fats, oils, and grease out of the sewer system. Disposal of fogs down the drain or toilet causes problems in the sewer lines. Any form of grease, when poured down the drain, mixes with fluid in the sewer lines and clings to the walls of the sewer pipes. And this creates a blockage over time, which eventually causes overflows of untreated sewage into the environment or into your home. And these overflows are unpleasant and very expensive to clean up. So please wipe oily pans dry and dispose of small quantities of cooking oil into used closed containers and discard them into a trash can. The Federal Grants Division for Wastewater. So FEMA continues to assist waste management with emergency repairs, maintenance, upgrades, and permanent repairs to the wastewater collection and treatment infrastructure throughout the territory because of major damages sustained after the 2017 hurricanes. Waste management continues to repair and maintain our wastewater treatment plants, pump stations, and gravity sewer lines. For St. Croix and wastewater, we submitted the prudent replacement cost, the cost estimate Part D in early May to FEMA, early May of this year. On June 1st, 2023, FEMA completed the cost estimate and provided a revised award of $1.25 billion. On July 26, 2023, the authority, along with our consultant, Wood O'Brien, conducted a joint peer review with FEMA to review the final aspects of prudent replacement. Based on this discussion, the prudent replacement revised cost will most likely increase beyond the $1.25 billion and hopefully get back close to $2 billion. This project is on track to be obligated before the end of this fiscal year, September 30th, 2023. Waste Management has created an implementation plan and capacity assessment to formulate the strategic and staffing plan to complete the replacement of all the sewer lines and upgrade pump lift stations on St. Croix. FEMA has provided $30 million in initial funding for the architectural and engineering allowance in advance of the fixed cost subaward, specifically for the preliminary A&E design for the replacement of the entire wastewater system on St. Croix. This project has provided the authority with a head start on the development of an RFP for a design contract, while also maintaining the ability to validate the ongoing scope of work that will be the basis of funding for the fixed cost offer. In essence, the advanced funding will provide the funding source for preliminary A&E support to develop a wastewater master plan and conceptual design of the St. Croix wastewater system. The authority has divided the St. Croix sewer system into 16 components: LBJ, Montbijou, Lagoon Street, Bay Road, Humbug 2, Humbug 1, Gallows Bay, Concordia, Campo Rico, Barron Spot, William Delight, Pearl Lawson, Ricardo Richard, Old Barracks, Fig Tree, Anguilla. And then we also have our master plan included in that as well. The LBJ Sewer Shed Infrastructure Project received 4 proposals. The authority completed oral interviews last month for LBJ, back in July, and will award the project at our next scheduled board meeting. Currently, the Montbijou Sewer Shed is being advertised, and we issued addendum 2 to the RFP in August based on feedback from the respondents. and that will extend the submission deadline. The engineering department is reviewing the Lagoon Street Sewer Shed and Bay Road Sewer Shed RFP comments provided by the Office of Disaster Recovery before advertising. St. Thomas St. John, wastewater, where the mapping of non-compliance event locations has been completed, and when the wastewater infrastructure inventory is complete, the package will be submitted to FEMA as supporting documentation for the prudent replacement request. The authority expects to have this completed and sent to FEMA by the end of this year. US EPA, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, the US EPA, through the Department of Public Works and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, provides funding to the states and territory for the construction of public wastewater treatment projects. These projects, which constitute a significant contribution to the nation's water infrastructure, include sewage treatment plants, pumping stations, collection and intercept sewers, rehabilitation of sewage systems, and the control of combined sewer overflows. Waste Management has received funding for fiscal year 2015 through fiscal year 2022, totaling $34,287,162 for pump station upgrades, sewer line repairs, wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and specialty equipment. Now, current Waste Management Clean Water State Revolving Fund major projects include the Christiansted Sewer System Rehabilitation, which is the Christiansted Town Wastewater Collection System in St. Croix, is comprised of over 33,000 linear feet of sewer lines ranging from 4 inches to 12 inches. These sewer lines primarily run along the route of the streets where they collect and transport sewage via gravity from the businesses and homes to the Christiansted Interceptor and ultimately to the LBJ pump station in Christiansted. This system requires rehabilitation and repair to certain sections to help extend the useful life of the system due to age and general wear and tear. This project will improve the water quality of the Christiansted Harbor. Marco St. Croix was awarded this $8 million project and started construction on May 15th, 2023. And this project is forecasted to be completed by May of 2025. The Cross Lagoon rehabilitation. The Cross Lagoon Interceptor is a 24-inch and 30-inch diameter reinforced plastic material line that transports sewage from the LBJ force main and the surrounding areas to the Fig Tree Pump Station in Christiansted, St. Croix. The notice to proceed was issued to the contractor on July 18th, 2023. And this project will upgrade a portion of the sewer line and has an estimated budget of $5,418,972.90. The Mangrove Lagoon Wastewater Treatment Plant. Engineering is preparing the scope of work and cost estimate for project submission to DPNR and EPA for their review and approval. This project will include the Mangrove Lagoon roof replacement and numerous system upgrades and replacements to the plant. The cost of the project is currently estimated at $6 million. The authority is currently preparing scopes of work for other EPA projects, and the authority is continuously working with DPNR, who is assisting us with funding that helps in the upgrades, maintenance, and rehabilitation of this wastewater treatment plant, along with others. The American Rescue Plan Act. President Biden's rescue plan through the VI Office of Management and Budget provided funding under the Clean Water Centralized Wastewater Collection and Conveyance. Waste Management was approved $10,594,500 to support approved wastewater infrastructure projects for repairs and maintenance of the wastewater treatment system for the St. Thomas St. John District. Harold G. Thompson Wastewater Treatment Plant was awarded $310,000. Dunu Road Sewer Infrastructure Rehabilitation Design was awarded $10 million, and George Simmons Wastewater Treatment Plant Replacement was awarded $284,500. And the authority thus far has received 25% of those funds, which is $2,648,625. The authority is in the process of finalizing the scope of work for these projects. Some of the key accomplishments have been the hiring of key positions in the organization. As I mentioned, the wastewater operations team, we hired a technical manager and district manager, and we hired staff engineer. We continue, so our BioBot wastewater testing, we are collaborating with the Department of Health to continue providing COVID-19 data for the GVI by testing wastewater at 5 wastewater treatment plants on all 3 islands. We'll be adding an entire respiratory panel. So we have COVID-19. We'll be testing also for influenzas A and B and RSV, and a high-risk substance panel, which includes nicotine, cocaine, methamphetamines, and fentanyl. To our testing protocol in October, We're extremely grateful to the Department of Health for their work with us to help expand our testing as the field of wastewater epidemiology continues to be critical in predicting health emergencies worldwide. All our testing data can be found on BioBot's platform, which is www.biobot.io. We've also restructured and enhanced emergency management plans and processes to prepare the authority for any potential future catastrophic events. And we have established a collaborative working relationship with the Department of Justice and other local and federal agencies. Challenges, the authority has made great strides over the last year. We still have some challenges, which include, maintaining the aging facilities and infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, Waste Management's wastewater infrastructure is over 50 years old, and most of the system has outlived its useful life. FEMA's approved prudent replacement for St. Croix and future approval for St. Thomas and St. John will help address this. We also have online landfills. Our online landfills will be replaced by modern Subtitle D facilities. We still have a lack of heavy equipment, which would be like excavators, bulldozers, compactors, etc. In summary, the goal of the authority and the executive team is to oversee our solid waste and wastewater operations in a more proactive, maintenance-based manner. However, we must have the appropriate funding available to support this vision. The grants and other available funding sources we discussed will and have assisted us with improvements. We are taking the necessary steps toward the goal of self-sufficiency by charging solid waste fees, and a plan for proposed wastewater fees will be submitted this fiscal year so the authority can continue creating additional revenue streams. I'd like to close by sincerely thanking the authority's hardworking staff for their dedication and commitment to not only their day-to-day jobs, but in supporting the future vision of the authority. I'd also like to thank the Brian Roach administration and the members of the 35th Legislature for their support as we continue to address the U.S. Virgin Islands issues, including public health and safety that are related to solid waste and wastewater collection, treatment, and disposal. This concludes my testimony, and my team and I remain available to address any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Merritt. You're definitely a speed reader.
I tried to slow down some.
You zipped through the presentation in record time. All in your testimony, you mentioned that typically in other jurisdictions, the wastewater component that's now under your purview would have been under the Water and Power Authority.
Right.
So is that something that you're advocating for, the shift from under your... Would that be a more efficient and effective way to run things?
I'm not necessarily advocating for that. I'm just kind of letting everyone know that normally what you're seeing is a waste management authority is strictly waste management, meaning solid waste. And usually wastewater would fall under WAPA or a similar type authority. I mean, we've, when the consent decrees, we had all those consent decrees back in I guess the 80s and 90s, and that's what led to the creation of waste management. Mm-hmm. And I think, that creation was based on the fact that we had the consent decrees in solid waste and wastewater. So when waste management was created, it was created specifically to address those consent decrees. So that's how wastewater and waste management fell under the Waste Management Authority.
Okay. I mean, I don't expect you to, and I'm just kind of trying to pick your brain as the subject matter expert, somebody who would know what best practice in the industry would be if this is the direction that we ought to be going. I mean, I know you haven't spoken to your board and all of that, but just for my edification, is this something that we, just from a best practice standpoint, is this something that we ought to be, looking at?
Well, I guess I don't want to speak for WAPA and give them, and say, hey, you guys can take over wastewater now. But I think, there are some authorities in the country that do solid waste and wastewater. So we're not one of one. Yeah. But just wanted to for the record, just say that there's only a handful, or there's not that many that actually oversee both. Now, we were created in 2004, and we've been overseeing both for the last, it'll be our 20-year anniversary next year. Mm-hmm. And we have like I mentioned in the testimony, we have established a very collaborative working relationship with our federal partners along with our local partners. So I wouldn't necessarily advocate for that because we already have the established, you know, we've established different protocols, and like I said, we're hiring additional personnel to continue moving us forward. And we recently, back in June, we had a meeting with the Department of Justice, and we actually toured all the wastewater, our wastewater facilities, and we had a very productive meeting. We followed that up earlier this week on Tuesday, and so we're working well with them, and I think they see the direction we're going and how we're addressing a lot of the issues. And so I think so I wouldn't advocate for us to not have wastewater, but just letting you guys know what you see typically.
Gotcha. Appreciate that. Now, the last quarterly report from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and that was submitted for the period of April 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2023. And it shows that the VI Waste Management Authority has not spent any of their funding to date. And I don't know if that is accurate or not. Is that accurate? Has the WMA submitted all of your amendments, addendums, and documents required pursuant to the February 25th, 2021 agreement with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority?
You want to answer that?
That is correct. We are, as Mr. Merritt said in the testimony, I'm Darrell Griffith, CFO. The authority is now advertising the RFP for the convenience centers. So, and that will be due this month. So as soon as that gets in, that will be the first spending on those funds.
Okay. Thank you very much. Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Director Merritt.
Morning.
You said you submitted application for the convenience centers. Which one are we speaking to? And how much?
We're speaking about the three in St. Croix.
None for St. Thomas St. John District.
No, the St. Thomas St. John ones are in the final stages of approval, so they should probably get approved this month. The only thing that's holding it up is that we're purchasing the property from Housing Authority, so that takes a little bit longer.
And which area in St. Thomas St. John District you anticipate having those convenience centers?
Bournefield, and we're also looking at Cancrine location.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I give my colleagues the mic, obviously we're in hurricane season. Obviously this is the peak time for hurricanes to hit this territory. I think it's probably like 6 days almost to the day that we got hit, 6 years almost to the day that we got hit from Hurricane Irma in 2017. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share with us just the authorities, hurricane preparedness, where we are, what sort of steps and initiatives have you taken just to allay the concerns of the people of the territory that we are, from a WMA perspective, we are prepared for any any major weather event that might come, or natural disasters.
Good morning, Louis Sylvester, Deputy Executive Director. So the Emergency Management Division of the Waste Management Authority, we are in constant meeting with VIWMA and the EMCs. During every hurricane season, one of the things we do is we make sure that we top off all our generators and backup equipment so that if power goes down, we can continue operating our sewage treatment plants as well as our pumping station. We have applied to get temporary debris sites because in the event of a disaster, FEMA wants us to separate the disaster debris from your regular household debris in order for us to be reimbursed for that. So we submitted a letter to Property and Procurement. We identified some sites. It's a struggle really to come up with sites where we can host debris, but we have identified a couple of sites that we received approval from PMP because we don't have ownership of the sites. It's the government site. And now we're waiting on DPNR to actually permit the sites. And also we have developed a debris management plan. We had a plan about that was done about 2 years ago, but it was very extensive and very hard to follow. So one of the things we did was we requested some assistance from FEMA to do a more streamlined document. FEMA provided that assistance, so we developed a plan for both the Waste Management Authority and the territory itself, and that will assist us in the event that we're hit with a storm of Category 3 and above, how we respond to deal with debris management, because we all remember after Hurricane Irma, it was really a struggle to deal with disposing of all of the debris that was generated from the hurricanes.
Absolutely. So we're going to be in a better situation this go round. Well, I'd say this go round, because God forbid. But we should, but we should be in a much better, from a preparedness standpoint. The authority should be in a much better.
Yes, we should be.
Okay.
Yeah, then also I can.
Thank you. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your point of information.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In line of what you're speaking about sites to hold these wastes, are we not trying to utilize the same sites that we have used in the past? Especially, I know about St. Croix, at least, that site in the Lorraine area, by Chicken Shack, to the rear of Chicken Shack. We have pretty much contaminated that site from Hugo. Are we looking different places to store these wastes? Or are we trying to stay in the same site versus going different part on the island and pretty much contaminating the area? Are we trying to remain in the same sites?
Yes, we're looking at the estate slab to stay in that area. Forget some of the other. Mr. Bruni, you know the other sites that we have identified for the.
Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager. For the most part in St. Croix, we were granted permission to utilize the body slab area for green waste. Okay. And we are searching for other areas for construction debris. We were granted permission, I believe, an area in Richmond area, I believe, and we're waiting for permission from DPNR to utilize that area.
And these property are local government property. Are you guys not showing interest in that property? Because let's face it, storms going to continue coming. It ain't not changing. We could see that's the direction. So I think you guys should be showing some interest in acquiring those properties to utilize them anytime there's a disaster, because estate slab is already contaminated from back to Hugo. We all know that. So why not maintain the same ground versus going different places and pretty much contamination? And not contamination to the point of danger to the community, but to the soil itself. So instead of us continue moving or looking different spot, I think you guys should be trying to show some interest in obtaining those property so that you can stay in the same site, and when hurricane come, everybody know, well, this is where it's going to be. Versus when a storm come, we going to someplace else. And I'm quite sure the same thing exists here on St. Thomas, where you have used spots already, that you should be showing some interest in trying to acquire that property so that it would be known that when a storm come, this is where green waste is going, this is where construction waste is going, versus each time we're going through the process, learning where we're going to be putting these stuff. I hope that you guys are showing some interest in trying to get these property.
Yes, so this is Director Merritt. So yes, we are. It's a couple things. One, so normally every year, what the process has been is that we've had to apply for a permit to get the use of these properties, and to your point, if we're using the same properties, why are we applying for a permit every year? So we're saying these are the same ones. So we've said, hey, instead of us doing that, either it should be a long-term permit or we can look at acquiring the property. So we're looking into that. We've had some conversations this go around, because at the end of the day, we know when hurricane season is, and it's the same time every year. So we should have these sites already prepared. So we're doing the same line of thinking that you have.
Thank you. Thank you. Point of inquiry, Senator James.
Along the same line of questioning regarding hurricanes, are you involved in the conversations with VIWMA and most of those agencies? I think it's at the EOC building.
Yes.
So those things are discussed, right?
Yeah, we in the last month we had a discussion about that, because there was when we had the conversation, when you think about every year, we brought that up and said, why are we, if we know we're using the same sites every year, why are we having to re-permit them every year? It just doesn't, it doesn't make sense. So we brought that up, and so we're looking at, so we had that conversation with property and procurement, with VIWMA and DPNR. So I think we're going into this hurricane season and future ones. I think that's going to be the direction we go going forward.
I will close by saying this. This is not your responsibility, but I wanted to advocate and speak to Director Jashin. I know there's a checklist and a list of things they do prior to June 1st of every year, and that needs to be there. It shouldn't be a conversation. It should be automatic. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Is your plan going to be, or is it available on your website, or is it going to be available on your website?
The plan, you signed up on the plan.
Yeah. We can make the plan available on our website.
sure.
We have, we can do that.
Okay, thank you for that. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round, and I'm going to start with my illustrious Vice President, Senator Capehart. St. Croix, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Sorry, Mr. VP. My Vice Chair, Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. Blessed good morning, Mr. Chair. I would just say good morning to my colleagues, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands who are listening and viewing, and the Waste Management Authority team. You guys were just here the other day, so what I'm going to ask today is basically questions from your summary you provided. On page 2, you mentioned that the authority has inherited an outdated wastewater system, which had further damages from Irma Maria, and of course you oversee 2 unpermitted and unlined landfills, which began as dumps. And the authority has strived to bring both systems into compliance with all applicable local and federal laws. What stage is Waste Management Authority in at this stage to becoming in compliance with the local and federal laws?
Okay, so on the, let's see, so on the solid waste side, what we're doing is we're working with DPNR to get a permit issued for both landfills, but we're starting off with the Anguilla landfill. I was mentioned in the testimony with some of the grant money, what we're going to do is we're going to construct an area on the southeast portion of the landfill. That area is going to be lined, similar to a modern Subtitle D landfill. So that'll help.
Are you going to have gas chambers in there also besides the lining?
Well, so you're referencing a landfill gas collection and control system. What we do currently, we already have every quarter we do this thing called a quarterly surface scan, where we actually go in and check the amount of gas that's generated at the landfills. I guess to answer your question, Bavoni had an active gas system, and the landfill didn't create enough gas to make that system effective. And so we've been testing the gas quality and the amounts that are at Anguilla, and it looks like it's similar. So there's not going to be enough gas to effectively take out in an active system, and we're looking at it more of a passive system. So we're looking at it now and reviewing it and seeing what we have, and we'll put a system in place. It won't
2 minutes.
Yeah, so we're gonna put some kind of a system in place.
Okay. You mentioned 2 positions that you had. You hired a wastewater operation technical manager and a district manager. You're working on finalizing a sustainable material coordinator. What about the positions of those individuals that do the enforcement at the dump sites? I don't know what you call them, but where people would dispose of their household waste. Are you in shortage of these individuals who do the inspections? How many employees do you have working out in the field monitoring these garbage sites?
We have 6 inspectors. We're still looking for more inspectors. We're looking for more officers as well. I think now you mentioned the wastewater, the 2 particular people we hired for wastewater. They're gonna, the consent decree on the wastewater side was a 30-year consent decree. It was a 30-year consent decree. The Veolia operates those 2 plants for us, and that contract actually expires in 2027. So we're looking to try and take that, basically do that operation in house, like we oversee some of the other wastewater treatment plants here in the territory.
So you're saying that you need more individuals to work out in the field at the garbage site. So what initiatives are you doing to get these individuals hired?
Oh, I mean, HR is they're working with Division of Personnel to post sites. There's our industry website, the Solid Waste Association of North America. We post on that website as well for those positions and other positions that are needed within the authority. We also post in the paper, so we're doing our part. And I think we actually went to there was a career fair that our HR staff went to as well. So we're putting the word out that we're looking for those positions, along with the sanitation techs and other positions on both solid waste and on the solid waste and wastewater side.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewer and listening audience. I've been going on page 4, your convenience centers. I've been looking at the costs, the total cost, and I'm seeing that Concordia is costing more than Monbijou. Isn't Monbijou a bigger site? Why is the Concordia one costing more than the Monbijou site?
Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager. It's just based upon the designs that's going to
Please speak directly into the mic and. I put your name on the record. Put your name on the record also.
Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager. It's just based upon the design. At Monbijou, the farmer, Mr. Schuster, that leases the property from agriculture, he's been having difficulty for quite some time with debris coming onto his property. So we made arrangements with him to basically double the site in that area to kind of to control debris going onto his property. So the Monbijou site that you see there, although the site may be larger, there's a buffer zone that will be created to try to control any flying debris. And hopefully, based upon the design, we won't have that again. But it's just a green area that we're trying to create in that area.
And since you talk about that buffer zone, I hope we're doing the same thing in Concordia, because we still do have a lot of complaint from the landowners to the western part of the Concordia site.
Exactly.
I mean, it's been a mess to the owner of that property with all the debris.
We do have a homeowner to the east of Concordia and also to the south. So there'll be buffer zones created there as well.
Now, in your decision, have you gone around to the people in the Concordia area, having discussion, town hall with them in regards to this? Because there's some folks that are a little uncomfortable with it being in their neighborhood, and I think some discussion needs to be had so that they can understand the uplift and what your plans are. Have you have any discussion with the people in that neighborhood?
It is part of our plan to have community meetings with the residents of all the convenience centers, and that's going to be planned sometime in the near future. Once we get more into the design, we have something to actually show them as far as preliminary design. So that's going to be scheduled.
Well, I must say, I like what I see at the one in Peter's Rest. Mm-hmm. And if we could do something similar to that in all of the neighborhoods in those areas, it will be a big uplift into this territory. I want to talk about downtown Christiansted with that treatment work that's going on with it. It's wastewater, sewage plant, sewage lines. When are we planning to start paving some of these roads? Because I see a lot of work has been done. I've been in Christiansted in the back street them yesterday, and it's a mess. And then the last time we had some conversation, there isn't no sign telling people pardon our parents based on the construction that's going on and how much money we're investing into our infrastructure. Nothing like that. And if I'm a visitor and I going downtown Christiansted, I'll be like, wow, this is what this place is? Signage is important so that visitors especially and some of our people here will understand what's going on. But my main question is, how soon are you guys going to start paving? I remember in conversation we spoke about mobilization fee that was paid to the contractor. Have he gotten paid any more money since? And how soon are we going to be paving Christiansted town to uplift that town?
Okay, so we had a meeting with the contractor last month, Marco St. Croix, and he assured us that as soon as we could get him some type of payment, he will begin paving immediately. We are working expeditiously and trying to get him paid. It's a many steps has to be undertaken to get him paid. The payment goes from us to DPNR to other federal agencies. So we're working on it, and we are hoping that we should be getting a payment pretty soon. And from my understanding, it should be within, hopefully, in the next week or so.
Darrell Griffith, CFO. Yes, the DPNR received two payments were sent in, one for a little bit over $339,000 that should be received hopefully by next week, and we submitted another payment for $1.6 million that we'll receive this month too as well.
And may I wrap up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
It's pretty much fair to say,
Time.
unless this contractor receive these payments, paving ain't gonna move. So I really would appreciate if you guys could stay on top of it, because for the magnitude of this contract, it's an $8 million contract. $300,000 ain't nothing really. And the amount of work that have already been gone in to downtown Christiansted, from what I see, he's nearly 50% of the streets in Christiansted or more. Is it fair to say that analysis as the amount of street that he has already dug up?
About 30%.
30%? That's a good way to be already, and $300,000, that's a scrape in the bucket. I really hope that we could execute this and really put up the sign, because I think this project is going to last till, what, 2025?
Yeah.
It is scheduled to, but we are ahead of schedule right now.
But the signs, we have to put signs coming off the highway, coming into town, so people can understand the magnitude of what's going on in Christiansted town when it's completed, the upgrade for sewage system and everything like that. It's important. Please, get some signage in the towns.
So as far as the signage, I know our communication division is working on signage. And as far as payment, we have implemented procedures in-house to ensure that once the payments are correct, it doesn't stay within our shop more than 5 days. It comes in and we get it out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
And can I add something? I think
Yes, Your
when I talked about challenges, I should have put that as a challenge, because what happens is we have contractors. When you think about all the federal projects that we have going on, there's a process that they get paid through. We have to go, whether it's a sub-award agreement with Public Works, with DPNR or whomever. We sign off on every. We say the work is fine. We send that invoice to the next agency or go to our federal partners, and then if that's kind of where the holdup has been, so what we're doing is trying to stay on top of that, like what Mr. Griffith and what Mr. Bruni did. We're trying to stay on top of things to get those invoices paid as quickly as possible. I think when we talk to our contractors, they ask us questions like, when are we going to get paid? And since that payment is not coming from Waste Management per se, that has been a challenge, because they're doing the work. and we're having to basically follow up on the invoices on the payments to make sure they're getting paid. So I don't know, in some of the grants that we worked with, the invoice goes directly to the agency, but sometimes if they have questions, like let's say our federal partner, and they don't actually know the work itself, that's where it kind of gets held up too. So I think what we've been doing is from, whether it's Mr. Bruni or our other grants administrator, Ms. Brunt, and also Ms. Isles, is they'll follow up with those federal agencies to see if there's anything else they need, if there are any questions, but I'm not sure if you guys can somehow help us in that process, as far as maybe we have set up a meeting or something to say, hey, if you have a project that's a federally funded project by EPA, then who are the contact people? Is there any input that they need from us from the territory to make sure that these contractors are getting paid? Because I think the one thing that I don't want to happen is have our contractors do all this work, and to your point, he's done 30% of the work, and Waste Management, we've approved the invoices, but it's the payment of the invoice itself is out of our hands. So any assistance that you guys can provide us to help expedite these payments would be greatly appreciated.
That's absolutely important. I think when persons do the work, their expectation is they are going to be paid, and what happens is that it sort of discourages contractors futuristically from doing work for the government of the Virgin Islands. I wanted to ask you,
Mr. Potter,
along the same...
If I could comment on that, Darrell Griffith, CFO. One of the issues that also occurred, though, is that EPA sends the request to the group in New York, and there's only one person designated for the Virgin Islands, and that one person was out for a period of time. So you're going to hear the same complaint from WAPA when they come in today too as well, because that's the reason why those two payments weren't processed expeditiously.
Thanks for that information. There's one in the line of payments owed, and there's one entity who did essential waste management services on St. John. And the feedback that I got from 2017 to 2020, and they have indicated to us that they have not received payment. And the name of the company, United Brothers Unlimited. Are you familiar with that situation? Is it legitimate that they performed services dating back to 2017 and we're in 2023?
Yeah, they perform services. The project or projects that they worked on, it's under litigation right now. So we're working with them to discuss. So I guess I can't get into everything, but it's under litigation right now.
So you're actively working.
Yeah, we've been actively working with them.
Okay. Senator Maurice James. Well, before you move forward, Senator James, I want to recognize the presence of committee member Madam Secretary Carla Joseph. Welcome. And we want to recognize our President, Senator Novell E. James. Francis. Welcome.
Francis.
No. She confusing me, She is the one who's causing all of the Senator Francis, welcome. Welcome, sir. Senator James, Maurice James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maurice. I have to keep...
Maurice.
I'm just going to have you guys call me Marisa, and then it makes it easier, right? But now good morning, Virgin Islands, first of all. Good morning, testifiers.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here, and good morning, colleagues and everyone in the room and all listening. Now, Senator Potter is experiencing what we all have experienced. That's all I'm going to say. Now, I want to ask a few questions. Whenever I read testimonies, especially from executive branch and agencies and departments, there's a tendency to be vague, quite frankly. And I'm going to point out some to you. And I understand when you just talked about not being able to pay. There are some things that are out of your control, and or the contractor is not being paid on time. But I want to point out or get some clarity on certain areas of your testimony. You say on page 5 with respect to the landfill project that the southeast fill area will increase airspace and give the authority additional time to select and build a new integrated solid waste management facility. The question is, as far as I know in the history of St. Croix and the landfills, I mean, I could go back 25 years ago when we were dealing with the landfill and no one wanted it in their backyard, right? We know that. So when you say additional time to select, where are you in the process in terms of identifying sites, and what do you anticipate will be the problem? Is it again the NIMBY situation?
Okay, good morning. So what we've been doing here for the selection process, we work with some of our federal partners, and we used a program that had a minimum of 100 acres, and we looked throughout the whole entire island of St. Croix. We came up with like 65 sites. We've whittled that down. That number's been going down, and so when you look to permit a new solid waste disposal facility, you have to go through this thing called a site suitability. You have to make sure there's no issues with wetlands, floodplains, seismic. A lot of got to be 10 feet above groundwater. It's a lot of different parameters, and so we're going through that process now. As we get closer to the end of that, then we're going to have obviously we're going to have some public information meetings or town halls to discuss the results of that. So we're in the final stages of that right now.
So then for me again, exact time, when you say you're in the final stages, because I agree with you, there are factors that will eliminate certain sites, and so are you down to, let's be specific, 10 sites, 5 sites, 1 site?
We're down to less than
2 minutes?
10 sites.
Less than 10 sites?
Yeah, less than that.
And when can the Crucians know where those sites are that you're thinking about?
Yeah, so what we're doing, when I mentioned earlier about the suitability, we're finalizing that. So I want to make sure before we say here are the last 5 sites, we want to make sure that each one of those sites meets the criteria. So then we can have that discussion, because let's say hypothetically, I just selected a site, but then I didn't go through the process to make sure it met it. I don't want to have that conversation. Say, hey, we're thinking about this site, and then we do the actual study and realize that it doesn't meet it. So we're just making sure we have all the information, so that when we have the meetings with everyone on St. Croix, we have information. Say these are 5 sites that are suitable, and based off of this, going through this criteria, this is the best one. So we want to make sure we have all that information before we have the meeting. So I would say that meeting will happen we'll start having those conversations within the next year.
Within the next year.
The southeast fill area that we're going to build is going to actually increase the life of the current landfill to Anguilla and give us about 10 years. So normally when you're dealing with waste management issues and infrastructure, you want to have at least 10 years, because 10 years goes by really quick. I mean, it sounds like a long time, but it really isn't, especially when you're thinking about landfills. So we're going to have basically once we build the southeast area, then we're going to have some breathing room, but at the same time, we have to still continue, because when you think about the selection process, let's say we finally pick a site, everybody understands why and where, and then you still have to engineer it to make sure that it works. It's going to be a modern landfill, so you have the liner, leachate collection system.
All the things, that we don't have now.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. On
Time?
Well, I'll wait for the next round. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You want me to you want to?
You can wrap up.
Well, it's not a wrap up. It's a continuation.
Okay, well, we can wait for the next round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Since you were so honest. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and good morning.
Morning.
Director Merritt and your supporting team there again. Thank you for your testimony. Before I go into my line of questioning in respect to the recovery projects, etc., in respect to United Brothers, you say you're in litigation, you're still going through the process. Do you have any plans of paying that young man?
Do I have any? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Do you have any plans of, based on the outcome of paying that individual, that business owner? Because remember, when the hurricanes hit, many individuals like himself went out and did what we usually do as Virgin Islanders, start doing our work. Of course, you have to hand in the documentation. And I believe based on his statement that he submitted all necessary documentation to the authority. It's been some time. It has been some time. Something needs to happen in respect to coming to a determination, whereas, yes, he needs to be paid, and how can we assist you in making that happen? But we need to come to some type of conclusion with this young man and his company, because many other individuals did the same thing, and some of them were paid. So I look forward to a resolution to that situation, Mr. Merritt. Okay?
Okay.
Moving forward, please. In respect to your testimony, you spoke to, on page 3, you spoke about an environmental assessment, and you also spoke to DPNR. So what were some of the concerns incorporated for DPNR? Can someone speak to that?
Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager.
Speaking to the mic, Bruni. Don't be scared of the mic.
We did hire a company to do an environmental assessment of all those sites that we're planning to do convenience centers on. The assessments came back with very minimum contaminants at each site. So we are in discussions to either try to move forward and remedy those situations before we actually execute a contract, so we don't hinder the progress or the timetable for those contracts.
Okay, very well. Mr. Merritt, you spoke to the wastewater system and the life of it. And as you stated, they're antiquated, etc. And what would be the cost to replace such a system here in the territory? And are there any federal funds or recovery funds with the infrastructure plan that Biden sent down? Are there any funds there to assist?
Yeah, so, on the prudent replacement for St. Croix was right at, it was $2 billion. They kind of, they gave us some other estimates saying it's a little bit less than that, but we've met with them because they were basing it off of something that wasn't similar to what we have here in the territory as far as, what we're going to have to replace and just the different components of constructing that system. The Saints, we're doing the same thing for St. Thomas and St. John as far as submitting all the non-compliance activities and different things that were associated with the storms. And so we're presuming that that's going to be another $2 billion. So technically, the whole entire territory would be around $4 billion to replace the wastewater infrastructure.
$4 billion.
$4 billion, yeah, $4 billion with a B.
And in respect to FEMA, how much funds have you requested from FEMA in that respect?
Well, we should, and I can let the CFO speak on this too, but we should be getting a fixed cost offer here within the next month or so, which, we had a meeting with them back in July. So back in June, I mentioned in the testimony, they said that based off of their recalculation or estimates, that they think the number's more closer to $1.25 billion. But like I said, they were basing their construction estimates were based off of some things that we didn't necessarily agree with and that weren't necessarily applicable to the territory or to St. Croix. So then we met with them, and it looks like they're going to increase that estimate based off of our meeting. So hopefully we're going to get that back to right at $2 billion. And we should start seeing that. We've already got the $30 million that we were using towards some of the sewer sheds for the design. So we've already got some money, and we're expecting to get the fixed cost offer here soon.
And you also spoke in testimony on page I don't know the page number, but he spoke to fat, oil, and grease in our sewage system, and that's a major problem throughout the territory. Many times you see backups, and it's because of that with our restaurants and other businesses. What are you doing in respect to coordinating and or communicating with the Department of Health, because they control the grease traps and they find individuals who do not have grease traps or who grease traps are not being changed accordingly? So what are you doing in terms of working with the department to assure that it helped to cut that $4 million cost from the Waste Management Authority?
Yeah, so, we have our enforcement inspectors, and we're having them go out there. Just had a conversation with Administrator Lewis here, and there's a task force, and so we're having, our inspectors and our officer over here on St. Thomas to work with the different other agencies to kind of go out and look at these restaurants and businesses and issue fines, make sure they understand what, how they're impacting the system. We've went out there once before, but we're going to continue doing that, and we're looking at at areas that we know that we have issues with. So we're making sure that we do this jointly, and then also our communications team is going to continue with their outreach and education efforts.
And I think that's important because that's a major problem that should not be happening here in our territory. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Thank you very much. Dr. Merritt, you just mentioned that you were already awarded, FEMA already awarded you some time ago $30 million to begin the architectural and engineering design work for this massive St. Croix wastewater project. Where are we with that? Have we been able to identify contractor as yet? If so, which form? And how much have we paid so far?
Well, so right now the first sewer shed that we did the A&E for was the LBJ sewer shed, and we received proposals, went through an evaluation committee, and we're ready to award that project. We just have to do it at our next board meeting. And then the other was Fig Tree and Lagoon, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Those are we're finalizing the RFP. We've been working with. We also work with the Office of Disaster Recovery just to make sure that our RFPs kind of are meet procurement guidelines and make sure they don't have any questions as we get ready to put them in, because there's federal obviously there's federal dollars associated with them. So yeah, and Monbijou.
Okay. So we should see some movement in this regard soon.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Blyden, you had a wrap-up question.
Yeah, I had a wrap-up question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Merritt, I know this body appropriated for $15 million for the Waste Management Authority. So how was that money utilized and who was paid from those funds?
We can provide a list, but it was, off the top of my head, it was Marco, A9, SDNC, and we had St. John Sewage. I think those were the four.
Those are the four.
Those are the four. And we still have, I think we're still $4 million. We got $11 million of the 15, so we're still waiting on the final $4 million.
Okay, if you can share that with us, through the chair, I'll appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Can you provide us with that listing, Director Merritt?
Yeah.
The person. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I understand that you're in some kind of litigation with this company that's been owed from 2017. 2017, right?
Yeah, for work from 2017 through November of 2020.
I know you can't speak much about it because of your litigation. However, it's work that was performed. It is fair to say that.
Correct.
And there's some discrepancy between the authority and the particular company.
Correct.
My problem, and I think I've said it to you straight out, the individual performed this work. And 2017 to now is a long time for any business establishment to be sitting waiting to be paid some serious dollars. And I don't know if you guys see a light to the end of the tunnel in your mitigations, but I know the company, which is our people, Houghton. How soon do you believe you see any light to the end of this tunnel in coming to a fair agreement to make sure that this person gets paid. When I walk, I want to get paid. I'll tell you this joke. When in Tomball administration, when they had a payless payday, they went a couple days. I didn't go to work until I get paid. You know? I stayed home. I'll say it straight. I used to walk to the prison back then, and they said, they know when we're going to get paid. We ain't getting paid Thursday, we know when. Me went to work. You know? And I ran a business. And when I ran my business, sometimes the folks who I work for didn't pay me. I paid my employees. God, that wasn't the issue. But I really find it very disheartening that someone signed off on these documents, agreeing to a payment, and now this business owner is actually holding the bag for service that was done to this territory during a disaster. And what could happen to us, other companies might not want to come forth and work, especially in disaster time. So how do we fix this? How can we help fix this problem and fix it like now?
Yeah, you know, I can't mention too much because it's under litigation, but we're working with we're gonna I guess reestablish the communications and get this put to rest. I mean I'm wanting to do that because to your point, any contractor that works, you want to make sure they get paid for the work that they did. I mean that's not Waste Management isn't in the business to try and not pay contractors.
Right.
Yeah, if we can,
thank you very much.
We probably might need to have some conversation offline, but we need to make right. We need to make right.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Point of information, Senator James.
James, but the attorney and Senator James just came out.
Senator.
That's what happened. Do you have an attorney?
Yes.
Does the other side have an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Nothing else has to be said. Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Before I get into my questions, I want to say happy birthday to my mom who gave life to me. She made birthday today. So happy birthday, Mama. Even though you can't hear me. As we speak about sewer and the Waste Management Agency, individuals, or I should say businesses like Caravel Hotel and several individuals are being impacted time after time with the backup of sewer. What is being done to address that issue in our Christian State town?
You wanna get that in, Ryan? Ryan, do you wanna address that question for Christian State?
Yeah, can the senator repeat his question? I think he made a statement.
Only 10 seconds. I said the Caravel Hotel issue and those other entities in Christian State town, as far as businesses, they're being impacted by sewer or sewage coming and affecting their businesses coming through the pipes. What is being done to rectify that issue? And it's not a one-time issue, it has been going time after time.
Well, around the Caravel area, we did some improvement. We went ahead and actually replaced the sewer line in that area, and also we did it around King Christian Hotel area. So we have done some improvement in the last month in that particular area.
So did that solve the issue?
Well, so far it has.
So you have been in communication with the businesses to make sure that the work that was done has solved the issue?
Yeah, we have communicated with the businesses because when we did the work, some of the businesses temporarily had to close down when we did the work.
All right, because just last week I spoke to the individuals within the Christian State town and specifically Caravel Hotel, and they told me the next time we in front of Waste Management, ask them about it. So I'm going to hold you to your word because I'm going to tell you this. We have to be business friendly. We talk about we want revenues, we want this, we want that. These businesses contribute to our overall taxes and revenues in the Virgin Islands. And when you have individuals coming from all the way from the U.S. mainland or wherever they're coming from, Beautiful St. Croix, but yet when they go into the rooms, they have sewer or sewage coming up. That's not good. You know, so I don't take it for your word, you know, but I'll tell you this, if I find out it hasn't been solved, it's me and I, because that's not good. So my next question now, somebody want to answer?
Just for clarification, Alex Bruniways, engineering manager. Up to last week, we had issues in the boardwalk area. And yes, you can jump on waste management when these things occur, but it's a two-part process because those manholes in that area was filled with fog. That's beyond our control. It has to be the responsibility of the restaurant owners to ensure that they clean out their grease traps and don't dispose of oil into the system. The areas along the boardwalk is difficult to reach and to clean out. Sometimes we have to stretch our hoses maybe 100 to 150 feet just to gain access to those manholes because the trucks can't reach those manholes. So it's a two-part process.
And I wish you answered the first time because the individual made it seem like everything is A-okay. We want to hear the real issues. This is the reason for this Senate hearing, to make sure that things are being done and rectified.
Yeah, and this is Director Merritt. So I was in St. Croix last week. So, and I know the issue you're referring to, and to Mr. Bruni's point, what we're doing now too is also sending our inspectors out there because part of the problem is he said the fog.
2 minutes.
That's part of the problem. So when they're saying that there's issues, they're contributing to that issue. So we're saying, hey, make sure that you properly dispose of your grease because that's one less thing. That's one less thing that would impact your system because you just help us help you.
So my next follow-up question, I'm not sure because I haven't been there recently, but I know several times I went to Concordia and you see these bottles, endless bottles and gallons of oil. What is being done to rectify that issue to make sure individuals who are willing to comply has a safe and environmentally sound place to secure the oil and what have you?
So right now we're at the Anguilla landfill. We have an area that we've so all the bin sites, and that's territory wide. We see this used oil and cooking oil that shows up, and that's obviously not the proper way to dispose of it. So what we've done, we've collected. On St. Croix specifically, we've collected that. We've collected those bottles. We actually have a contractor that's actually doing a cleanup for us. We're going to, as soon as we clean that area up, we're building a used oil collection center at the landfill. And then we can have people come there and they can properly dispose of oil. Along with we're going to do those convenience centers. We mentioned that 3 convenience centers on St. Croix are actually out for bid right now. And so we're going to have an area at the convenience centers as well that can help deal with the used oil. The one thing that you do see though at these convenience centers is it's not just like a small, like somebody's home like cooking oil, but you see the big gallons of cooking oil, and that's where we're going to have our inspectors go out because we know that that's a business because a person would not have that much oil that they would.
Okay, stop right there because I have some more questions. So thank you for placing that on the record.
Time.
And it sounds like that's a business opportunity for somebody. If I had it my way, I would have started a business. And I would have gone around and collect all these oils from the businesses, charge them a fee. So whoever is listening out there, it's a business opportunity. You keep pointing the finger and say, who's going to do it? Somebody do it. Put out a proposal to waste management or to the businesses and pick up these oil. But Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, may I ask one last question?
Yes, Senator, you may wrap up.
Okay, so you mentioned that the funding is earmarked for the Anguilla landfill closure project. For many years we have been hearing this conversation about the landfill being closed. I know one of the concerns of some of the individuals who want to develop the area around the airport is the landfill. Most recently, I know we wanted to have a hotel there. There's some conversations with Port Authority to have a hotel, but nobody want to put a hotel next to a landfill. So as far as the projected date, now that you have the funding, do you have an idea of when that work will start and when it will be completed?
Yeah, so work is going to, the funding is slated to, we'll start the project next year, the beginning of the year. The grant ends in 2026, so September of 2026. So we have to have phases 1 through 6 have got to be closed by that point. So phases 1 through 6, it's about 75% of the landfill. So if you're looking at the airport, from the airport looking at the landfill, that part of the landfill will be closed. There'll only be basically one area that'll be taking trash from that point on until the end of the closure.
Which means you already identified a location for the closure of the landfill.
As I mentioned earlier, we are in the final stages of identifying an area.
I will just close by saying, please just do what you have to do, and hopefully with the 4 million gallons of wastewater that you have per day, and specifically for St. Croix, the 1.6 million gallons of water per day just going to the water. At a later time, I would like to talk to you about an idea where you can be able to utilize that water. That's if it's even usable, because it's going in the water, right? So it has to be of some use. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James. So we want to recognize committee member Kenneth Gittins, and point of information, Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The discussion by the Premier Senator is one that I've been around for quite some time. And in fact, I'm aware of individuals from the Carvel Hotel that had to be relocated as a result of the sewage issue. I think where he left off is where I like to just really present an opportunity to waste management. I saw where they took action to purchase garbage truck, again, to alleviate the costs associated with that type of, with the solid waste issue. Is there an opportunity here where we are able to put out an RFP, or waste management is in a position to at least be able to collect this oil, make it more, I guess, prudent for the pickup of this oil from these facilities, thereby minimizing individuals being able to toss this waste within the sewage line that's presenting this type of challenge? Have there been any discussion with waste management about, on a long-term basis, being able to address this situation? And it'll be a win-win in terms of, again, we wouldn't see the oil being deposited into our sewage, as well as there will be some opportunities for these businesses to be able to have the oil or waste, grease, or whatever picked up.
Yeah, good morning, Senator. This is Director Merritt. So we have looked into that. We know there's not that many approved haulers or collectors for this material, so that's something that we're looking into. I mean, but you think about it, we have, between the solid waste and the wastewater, we have a lot of services that we provide. So the preference would be for for a contractor to do it. But if we know there's not that many of them, and we know that's an issue, that's something that we're looking at internally to figure out if it makes sense for us to do it, because at the end of the day, it's impacting the system.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My inquiry is to Mr. Bruni. He spoke to the two-pronged problem in Christiansted Town, whereas the businesses also has a responsibility to clean their grease traps and not discard oil into these areas. However, my question is, who's inspecting these businesses to ensure compliance?
Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager. I was in that area up to last week when we had the issue at the boardwalk. And what I did is to contact our enforcement officers so that they could make contact with the business owners and do an inspection of the grease traps.
But that's after the fact. I'm asking who is conducting periodic inspections of these areas. Would it be solely waste management, or you're working in conjunction with the Department of Health, etc., so that proper and routine inspections are made?
So in conversation with our enforcement officers, they did alert me to the fact that they do routine checks in that area. And I believe that they also work in conjunction with the Department of Health to do those inspections as well.
So the response sounding good, but it didn't sound like this is happening at all because the problem still persists. So please step up on enforcement so that we can have these inspections made. That's why we have health enforcement officers. That's why waste management have their own law enforcement officers, etc. We got to get on the ball with these things. Thank you.
Yeah, let me.
Thank you. Senator Gittens, you're saying something?
Yeah, I just wanted to just also add that just like we've worked with Administrator Lewis over here, we're going to work with Administrator Sanders to discuss the similar task force thing where we have our inspectors go out with other agencies and kind of do a joint inspection because, like I mentioned earlier, we know that that's an issue and we have to remedy that.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the fine for a violation of, I guess, dumping the grease traps? What's the fine like? Because we can talk about enforcement, as my colleague said, and he's correct. But when you enforce, what are you charging so that you don't repeat the behavior?
So I believe the fine is $1,000. However, from past experience, when the cases go to court, there are variations that the judges can make with those fines. Sometimes the fines are drastically reduced, which doesn't really encourage folks to not to violate our system.
May I?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you. You're saying that when, as my colleague was saying, you go out, you inspect, you monitor, and then you issue a citation or a notice, right, and then you attach a fine to it, but then it goes to court? Is that the procedure?
Yes. Yeah, so then the officer who issued the fine will go in front of the judge with the alleged violator, and then the judge ultimately says whether or not he's going to enforce the monetary amount and what the monetary amount is going to be. So they have their discretion. So if it's $1,000 fine, they can say that they've listened to both sides and say, okay, well, I'm going to enforce $500, and they just make a decision based off of
I need a follow-up, sir, please. Okay.
Yes.
But isn't the violation based on the amount that you're charging must be based on some assessment, correct? So, okay, I am surprised that the judge would reduce the fine if you are the one who's out there on the ground, seeing the violation, knowing what was done, and that we have this problem in our community. If you want to respond to that or help me with that one, I would appreciate it.
I'm just going to respond and say agreed with what you're saying.
It's similar to the parking in a handicap zone. I think there's $1,000 fine that's listed, and I think we've passed a law to that in that regard. But if it goes to court, I think ultimately the judge has the discretion as to whether or not he's going to levy that full $1,000 or if he's going to reduce it in some manner. So.
Thank you.
But I wanted to ask a question also on enforcement. And I know we have a plastic bag ban. We've had that for a couple years now, and I know that would fall under your, your control. Is that something that's really happening? Because I know you go to stores right now, and folks are giving you those one-use plastic bags or charging. It doesn't seem to be working the way it was originally intended. Is the authority consistently enforcing that ban?
Okay, so so that was back in 2017, I believe, where you initially enforced it. I would say some restaurants some businesses like the grocery store, supermarkets, some of them are they're in compliance. So back when it was initially implemented, the thought was, well, hey, if you've ordered 1 million plastic bags, and now we put out this bill has passed, this legislation has passed, then we're going to allow you to use your remaining inventory. But after you've used your remaining inventory, then you have to have reusable bags or something that's not going to impact the environment. So I would say that I've been to some businesses and they're doing that, and some businesses aren't. And so going back to our enforcement, that's something that so I have 6 inspectors and they're working every day. There's something, whether it's on the wastewater side or on the solid waste side. So it's just, that's why we're looking to hire more people and have more focused, like I said, doing the joint task force. But we know what the issues are. We just have to continue to have more people to help us work with the different businesses and entities to help make sure that they understand they need to play their part to help us maintain compliance here in the territory. I think that's one of the biggest things. I mean, if everybody knows, like, they need to play an active role in helping us.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I know that there's a reason why the law was passed, and I think we're seeing that having these plastic bags all over the place ultimately has an impact on our environment. Our environment is our bread and butter.
Correct.
So if they don't have any fear of being fined, it really has no teeth. And I know it happens around here all the time, where you pass a bill and you're happy and you celebrate that the bill is passed, but once it leaves here, if there is no real enforcement, then it's all for naught, really, when you think about it. We're planning, I'm authoring legislation to have a styrofoam
I guess I
ban.
have taxi.
That's something that I'm going to have a conversation with the WMA in that regard at some point soon also. And I think it's really good for our environment. I think it's good for our health, because we punch that microwave oven and put that thing, styrofoam plate in there for a couple seconds. And I think it is having a detrimental impact on us and our health. So it's an environmental problem and it's a health-related problem, and it's something that we ought to do. So I would hate that we pass it and we just don't have any enforcement. But that's something for probably another time.
Senator Potter, may I say something?
Yes, you may.
Louis Sylvester, Deputy Executive Director. Relative to the plastic bag ban, I think there was a momentum to implement it, but when COVID came along and people started becoming a little bit more anxious about reuse stuff and the spreading of COVID, I think that may have caused a kind of a pause in being vigilant about eliminating all plastic bags. But, maybe now is the time to redouble the efforts to try to enforce that measure.
It makes good sense.
And to add to your proposed styrofoam ban, yes, we would definitely be interested in that, because styrofoam doesn't decompose. I mean, it's like 50, 75 years.
It's like the devil. It just, it's nothing good. It's nothing good. But Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning to the people of the territory. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, staff, and central staff alike.
Good morning.
I have several questions and concerns in regards to some of these bin sites. When your plan overall is to create these centers throughout the territory, just for public education, do you plan on still having some of the smaller sites in different locations, or the goal is to just limit to these centers?
This is Director Merritt. So the goal is to have the least amount possible of the unmanned bin sites. We do understand that we can't eliminate all of them, but we, throughout since we've been looking at the territory, we've eliminated some of the unmanned bin sites just from the standpoint of where they're located at and how they were negatively impacting the environment. Yes.
Okay. No, you kind of froze on my screen for a moment.
Oh, okay. No, so yeah.
The other question I wanted to ask, because the reason why I brought that up had to do with because I know some of these neighborhoods are difficult when you have a lot of people traversing and moving around and walking to catch buses. You know, they might not all have transportation to get to some of these centers. So do you guys, or did you guys do any type of study as to layout of the Virgin Islands as a whole to see where certain pockets are and the type of individuals or how those areas are populated to see whether this might be a site more amenable for some of the bin sites versus where you might have a larger congregation where it's easier to go to the center? Did you do any type of study like that as to your decision-making process as to where some of these individual bin sites might go?
So when we looked at for instance, on St. Croix, you have it's relatively simple. You have three bin sites, and so we're just converting all of those to convenience centers to go along with Peter's Rest.
Okay.
St. Thomas is obviously a little bit more difficult because there's more bin sites. So what we try to do is look at areas that are, from a bin site perspective, that are bigger areas that would be more readily be converted to convenience centers. Now, we have eliminated some of the unmanned bin sites on St. Thomas, but when we look at a bin site, we look at its proximity to another bin site, and like with these convenience centers, what we're doing is looking at where these proposed locations are and how they kind of interact with the smaller bin sites to see if it makes sense to eliminate them. Look at the distance to the bin site, and to your point, look at distance, look at the community it serves, and see if see what makes sense. That's why I said the plan is not to eliminate all of them, but just to make sure we minimize the amount of ones that we have, because of the fact that when you have an unmanned bin site, that's when they contribute to a lot more illegal dumping.
Thank you. The other question I want to ask has to do with the funding of the heavy equipment. Did you guys make the necessary requests for that during the last budget hearings, or what is your plan for that?
Well, there's some different funding mechanisms, like the ARPA funding. There's some funding associated with specialized equipment. There's some other grants that the waste diversion grant, we could potentially get some equipment for. So we're using the grants or looking at the grants to get funding for equipment. The one thing, from the authority's perspective, is that there's a lot of ongoing work here, and so sometimes with these grants, it takes a while for the grants and we mentioned that it takes a while for some of our contractors to get paid through these grants. It also takes a while for us to actually be able to get equipment through these grants. I believe when we got the rear loaders over here about 2 years ago, I think that was from a grant that was 5 years old or something. So it takes a little while for us to get equipment through the grants. That's why we kind of we try and look at other avenues to get grants that would help expedite that process.
Okay. Thank you. I know that we spoke earlier, and several of my colleagues spoke about unpaid vendors. That is a major concern for me because, as senators, as representatives, we get a lot of phone calls. And when I hear certain things are through, Mr. Chair, may I continue and wrap up? Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may wrap up, Senator.
Okay, thank you. As this is a major issue that it seems like, I'm going to be honest how I feel a lot of times. Our government puts a lot of local business out of business because sometimes they come forward, they trust the government to get paid, and ultimately here we're having a conversation with someone, 5-6 years later, and they're still not paid. And I really hope that there's some type of settlement. And if you ever run into a situation, and for me it's common sense, if you're not in dispute of an entire amount, why don't you make the effort to pay part of it and then dispute the amount that you're questioning? Things like that would still help these businesses to thrive and not send them down a rabbit hole some of them have never been able to get back out of. I'm just giving that as an example. I'm not putting that strictly at your doorstep. I'm just talking in general. But my last final question has to do, and first of all, I want to say condolences, because unfortunately, we know 3 weeks ago, one of your employees was killed on the job. Condolences to your Waste Management Authority team, as well as his family, Mr. Darren Hodge. But what types of security, when it comes to these bin sites, as well as these centers and upcoming ones, have you guys looked at to make sure that the employees that are at these various locations are going to be protected?
We have, I guess not to get too specific or detailed, we have our emergency management division and safety just looking at all authority operations, just to make sure that we're doing our part to ensure our employees are safe.
Okay. Thank you for that response. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the additional time. And are we having a second round, or is this it?
We may have maybe a 3-minute round. If you have really burning questions, we may have a 2 to 3 minute round. So you may be able to ask one question. But
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask Director Merritt, as my colleagues were inquiring about plastic bags, how effective is the plastic bag ban? Because there are stores that's charging individuals 5 cents, 10 cents per bag, and I wanted to know, is there like a funding that comes from the retailers to waste management? Because I'm thinking a ban is a ban. Why are you charging me still for a plastic bag after it's been banned? So is there a special fund that comes from the retailers to waste management? I could understand that, but if that 5 cents is just in the retailer's pocket, how good is this?
There's no funding that comes to waste management.
None at all.
Zero.
How do you feel about this? As
you stated that, when we testified in front of the finance committee, or to talk about our budget, we were mentioning different potential avenues for funding. We mentioned tourism and some other potential entities. So I guess I feel as though we mentioned that we get about $40 million. We get about $40 million. We get $35 million from the general fund, some money from analytical beautification, some money from tourism, and the sewer wastewater fund if there's money available. But with that, there's still a $10 million shortfall. So I guess I would impress upon this committee that any other funding sources or opportunities that you can think of, and that's a good idea. I mean, they are charging, they're charging something for bags, but we're not. That none of that comes to waste management. I think in general, we are tasked with a lot of services that we have to provide on both the solid waste and the wastewater side, and I think sometimes in my last hearing I said that we are. Obviously I'm very, being the director for waste management, I'm biased here, but I think that we're one of the most important agencies in the territory, and any potential funding avenues that you guys can help us out with, we would greatly appreciate, because that's going to allow us to continue to provide seamless services. I think when you use a bathroom or you throw trash away, as long as there's no issues, it never comes, you don't give it a second thought. But if there's a sewage overflow, or if there's issues at you see a bin site that's overflowing with trash, that's when it comes to mind and I think that's when people realize exactly what services we provide. And yeah, anything that you guys can do would be greatly appreciated. Sorry for being on my soapbox here, but you know.
No, that's your job.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Colleagues, we need to work on that. Thank you.
Absolutely, duly noted. I mean,
Point of information.
it is a bad structure. The fact that, for example, the plastic bag ban, the fees that is recouped from that, you're required to collect it, but you don't benefit from it in any way. The fees, the fines, all go to, I guess, someplace else other than where it should be going, which is to the Waste Management Authority's coffers. Senator Alma Francis Heilige, you're recognized for your point of information.
Okay, point of information. I'm trying to figure out, I know through legislation that this body in the past has already given Waste Management Authority several avenues to collect funding through fees, etc. And so what are your stance on that, and what have you been doing with that authority that's already been vested in you? In addition, when it comes to those bags, I just want to know for clarity, because I have been one of those individuals that questioned about paying this additional fee. I heard my colleague speak to 5 cents. In the District of St. Thomas, St. John, I've never heard anything less than 10 cents. So, and the reason what I was given was because they said that plastic bags are cheaper to purchase and they normally would have absorbed the cost. But when the law came into effect and they had to switch over to these degradable, reusable, some of them are reusable and some are degradable bags, that was an additional cost that they directly offer to the consumer, whether they wish to purchase it or they don't wish to purchase it. So that is what I was told directly when I asked about it. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well. So please, could you give me some thoughts on these fees that you guys already have authority to enforce? Thank you.
I mean, just so I guess some of the fees that we have. So we implemented the tipping fees, which started January of 2022, and we've been able to collect fees of right around, now we're at about $2.2 million for this fiscal year. So that's actually helped us. But like I mentioned in our testimony before, I mean, and actually, so when I initially got here back in 2020, our overall cost to the authority was about $60 million. Over the last 3 years, we've internalized, things, from to incorporate operational savings. So on St. Thomas, St. John, and on St. Croix now, we've changed some things, and now we're doing stuff in-house, which has actually saved us about $10 million over the last 3 years. And so with the St. Croix house to house, that's going to save us some additional money. So between some of the fees that we have and some of the appropriations that we've been thankful that you guys were able to approve, we actually, the appropriations themselves, we were using that to pay some debt that we had, outstanding debt with some of the contractors, and we still have some of that debt, but between still continuing to pay down that debt, along with kind of taking more control of what we can control in-house, is getting that number down to where, hopefully we have going forward in the next couple of years, the money that we have allocated will be the cost for the authority, and then as we go into the cost to actually operate the authority, but then as we continue going forward, then we've talked about trying to charge different fees that will allow us to help, ultimately become self-sustaining and be able to, not be so heavily reliant or dependent on government appropriation. So we're doing our part to save money, and we appreciate you guys helping appropriate money. But ultimately, we want to, be a standalone, autonomous agency. So we are continuing to move in that direction, and hopefully you've seen the different things that we've done over the last 3 years that show our commitment into going in that direction.
Thank you very much, Director Merritt. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good day to everyone. I just wanted to follow up on the line of questioning that we have had relative to the various laws that were put in place to stop, the type of waste, solid waste, plastic bags going into our landfill. But I also know that we had legislation that was passed relative to plastic straws as well going into our landfill. Has there been any monitoring on that, or is it with our restaurants relative to them using plastic straw? I know some of the fast food services, they have stopped entirely issuing plastic straws, but I have gone to restaurants and they have been issuing plastic straws, and I sometimes ask, how are you still issuing these plastic straws? And then there are on the other side, which I say these are good restaurants, they have been issuing also the biodegradable straws, which we should be moving forward to. So kindly indicate to me and to all of my colleagues, what are you doing to monitor those and find those restaurants that, and even vendors, local vendors here, issuing the plastic straws, even for food sales and the like. What are we doing?
Yeah, so we have our, this is Director Merritt, we have our inspectors, when they go out to do their inspections, they look for everything, so initially when they go to a restaurant, they look and see who, that restaurant has to say who their service provider is for solid waste and who's collecting their used oil. If they can't provide that information, then that initiates the citation. Our enforcement officer will go back and deliver the fine, but that's kind of the quick version of the process. Now, one thing I would like us to do is work with DLCA, and when they get their when a restaurant or a business gets their permit, then there's certain things they have to complete, right? Then they have a checklist. Add waste management to the checklist to show that they have an approved service provider if it's a restaurant, for someone picking up their solid waste and also someone picking up their used oil. That'll help make our job a little easier, because technically if they don't have one, then they should not be issued a permit. I mean, just coming up with some, we think of trying to come up with ideas to help, and so we definitely want to, if that's something that you guys can help us out with too. I mean, same thing, you think about the used tires, or the tires that are legally dumped in the territory. If we have a monthly form with those companies, and they say, hey, we received 1,000 tires this month, and we sold this many tires, and then we shipped off this many tires. The number should be close. Right now, there's no. So we send our enforcement out there. They can say, oh yeah, we're doing it. And we're like, well, how do we know that? So if we can get, I think there needs to be more of a partnership between us and DLCA, since DLCA kind of, they issue all the licenses for the various, businesses here, and kind of help us, just add us in that checklist, and then let's provide a monthly form that they can submit to us and to DLCA, so that we can make sure that that they're maintaining compliance of whatever their business is.
It makes sense.
Thank you, and it is noted. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of inquiry, Senator James.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My question to waste management, I know in the past there were some attempts to do the dig ones, and I know my colleague, former Senator Janelle K. Saroj, attempted that as well. We understand the back and forth with the different agencies. But with all these projects going on, we see 1 minute WAPA might dig, and then we have to cover it up with some gravel and wait until the next agency or entity is ready. What are we doing to make sure that we are working in harmony? And not only that the roads, because right now in Christian State Town, like Government House, it looks bad, horrible. What conversations are being had to make sure that we are on the same page And while we understand that we're waiting for some entities to come up with the funding, that it doesn't last that long because it's horrible.
Good afternoon, Senator Louis Sylvester, Deputy Executive Director. There is a utility coordination committee that meets twice a week. It's actually chaired by Adrian Williams Octolin, and we do coordinate projects. For instance, one of the reasons LBJ was the first project that we undertook was because that was prioritized by the coordination committee to ensure that waste management and then WAPA and public works could all be doing work in an area one time so that we don't have to continuously go and dig up the area. So this is like a proof of concept where we're trying it out for the first time. Unfortunately, the Christiansted project was not a part of the utility coordination, and that's something that waste management had issued before. But, you know, to your sentiments, we definitely want to coordinate. We were supposed to actually have replaced the sewer line and public works come in behind of us and pave the roads, but unfortunately that hasn't happened yet.
So my question to you, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, is there a policy in place? And if there's a policy, can you submit that policy memorandum of understanding or something of that nature that shows that there's some collaboration and understanding between these agencies or entities?
So, like I said, there is a committee that meets, and it's based on the legislation that was passed about one dig. So that is occurring. We also have what's called a unified paving memorandum, so that we're working in consultation with each other and not, you know, working against each other. So I can share copies of the memorandum, but I don't know if there's an official policy document, but we are working coordinated utility activities.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, we need a memorandum. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to move on. If Senator Francis is not there, Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day again to the hardworking men and women from the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. I was a bit late in attending today's meeting. I had to attend a funeral for a gentleman who I benefited from his blood, sweat, and tears, and also had the privilege to work along with him, the late Elton Chongasin. He worked many years. He's an engineer, like some of you who are sitting here at the table in front of us, and he worked for many years at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Everyone knows that I'm from Bavoni Housing Community, and we had endured a level of wherein the wastewater was coming up in our pipes for our drinking water and everyday use. It was many years, and so we didn't have flushing toilet for decades. And Mr. Chongasin, led by the late, great Ricky Francois II, they were able to turn that around. So in the early part of the 1990s, we were able to have flushing toilets in the public housing community in Bavoni where I resided. So I had to make definitely to be there, and that was what I benefited it from him. And then when I worked in the private sector as an engineer, I was a consultant, and he was definitely there to provide the necessary scrutiny to the program and the projects that I was managing. So I really wanted to really convey my deepest thanks to him and his family and convey my sympathies to them. I will go into my line of questioning, and Mr. Chairman, I am hopeful that we will have a second round because, you know, I tend to be really in-depth and people like to be long-winded. Now, kindly indicate for us, page 7 of your testimony. I want to ask you relative to your reimbursement. You said you have 10 projects that you have been reimbursed. What are those 10 projects? 10 projects have been reimbursed, and 5 fully reimbursed, and 5 partially reimbursed. Can you kindly indicate which of the 5 projects have been fully reimbursed, and which of the 5 projects that have been partially reimbursed? And these are projects that was funded through the FEMA and the public assistance funds, and they are going towards various projects that you have here. Kindly indicate what those projects are in the district that they are located in.
Hey, good afternoon. Ms. Isles, can you provide
2 minutes?
Provide that information for Senator Joseph?
Sure, let me just get to that page.
Mr. Chairman, my time is running. I can ask another question while they look for that. I have my questions prepared.
Yes, you may ask the other question.
Thank you
Senator.
kindly. And so you now indicate for us further down on the same page, what is the expiration date of the $6 million that you have received from EPA through DPNR? What's the expiration date on that grant? It's $6 million DPNR solid waste grant, waste diversion grant. You were granted this amount. You had your sub-agreement award was executed on August 17, 2023. Kindly indicate the expiration.
Ms. Isles, do you have that information as well? I can try and pull it up myself too.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have that information. That 7.
I'm not
That
hearing
grant is
you.
a
I'm not hearing
7-year
you, Ms. Isles. Repeat kindly.
Yes, Senator. That grant is a 7-year grant through DPNR. DPNR actually received that grant a year and a half ago. So that grant is slated to expire in 2026.
Okay. And my question to you, Waste Management, do you anticipate meeting that expiration date and not requesting no cost extension? We have to start to spend the money down on time.
No, we expect to complete that. That's
okay, you're going to say that now. I hope I'm here, God spare my life, and you have completed it.
Time.
Okay, now, Mr. Chairman.
You may wrap up. Senator, you may wrap up.
Okay, do they have the answer for my question before? Now, I wanted to finally ask regarding, and I want to really appreciate, one, that we have gotten over $1 billion for the wastewater treatment facility. Now, is it anticipated you're going to be upgrading to tertiary? And on the chairman's time, yes, we got to upgrade to tertiary. Tertiary means where the water is almost drinkable because they're being outputted into where our bays, right, where the fishermen fish, and we love to eat the fish. We are even considering having fish as part of our national dish. So we want to be, I am not with the human beings here who will be eating no salmon. I like the fish that grow around here in the Virgin Islands. So I eat them, and so I wanted to ask that very pointed question, and not only I, others, right? Are we looking, is it anticipated that these wastewater treatment plants and facilities that we are getting the money for from FEMA is now going to be able to produce tertiary treatment? And on the chairman's time, educate our listening public what tertiary treatment would mean. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. You had an extra 4 minutes, Senator, so I would like you to remember that in the future. Okay. Is there a response for Senator Joseph?
Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager.
Mr. Bruni, and please speak directly into the mic and speak up a little bit.
Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager. So the putting replacement is basically to replace the entire wastewater infrastructure territorially. Treasury treatment, the treatment plants will have to be upgraded to provide tertiary treatment. one of the other items you have to look at too is not just the upgrade of the facility, but also the cost to provide that tertiary treatment, which will probably double the cost of its current cost for treatment. Without the infrastructure in place for us to charge for wastewater treatment, at this time, I wanted to speak for the director, but it's something that we'd have to look into. Yeah. There are fees that we'd have to implement in order for us to afford to pay for that level of treatment. Let's go back a bit to years ago when we had the infrastructure at Sierra Leone King Airport. Back then, it was just a pool where we provided one-stage treatment. We used to get orders back in the day. Right now, we're providing secondary treatment. If we put on a glass of drinking water next to the glass of effluent water, you can't really tell the difference. But the cost that we are paying for right now for that level of treatment is so far more extensive than what we were paying before. And from since then, we have not been provided the funding to pay for that level of treatment. So if you're moving from secondary treatment now to tertiary treatment, think about the cost and what would have to be provided for us to provide that level of treatment.
Let me add something to that too. So I mentioned in the testimony that we're going to look into starting to charge wastewater user fees. So that will allow us to help because I'm to the senator's point, we're going to modernize our wastewater infrastructure, and modernizing it would be having tertiary treatment. So we've been talking to our consultant about that and putting that in play. But we do have to have fees to help us once we have this system. Yes, to maintain the system. I think that's I guess challenges again. So when you think about a system, whether it's on the solid waste side or on the wastewater side, we can get funding from our federal partners and we can build whatever this is. But if we don't have money or funding or fees, if we can't collect fees to help maintain the system, then within a short period of time, the system as it was built is not going to be able to operate efficiently anymore. So.
Mr. Chairman, I know that my time expired, but they mentioned the fees, and
very briefly, Senator.
Yes, it's a burning thing within my spirit, and I must get it out. Have you done an assessment how much fees you're looking at? That I know we have the sewage fees that are added. People are using it. Have you done an extensive assessment to find out how much it would cost for us to be able to maintain that type of system going forward? Because we're looking and planning ahead for the future. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so what we've done is we're going to submit something to the PSC regarding fees for wastewater. Now with that, we had our consultant actually do a review, do research throughout the United States about what fees are for similar fees to a utility that's kind of in our size and the demographics, the population size, all that stuff. So we have that information along with. So when we think about the fees, and I'm not trying to be long-winded here, but the fees to maintain everything. I want to do it similar to the tipping fees, where we did it over we'll do it over a 3 to 5 year period, so it's not just a fee that you never had. We're going to implement it slowly but surely, so people get used to it and get it to the number that it needs to be, but just over a short period of time. Well, over, like I said, 3 to 5 years. So that gives people an opportunity to understand the fee, not start off at some high exorbitant fee, but just start off at a regular nominal rate and get it to where it needs to be at so that we can maintain both systems.
Thank you very much. And I know...
Just to introduce to Isles, I'm sorry. We do have the list that Senator Joseph requested.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, under the list that, on that page that she was requesting it from, it was under the solid waste. And so the ones that are the PWs that are all reimbursed is the debris site for body slab, Bavoni landfill extension hours under IRMA, St. John household and waste side bins, St. Croix household and waste side bins, St. Thomas household and waste side bins, and these are all under IRMA. Another one would be that has been fully reimbursed is the Mandel repairs. The ones partially reimbursed under Maria, debris site management. And when I say partially, it's like almost 90% reimbursed. The remaining of it is just missing documentation that could not be supplied by the vendor. St. Croix scrap metal. These are all projects that are going to be closed out. Anguilla landfill and extended hours, partially reimbursed. Bavoni landfill extended hours, partially reimbursed. St. John household waste and bin sites, partially reimbursed. And when I say partially, these are approximately 90% complete. St. Croix household waste and bin sites, partially reimbursed, the same, about 90% complete. St. Thomas household waste and bin site, partially reimbursed, and the same. This one is probably about 50% reimbursed.
And we can provide, I know you were writing everything down, but we can provide the list, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we can do that.
A listing can be provided to you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know, Director Merritt, you mentioned about the whole prudent replacement of the sewage system in the district of St. Croix, upwards of, I don't know, $1.5 billion. And the precedence really has been set. And you mentioned that the expectation was that we're going to get a similar approval here on St. Thomas. And I wanted to know where we were with that, like what specifically is required. Is there the application? I know you alluded to it earlier, but I wanted to specifically know where we are in the process and what sort of timeline are you expecting to receive some sort of feedback from the federal government regarding the approval of the replacement here on St. Thomas?
Yeah, so we basically, the approval on St. Croix, we're following that same format and submitting the same information, and FEMA's requesting, similar information. I think we should have everything submitted after going back and forth with their additional information gathering. Just to go quickly, we had to, so you need to show supporting documentation or evidence as to why the system needs to be replaced from a prudent replacement standpoint. So all the non-compliance events that happened during Irma Maria, we've gathered all that information and provided it to them. They've had a couple of questions here and there to make sure they understand, but we should get some kind of response from them probably before the end of the year, and hopefully we get a fixed cost offer by sometime next year.
Sometime next year.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to just go back to earlier this summer. We know there was a fire at the Bavoni landfill. And I just wanted to know how WMA would handle something like that. Now, fire happens. Is there a process where there's a debriefing? There are meetings with, the folks who are engaged in the fire to talk about, how it was handled or what may have caused it. Is there some interaction with the key partners like Virgin Islands Fire Service? Like, what happens when you have an unplanned event of such a serious nature? Should we have had like a hearing on that? I mean, what sort of interaction or dialogue happens after an event like that, and what did you learn from that event that we can put ourselves in a better situation to handle the next one?
Yeah, so that particular event was not at the landfill. I think a lot of people thought it happened at the landfill itself, but because, you know, in the past there have been fires that occurred at the landfill proper. This was at the, there's a compound or an area that all the used like scrap metal and abandoned derelict vehicles, it comes to the landfill, but it's not actually the landfill itself. So that area, that's where the where this fire occurred. And so obviously fire came, and you know, in coordination with the contractor that was out there, and since it was right by the landfill. So we had conversations. Obviously we were there throughout the event working with fire. Normally what happens is obviously it's a joint effort for something like that, where we talk to fire, we kind of let them know what exactly is going on with the contractors, obviously with the contractors' input, and we all determine how to best address the issue, in this case of fire. Now, what has come out of this particular instance was that we're putting together we're taking a look at the standard operating procedures of when we accept these used or abandoned vehicles, and making sure that we actually have the proper. So when a vehicle and an abandoned vehicle comes in, it's supposed to be detoxified. So all the used oil, gasoline, all the stuff is supposed to be removed. Now, there's some instances where it seems like a vehicle comes in and that does not happen. So what we're doing is reinforcing the SOPs. We're also going to make sure that the company, let's say the hauler who brings in this used vehicle, we're going to give a certification statement showing that hauler has certified that vehicle has been all the transmission fluids, all the stuff has been removed. Also, we're going to make sure that these haulers are permitted, because they work throughout the territory, but they don't actually have a permit from Waste Management. So we're like, you need to have a permit from us. You need to show us that the vehicle is certified, detoxified, and then we're also working with the contractor to make sure, everybody checks the list off, and we know exactly what's happened, so that in the event that something does occur, then we can say XYZ hauler, now that in doing the investigation with fire, it's determined that this particular vehicle that came in here, something happened with this vehicle, and now you certified that the vehicle was, and obviously through their investigation, it's showing it's not. So we're making sure that.
So there's more direct accountability.
Yes, yeah.
But there isn't a sit-down meeting, a formal sit-down meeting. It doesn't sound as though that's what is happening. It sounds as though you.
So in this particular instance, it's going to be we're going to end up having a formal sit-down meeting. But what came out of this whole thing initially was we need to review the current SOP and enhance it, because obviously there's one or two things that are missing or need to be improved upon, and so that's you kind of got the quick version of what we're going to do going forward.
Okay, excellent. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. I'm going to start out where I left off with the point of inquiry earlier, and must state that, law and order is essential in any functioning community. And based on what we're seeing here, there's a troubling pattern of lawlessness in the Virgin Islands, and part of it is because of a lack of enforcement. There are laws on the books. Let me correct something that was stated earlier, as you all were discussing the penalties for parking in a handicapped parking. The law is clear, and it says that the fine shall be fined the sum of $1,000. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. So the judge ain't reducing it. So let's not put that on the courts. We have laws to follow. Now, I sat here and I started to review the code again and put back on my law enforcement recap because I'm saying, you know, we can't continue to sit on excuses. So, Title 19, there's laws on the books that speaks to regulatory provisions concerning public health. So the problem that we were discussing earlier in downtown Christiansted, I encourage you to look at Title 19, Section 1563, and it also addresses solid and hazardous waste management. The fines are also strictly there. Also under 29, Virgin Islands Code speaks to public planning and development. I say that to say that our Virgin Islands Code covers a vast number of areas that we should be enforcing. And the fact, if we don't have knowledge of these things, then of course people are going to just act and do what they feel like doing. But we have laws on the books, and entities such as this, I expect to see strict law enforcement going on. And that's another reason for you to take care of your enforcement officers. I know we're here to get an update on your preparedness for the hurricane season and whatnot, but we got to take care of our employees as well. It is my understanding that your enforcement officers are still waiting for contract negotiations. Is that so?
Yes, that's so. We've been working with the OCB to try and finalize the negotiations. That's been ongoing.
Everybody else getting a raise. I'm told that even your position is to possibly receive one or be renewed. I mean, I will say publicly, I do support you because you are very responsive, at least to me, with all the concerns that's brought to me by our community. But at the same time, we need to make sure that the men and women in the trenches are taken care of. So I'm going to ask that. I know that's not solely on you, but I'm hoping that OCB is also listening.
2 minutes.
And know that we need to take care of these employees. Now, you mentioned the closure of the Anguilla landfill in your testimony, but where will the new landfill be relocated? I didn't hear that part in my transition here to the chambers.
Yeah, we're still in the selection. What I mentioned earlier was that we worked with some of our federal partners, and we looked throughout the island of St. Croix. We had 100-acre parcels. We've got that number down to less than 10 sites. So we haven't selected a site yet. We're still going through the process to make sure that all this.
So we're looking at that. Did Waste Management Authority employees receive their premium pay?
Yes.
And that's everyone, or you still have folks that didn't receive?
They didn't receive their pay, didn't they? Yes. Yeah, no, I think everyone, I believe everyone received their pay.
Okay, you also spoke about a lack of equipment, excavators, bulldozers, compactors, etc., and that you're trying to get grants. But any of this request was in your budget this year?
I believe that, so the budget itself was mainly for just operating the authority. So if we were, so I guess the short answer is no, because we couldn't request any additional, we didn't request additional information.
But this should also be part of your budget request. All right, this is crucial to your operation. So that should not have been left out. I noticed that there have been some bin sites closed, such as the Bolongo site on St. Thomas. Will this area be reopened or no?
No, we're not going to reopen Bolongo. We're going to do actually a beautification project. We're partnering with the Hotel Association there, and we're going to make that a nice area. There will no longer be a bin site.
So no.
No.
How about the authority? I'm not sure. Was time called, Mr. Chair, or no? Okay. Do you envision us having house-to-house waste collection?
Time.
Throughout the territory? You mean, so, we're doing the house-to-house on St. Croix. So are you saying, like, territory-wide, or what specifically is your question?
Yeah, so you're doing it on St. Croix, you're saying, the waste collection?
Yeah, so we're doing house-to-house in Frederickstead right now. That's the authority is actually performing those services. And then we do some we do some house-to-house here on St. Thomas for about 3,000 homes.
So I think time was called, but if you could just be clear to us. So you're saying that this is just happening in Frederickstead only? Give us what's the plan of the authority for the entire territory regarding the waste collection, please.
Well, right now we're doing Frederickstead. We're looking to sometime later on this year, we're going to do the house-to-house in Christiansted. St. Thomas, we're doing, like I said, about 3,000 homes. St. John, there's no house-to-house collection planned as of right now. When we talk about house-to-house or just collection in general, we do some of the bin sites here over on St. Thomas. We have a contractor on St. John that does the bigger bin sites. We do the smaller bin sites. On St. Croix, we have a contractor right now, but we do intend on taking over the bin sites on St. Croix as well.
Okay, you're going to the bin sites, but that's not what I wanted. Mr. Chair, I have two short, quick questions.
Senator, very briefly, you can wrap up.
Thanks. I wanted to know what kind of public education campaign is the authority doing in regards to waste oil, and what is the hiring process? Tell us, how does that look? Because my office has been inundated with calls that qualified individuals have put in applications and have not gotten a call back with regards to the outcome of these vacant positions. Just those two. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, we accept applications, and then our HR team will vet the applications. They'll interview the individuals depending on the position, and we'll have the team that actually does the interview process are people who are involved in that particular division, and then we just pick the most qualified candidates. So that's
the time frame that somebody should be contacted. What's the time frame?
Probably, after they interview, probably within 2 weeks or so, maybe sooner. After they interview.
I don't think you answered my question. These people, there's no interview. They weren't even contacted after the application was submitted.
Okay. Well,
I'll call your office so we could discuss this offline. Just answer the other part about the public education campaign regarding waste oil.
Yeah, our communications team, they are on the radio and they and media, and they talk about the fogs. And we, obviously, I'll mention it in any of the hearings to make sure everyone understands. But we're continuing to just educate the public. I think when we have these, we're looking at the wastewater user fees or increasing those fees, or actually implementing fees, I should say. That'll be a talking point too, to say the reason why we need to have fees to maintain the system are because of these impacts to the system as well.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much, Dr. Merritt. I want to ask you one question, though, before moving to Senator Francis. And I think it's a big question. It's a big question that I have been curious about over the years with regards to the Waste Management Authority. And I wanted to know if you, as the leader in this area of waste management, what is your and our long-term vision for the U.S. Virgin Islands with regards to the management of our solid waste? I mean, do we have similar jurisdictions remote island communities where, like, what is the best practice and where should we be going to sort of deal with the management of our solid waste outside of, just building a new landfill. We know that's not sustainable. It's good. We need it. The convenience centers is good. It's needed. But as far as just our overall long-term vision, where we can be focused and moving in that direction, we can be on the same page. Have we studied jurisdictions that successfully do this? Island communities that successfully do this, and where are we going? Where should we be going? And we should all be on the same page, moving towards that vision. But
I think from you think about island communities. I mean, they're very unique. There are, and I've spoken with other people that are in my position and in other islands, and kind of talked to them about some of the things they were doing. In the last hearing, I was here for the budget. One of the senators mentioned waste to energy, and I've talked to some people that were similar. So, and I mentioned the fact that waste to energy, normally you need about 1,200 tons. And we don't have that. We have 600 tons. So now this one island nation I spoke with, they're doing waste to energy, but it's costing them it's a 25-year contract. It's costing them $1 billion.
Wow.
So that's why I mentioned that's a pretty expensive proposition, and given the fact that from our budgeting standpoint, I know we've mentioned our shortfall, so technically you'd add another $40 million a year to that. So that means our budget would be closer to just say general fund plus the 40 million. Our budget would be closer to 75 million.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think that's obviously not sustainable for us. So, and looking at the vision for what we have, and even when you do waste to energy, you still need to have a landfill because there's residual. When you burn it, you still need a landfill for that 10% or so. So, I guess the interim, short-term, and long-term vision for the authority is that, we're going to build these convenience centers. That's going to allow us to have areas where we can do waste diversion. So at that point, when you think about recycling, waste diversion, or let's just say recycling, just for an easy vernacular, a waste diversion rate in a community that is very educated and understanding is about 40%. So obviously, when we start recycling here, we're not going to be at 40% in year one, but that's where we start with our communication, our outreach, and we get that 5%, 10%, and we slowly but surely make it to that 40%. Now we talk about, you mentioned the landfills. We'll build another landfill, but we will not use that landfill in the time frame that we've used them in the past, because now we'll have a more educated population. We'll have waste diversion activities. So we're talking about getting to that 40%. So now the landfills will last 40% longer. And from a waste diversion standpoint, we'll start looking at what could be diverted. We're going to look at reutilizing some things that we have over in St. Croix. So I think the short-term vision is, as we mentioned, getting the convenience centers online. Medium-term, long-term is educating the community so that we can start our waste diversion, implement our waste diversion activities, get to that 40%. In the long term, there's going to be different technologies that continue to come online here, and so maybe so many years from now, there'll be some other technology that would be more feasible here. As opposed to something that we know that from a financial standpoint we definitely just can't afford to do. But I think for really for us, it's just making sure that we maintain compliance, don't have any environmental impacts, and continue to work with like I said, work with our federal and local partners, along with, as I mentioned, DLCA and some of the local agencies to help us ensure that all the different businesses and different entities here are helping us maintain compliance and helping us, lessen the environmental impact here in the territory.
Okay. Thank you for your
Point of
response.
information.
Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to do a follow-up based on a question as it pertains to the waste haulers. Mr. Merritt, when individuals in the community who collect the used oil hazardous waste from the generators, if I would call them that, and the waste haulers come and they collect that waste, where does that go from after they pick it up?
So
is it stored here on the island? Is it transported off island? Can you tell me how that is disposed of?
Yeah, there are a couple of haulers that are permitted through DPNR to collect the used oil and then actually store it, and then they dispose of it off island. Have it it's transported and processed off island.
So you don't do any collection of hazardous waste, used oil at your site?
So by default we do, because there's a lot of illegal dumping that occurs at the convenience centers, and so all that used oil, we're collecting it and bringing it to a central location, because we can't just leave it there even though it's illegally dumped. So we collect it, and then we actually work with one of those permitted contractors to transport it, from the landfill, and then have it disposed of properly outside the territory.
So from the last conversation that we've had here in the Senate, how has Waste Management cleaned up that collection site?
So we have we have a contractor that's been working to clean up the area. He's collected and transported and disposed off outside the territory about 14,000 gallons of used oil. We're estimating another 7,000 gallons or so, and so he should hopefully have that completed within the next 30 days, or sometime, let's say mid-October. Once that happens, we've designed a new used oil collection center that's going to be at the landfill, similar to, we have one on St. John, and so it's going to be similar to that, where it's going to have an area for used oil, for other household hazardous waste, like if you're like Freon or different things like that. So we'll have that area, we'll have that set up, and we'll continue to do our enforcement for the illegal dumping. And that's and actually when I mentioned earlier about the transition from the bin sites to convenience centers, once we have that, then when somebody's coming to if you're as a resident, if you have some used oil, then now we have a place that you can go to with those convenience centers.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I know I'm on the chair's time, but Mr. Merritt, I'm going to say that when you do this inter-island travel and you pass over your collection site, I cringe, because I feel like there's a little Exxon Valdez on land. And with us being in hurricane season, we may have a serious potential rains this weekend. There's going to be a lot of oil that's going straight in that ocean, straight in that mangrove area. And you have to be a better steward of collecting this used oil, even though that's not your responsibility. But when I say your responsibility, going out and collecting it, but when you collect it, to have the right storage areas. I'm telling you, it doesn't look good from up above, and it doesn't even look like anything is being done. But I'm glad to hear that you're working on that, Mr. Merritt. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Mr. Merritt, you may respond.
Yeah, so one more comment to this. So the used oil collection center on St. John, we have primary and secondary containment. So to address that issue, that's what we're going to build on St. Croix at the landfill. So to her point, once we clean up at that area, we're going to do some remediation and make sure we're going to test the soil and see if there's any impacts. We'll make sure we remove that soil. When we put in a new facility, it's going to have primary or secondary containment. So if there's a spill, it'll be contained in the used oil collection center. So I understand her her concerns, and we are addressing the concerns. And just as a reminder, I've been in the industry for 27 years, and my first job really was a regulator. And so everything when I look at waste management and our operations and our activities, I look at it from a regulatory perspective, and I'm always trying to be, I think I mentioned in my testimony that I want to operate the authority proactively and not reactively. And so we have a lot of things that we have to address, but just understand that we are looking at it from the regulatory perspective as well.
Thank you very much, Director Merritt. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone present here, Waste Management. I want to first of all start off by thanking certainly the CFO, and Daryl Griffith and Mr. Bruni, as we continue to have this discussion regarding the Christiansted downtown area and the work that's being done there, and making sure that payment is done. And there's a level of frustration on all sides as it pertains to the downtown area. And, I'm just hoping that we're able to reach some amicable resolution to address this problem in the very near future. One of the things that we did as a legislative body was approve a line of credit to support and assist in the what we thought may have been payment for this disaster recovery project. I wanted to ask you, Director, whether or not there have been any discussion in waste management being able to access the line of credit thus far through ODR or through OMB or finance or any other entity.
This is Daryl Griffith, CFO. We've actually had that discussion with the Office of Disaster Recovery, so they're actively working on it. So yes, it is happening.
And can you expand what is actively working on means?
Means that the as soon as we put in the request through DPNR, and ODR will now have a conversation with DPNR to find out a time frame that it'll take for payment to happen, and they'll draw the funds from the line of credit and in the meantime, so that we can pay the contractor quicker.
Have there been any discussion in earnest, how do we navigate this timely payment? I know that there's a conversation that this particular downtown project, that there's a requirement for EPA to approve, then it goes to DPNR, then it goes to New York, it come back to Las Vegas. Have there been any discussion in earnest about how do we really navigate this? I mean, this is one of the many projects that we have going. I think that the executive director spoke about the B word, the $4 billion. I mean, how are we going to be able to really navigate streamlining this process?
I think this is the last time we're going to see, hopefully this will be the last time we see such a large delay. What we have done, we have sat down with DPNR, and we've done, for example, Kraus Lagoon, which is coming up. We're putting in the first 20% payment so that can process, and so that it'll be an advance pay in, and then the contractor will only get paid when the actual work is done. So we are looking at the process with both the EPA and DPNR to eliminate this long wait time from when work is done to when the contractor is paid. So moving forward,
2 minutes.
This should be the last time that you hear complaints such as these on EPA grants.
Very well. Director Merritt, in regards to the project step pickup that you spoke about, have you been able to address some of the backlog or the delay in those pickups? I know that when you came before us during the budget process, there was some conversation about delay pickup. Have you been able to improve and gotten on a good schedule in that?
Yes, they've addressed all the concerns, and now that we're accustomed to the routes and everything, I just met with staff last week about it, so everything has been addressed.
Very well. And your game plan or your schedule to come to the Christiansted area and the surrounding area, have there been any scheduling, any discussion in regards to how that's going to happen so that there could be a smooth transition?
Yeah, we had some, so last week I had some discussions with our staff, and we're going to, when we begin Christiansted, we're going to implement it kind of in a phased approach, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to the public, and we'll roll it out a little bit more, kind of more in a staged approach, and make sure that everybody understands that what the schedule is and what the game plan is.
Very well. And in regards to the Anguilla landfill and the discussion about moving that landfill, and I know that you spoke about the the different areas that you're looking at. How do you propose to roll that out to the public? You gonna have town hall meetings? What will be the level of engagement and discussion with the public in that respect?
Yeah, we'll have town hall meetings. So, like I mentioned earlier, we went from roughly 65 potential locations down to less than 10, and so we want to make sure that before we have the town hall or meetings with the public, that the sites that we want to discuss are actually, they meet the criteria for a new solid waste disposal facility.
So what would be the, Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up on that same subject?
Excuse me, Senator.
What would be the deciding factor on that matter, even when you started to, when you finally decide that that's the location you will be going with? What will happen there in that? I mean, you just finalize that decision, or what will happen in terms of public engagement or final decision? Do you come back to this body? Because it's going to be a fight. Wherever you want to put this, there will be a fight. What is, how do you propose to, what is the end game in being able to have that location designated?
Well, the first thing we have to do is like I mentioned, we looked at potential suitable sites. You go through an engineering process, and you do this thing called a site suitability, and it has a list of things. Make sure that it's not in the flood, the wetlands, floodplain, seismic, so many over 10 feet to groundwater. It's a variety of a myriad of things that you have to make sure that you meet. And so once we get to we have these sites that actually all meet that criteria, then of course, when we have the discussions with the public, we're going to say let's say here are 10 sites. These all meet the criteria. However, we do understand there's not just the engineering aspect of things, but we know there's a socioeconomic aspect of things where, the other senator mentioned earlier, the not in my backyard thing. So we understand that plays a part in it too. So once we have those, we have that list narrowed down to all the sites that are suitable, then we'll start having the discussions with the public to say, hey, here are the several suitable sites, and here's ultimately looking at everything, we think this is the one that has the least impact to the community and has the maximum impact for the authority to continue to have a new integrated solid waste management disposal facility. So those conversations will be, obviously we'll meet with the public and kind of start and have those conversations.
Very well, thank you. I'll just suggest as I end here is that we need to have that conversation sooner rather than later, because this is not going to go away, and I know that you have to close the Anguilla landfill, but there's going to be an extreme heavy lift moving to that next site. So please start sooner rather than later. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Yeah, let me add one more thing.
Thank you.
You're correct. We as I mentioned earlier, when you're looking at facilities and potentially permitting a new facility, you want to, at a minimum, have 10 years advance notice. So once we complete the southeast fill area, that's going to get us, we're going to have that 10 years, but we're doing that process now because we do know that it's not, when you look into a new facility, you also have to deal with not just the suitability that I mentioned, but obviously, meeting with the public, but then also the permitting, the construction, everything associated with the site too. So you're correct. We're kind of working. These are two projects that are kind of working simultaneously. The main thing right now is, I guess it's a 1A and a 1B. We're working on the landfill itself, the current landfill, making sure that we build the additional space. But in the background, the 1B is that we are looking at finalizing, potential locations so that then we can go and present that to the public.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Francis. Thank you very much, Director Merritt. Before we wrap up, I think we've exhausted a round of questioning today. I just wanted to ask you two quick questions, Director Merritt. One, I think you've answered this before, but one is regarding enforcement and whether or not your enforcement personnel are limited to 9 to 5. Do you have folks who are assigned to enforcement beyond the workday? Okay. And the second question was concerning cameras. And I know that your cameras are strategically positioned at the various dump sites throughout the territory for the most part.
Yes.
Now, I know there are areas on St. Thomas where people just make their own dump sites, unfortunately. So has there been any thoughts to, and I don't know if it's, something that would be a prudent thing to do, but has there been any thoughts to erecting cameras in other areas other than just the main dump sites where people who are at least a little more responsible, at least they're going to take their waste to the dump sites and they may improperly dispose of it at the dump sites, but the real violators are those folks who just dump their trash, just all over the place. And you have sections that have become an informal dump site, and really we have no way of policing that and finding out who the culprits are. So just a question I'm throwing out there to you.
Yeah, I mean, we've thought about it. We do know there are certain areas that, like you said, that become makeshift illegal bin sites. I know there's certain areas that we've talked to some of the some of the homeowners that are in that area, and so we're trying to work on something because, truly we think that the convenience centers as they come online is going to help eliminate some of that stuff, but in the meantime, we know in the interim, we still need to do some additional things to help alleviate those particular areas. So we're working on that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much, Director Merritt. Colleagues, we've exhausted our round of questioning for Director Merritt and the members of the Waste Management Authority. We have the team from the Water and Power Authority team members who are here anxiously waiting to fill up the seats in front of us. So, Mr. Merritt, we're going to ask you to just do your 1 minute or so wrap up comments, and then we'll go ahead and officially release you from this meeting.
Okay. I would just like to say thank you for allowing us to provide some testimony on, our planned, in process, and completed projects, along with the status of all our federal and locally funded, the local funding identified for all these projects. I especially appreciate you allowing us to have the opportunity to not only talk about the challenges associated with those projects, but just the challenges with the authority as a whole. I think, like I said earlier, and I said I'm biased, but I would say that, we're one of the most important agencies, as well as WAPA behind us.
The top two.
Yeah, right. I would say that we are the top two agencies in the territory, and you think about it from a solid waste and wastewater perspective, and environmental compliance, public health, human health and environmental issues. If we're not funded properly, then now you have significant, health issues and environmental issues. And I appreciate some of the thoughts about other potential funding mechanisms that you guys can potentially help us out with the authority. So, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Director Merritt. Colleagues, committee Our Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning will officially stand in recess for approximately 15 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2, the committee will receive an update from and discuss the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority's planned, in process, and completed projects, the status of all federal and local funding identified for WAPA's projects, as well as challenges the authority has encountered with respect to its role in the territory's disaster recovery efforts. Invited testifier, Mr. Andrew Smith, Executive Director of the VI Water and Power Authority. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon to you, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, Mr. Andrew Smith, to you and your executive team. I'm going to ask you to put your name on the record, and from my left to my right, I'll just have everyone introduce themselves, and that'll serve as a mic check, so we'll know that everybody's mic is up and running.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Senator or Chairman Potter. Appreciate the invitation to appear before this body here today. I'm Andrew Smith. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. As you requested, we'll go down the well here and have others introduce themselves. I would like to note, Chairman, that there are representatives in the St. Croix Legislature as well.
Good afternoon, Noel Hodge, Chief Operating Officer, Water System.
Good afternoon, Cordell Jacobs Jr., Interim Director of Transmission and Distribution.
Good afternoon. Dion Sinclair, General Counsel.
Good afternoon, Ashley Bryan, Interim Chief Operating Officer of Electric Systems.
Good afternoon, Shavante Marsh, Director of Project Management in the Electric Department.
Good afternoon, Kimberly Sladden, Manager, Design and Construction, Water Systems.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Denise Reimer, Director of Disaster Recovery and Compliance.
Thank you. I think we've covered all the employees here on the St. Thomas District. St. Croix, can we have an introduction also on your side?
Good afternoon, Suresh Sukraj, Electrical Engineer, Design and Construction.
Good afternoon, Belgrave Stedman, Electrical Engineer, Design and Construction.
Good afternoon, Don Gregoire, Interim Chief Administrative Officer for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Good afternoon, Sabrina King-Leonce, Director of Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Chanel Peterson, Director of Corporate Communications.
Good afternoon, Matthias Clark, Mechanical Engineer and Project Management.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Smith, you brought all of the heavy hitters with you today from WAPA. We appreciate that. I'm going to ask you, when you answer any question, when you're recognized to answer a question, please state your name just so that a reporter can capture that accurately when she's documenting this meeting. So, CEO Smith, can you proceed with your statements, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Andrew L. Smith, the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, or the Authority. I would like to thank the Honorable Chair, Senator Potter, as well as the other members of the Senate present for the opportunity to appear before you today. Good afternoon to you, the listening and viewing audience, and the WAPA family. In addition to the hard work the WAPA team does running the day-to-day operations of the authority, WAPA is making significant investment in the territory's electric and water system with the invaluable financial, technical, and planning support of several of our federal and local partners. I will provide an overview of the disaster recovery, infrastructure, and planning work and investment that has completed, is underway, or is in the planning stages for the territory, and then the respective members of the WAPA team responsible for the various initiatives will provide a more detailed presentation on those initiatives. We have organized the various initiatives underway at WAPA into three categories: facilities, systems, and people. However, before turning to each of the categories of initiatives I just outlined, I want to provide an overview of the engagement of our various federal partners with the territory, as well as the substantial investment being made in the territory by our federal partners. The various federal agencies supporting WAPA's territory-wide disaster recovery and infrastructure investment include the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, Department of Energy, DOE, Department of the Interior, DOI, National Renewable Energy Laboratories, or NREL, Sandia Labs, Rocky Mountain Institute, or RMI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the U.S. Treasury. In total, our federal partners have invested over $2 billion in the territory's electric and water infrastructure, and WAPA anticipates receiving over an additional $1 billion in funding for further investment, principally for prudent replacement public assistance, which will modernize the entire St. Croix water distribution system to the latest standards. As you are aware, and I will discuss further, discolored brown water is of primary concern on St. Croix. WAPA has modernized sections of its water infrastructure through the support of EPA grants, and the water service has improved in those areas. Unfortunately, modernizing one section of the water system can cause pressure issues, leaks, and water discoloration in adjacent sections of the water distribution system. Also, while new installations use PVC pipe or plastic pipe, in some instances, water must travel through old iron pipe sections of WAPA's water system, and that can cause brown water, even in newly modernized sections of the water system. WAPA undertakes a maintenance program and aggressive system flushing to try and mitigate the impact of brown water. However, the advanced age of our water infrastructure poses a significant challenge in this regard. Some of our pipes were installed in the 1940s. The St. Croix prudent replacement of the entire water distribution will help to address the discolored water and pressure issues on the St. Croix water system. I will address brown water on St. Croix in more detail later in my testimony. Facilities. WAPA has made and continues to make significant investments in facilities through grant funding support from our federal partners. Funding for composite pole installation and undergrounding of electrical transmission and distribution feeders helps harden the territory's electrical grid from damage from natural disasters. Composite pole installation is approximately 90% complete territory-wide. Cruz Bay St. John undergrounding is complete, as are the Midland, Containerport, and Golden Grove undergrounding projects for electrical transmission and distribution on St. Croix. Additional undergrounding projects are slated to start soon to address other critical feeders across the territory. Those projects are targeted to serve both the most critical infrastructure and the largest number of customers that can be addressed by a given project. Modernization of substations is also critical to hardening the electrical infrastructure. Grant funds have been appropriated to modernize the Donald C. Francois substation, which serves critical infrastructure on St. Thomas, including Schneider Regional Medical Center and Central Shalatamali, as well as Tutu, the East End, and St. John substations. Federal funding is also supporting microgrids on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, which include renewable generation, battery energy storage, or BESS, and electric distribution infrastructure such that a microgrid can function as an islanded electrical system if there are disruptions elsewhere on the system. Significant federal funds have also been invested in water infrastructure. The Clifton Hill project on St. Croix is complete, and the Campo Rico project is 66% complete. Hannah's Rest has not started construction. Materials have been ordered, but varying delays in receiving those materials have pushed the project start to January of 2024. On St. Thomas, rehabilitation projects for Mahogany Estate and Blackbeard Hill have been submitted to DPNR for review. American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding, is earmarked for Nazareth to extend water service to the community. ARPA funding is also supporting two large utility coordination projects: the 30-mile Pipeline Northside Road Rehabilitation Project and the 5-mile Anna's Retreat Phase 2 expansion project are in the planning and design phase. In all, approximately $85 million of ARPA funds have been set aside for water projects. As discussed previously, WAPA is pursuing a FEMA Prudent Replacement Public Assistance Program to support modernizing the entire St. Croix water system. The St. Croix water system and brown water have been a concern in the community for some time, but the concern has intensified over the past several weeks. Accordingly, I want to address the causes of the brown water, why instances of discolored water have increased in recent weeks, and the short-term, medium-term, and long-term efforts that WAPA is undertaking to address water quality in St. Croix. I wanted to note from a call with the EPA yesterday that the EPA talks about the color of the water in St. Croix as red, but in my remarks I will continue to use the term brown because that is the way the water is described in the community. Before I discuss water in more detail, I want to be clear that the current brown water and residual odor in the water are unacceptable to me and the authority. As I will discuss, WAPA has been taking many steps to address this issue. Recent increases in discolored water. The age of the St. Croix water system is at the core of the source of brown water on St. Croix. The parts of the system that have not been upgraded and modernized are approximately 60 years old or older and have ductile iron pipe which deteriorates over time, or effectively rusts. The bulk of the brown water is due to the deterioration of the pipes and sediment ending up in the water from the iron in the pipes. The instances of brown water have increased in recent weeks due primarily to low water inventory on St. Croix. At this point in the year, WAPA's water storage tanks would typically be close to full, but due to the drought, WAPA's water tanks are currently only about 50% full, with some tanks having fallen below 50% over the past several weeks before being recently restored back to that 50% full level. The low water inventory drives discolored water for two reasons. First, the St. Croix water system is a gravity-fed system. That means that the fuller a storage tank is, the more pressure it places on the water downstream or below it. Good water pressure results in increased flow rates throughout WAPA's system, which reduces the brown water. The current low inventory levels result in lower water pressure, resulting in lower water flow volumes, and thus increased discoloration. Second, WAPA has historically undertaken aggressive, proactive flushing programs to reduce the amount of brown water, primarily by opening fire hydrants on a rotating basis. When WAPA has ample water inventory, the flushing program does not pose any problems. But when WAPA's water inventory levels are low, as described above, aggressive flushing only further lowers water inventory levels more, makes the water pressure lower, and therefore the water discoloration problem worse. We are continuing to flush our system to the extent that we can accommodate flushing. However, current flushing programs are below historical levels. Recent rain in St. Croix is helping WAPA to rebuild water inventory because customers with cisterns have stopped using WAPA water now that rainfall has helped fill their systems. We have seen far fewer water haulers fill their trucks at our standpipe recently than we did over the recent month or two. Frederiksted has been most impacted by brown water for the longest time and is a key focus of WAPA's system flushing program. The impact on Frederiksted and the west end of St. Croix is not due to WAPA underinvesting in Frederiksted to the advantage of other parts of St. Croix. Instead, the impact on Frederiksted is due to WAPA's system design. As I mentioned, WAPA's system is a gravity-fed system, and the farther a customer is from the high pressure point in the system, which is the highest elevation of water storage, the lower the customer's water flow, and as I described, lower flushing in the system. Accordingly, the instances of brown water increase as distance from the high point in the water system increases. Finally, an odor persists in the water, and I want to address the cause of the odor. The source of the odor was due to an influx of sargassum several weeks ago. The filters in the reverse osmosis water production plant filter out large particles in the seawater that is feeding into the reverse osmosis system. However, once the sargassum starts to sink and dissolve, the resulting discoloration and associated odor in the seawater that ends up in the drinking water cannot be removed by filtration. The sargassum influx has eased, but the odor persists in the water for two reasons. First, because of the drought, customers typically on cisterns are now taking WAPA water, and that water has residual odor from the sargassum because that water has been sitting in those customers' pipes and has not been circulating. Second, The low system flow described above as it relates to brown water causes the same residual effect of the odor from sargassum. Turning to increase in the water Liac. There have been calls for WAPA to not increase its water Liac due to the brown water. WAPA does not make a profit on the rate it charges its customers. WAPA is 100% a financial pass-through business. The rates that WAPA charges its customers are set by the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission, or PSC, to only recover WAPA's cost and not a penny more. As has been well documented, WAPA historically has charged its customers less than what it cost WAPA to operate. In addition to inefficiencies at WAPA, which the current leadership team is addressing, this chronic under-recovery has crippled WAPA financially. The increase in the water Liac is only to recover costs that WAPA is paying. WAPA has a contract with 7 Seas Water, the company that makes drinking water for WAPA, and that contract includes a U.S. Bureau of Labor Consumer Price Index, or CPI clause, that the contract rate increases with increases in the CPI. As we all know, the price of goods and services has been rising and the CPI has increased. The contractual rate WAPA pays 7 Seas increased due to the increase in CPI, and therefore WAPA requested an increase in its water Liac rate from the PSC to recover the increased cost. The PSC and its staff reviewed the request and approved WAPA's current water Liac rate. It is important to note that while we are discussing 7 Seas Water, 7 Seas Water is not the source of the brown water some customers are experiencing in St. Croix. Water at the source of 7 Seas production is clear. As discussed earlier, it is WAPA's aged infrastructure that causes the discoloration. Prior to the current increase in the water Liac rate, WAPA had not requested an increase in its water Liac rate for over 2 years, and WAPA under-recovered revenue it collected from its customers by approximately $3 million more than its operating expense per year, which represents approximately 30% annually of WAPA's controllable expense. That under-recovery only means that WAPA has less money to invest in other parts of its water operation. What is WAPA doing to address the issue in the short, medium, and long term? In the short term, WAPA continues to flush its system and will increase the rate of system flushing as water inventory levels improve. WAPA has also increased the amount of water treatment chemicals it is applying to the water. WAPA tests its water quality daily, multiple times per day at multiple locations, and WAPA's water continues to meet U.S. Environmental Protection Agency primary standards, which are the standards WAPA is required to meet. We are expanding that testing. We have implemented that to test to EPA secondary standards. While that standard compliance is not mandated, we are working with the EPA to ensure that that testing is best targeted and evaluated. This will provide an extra layer of water quality testing. WAPA is also evaluating programs in partnership with both the local and federal EPA as well as DPNR to provide filters or other mitigation measures to customers who are impacted by brown water, as well as address our best regime of water treatment chemicals. In the medium term, WAPA has undertaken infrastructure investment programs with the support of EPA funding, such as the Clifton Hill project described previously. WAPA will continue to pursue and execute these targeted infrastructure investment projects. In the long term, WAPA is pursuing prudent replacement public assistance from FEMA that will fund replacing the entire water infrastructure on St. Croix and modernize it to best-in-class standards. WAPA is also pursuing prudent replacement for St. Thomas, but we focused on St. Croix first because of the condition of the St. Croix water system. Turning back to electrical infrastructure, federal funding is supporting the installation of new generation at the Randolph-Harley Power Plant on St. Thomas. 4 new efficient Wärtsilä generators are currently undergoing startup and performance checks to ensure that the generators are operating to their specifications and contractually obligated performance. Some of the startup and testing activity has required planned power outages. All 4 of the generators have been tested to 100% of their rated load and synchronized to WAPA's electrical grid. The generators are in the final steps of their commissioning checks and are expected to be in full service later this month. The new generators will materially lower WAPA's fuel costs because they operate on propane, which is significantly cheaper than diesel, and the generators are approximately 30% more efficient than WAPA's old generation. The project also includes a battery energy storage system which will improve reliability of power generation for the community. The BESS, or battery energy storage system, is being commissioned in tandem with the generators. However, delayed delivery of some interconnection equipment has pushed the in-service date of the BESS back 1 month to late October. Finally, WAPA has received grant funding to purchase hybrid bucket trucks and electric fleet vehicles. WAPA purchased 2 bucket trucks with grant funding received last year and is currently purchasing 3 additional new trucks with recently received grant funding. Turning to systems, the automated metering infrastructure, or AMI, is WAPA's lifeline to its customers. AMI investment could be considered in the facilities category because it includes electric meters, communications hardware, etc. But AMI is much more than just hardware. AMI not only facilitates automated meter reading, but it also provides remote connection and disconnection capabilities, along with detailed monitoring of customer electricity usage and a host of other Internet of Things capabilities to improve the customer experience. Funding is available under an existing FEMA grant to support addressing AMI, but WAPA has applied for a FEMA Prudent Replacement Assistance Program, which would support the investment needed to bring the AMI system to best-in-class standards. In addition to automated metering infrastructure, WAPA has secured grants and/or is receiving the support of its federal partners for cybersecurity investment, substation maintenance equipment, grid studies, electrical interconnection studies, and comprehensive system mapping. Members of the public may see employees from the contractor conducting the grant-funded system mapping on behalf of WAPA accessing WAPA poles and equipment to perform the mapping. WAPA is working with its contract to ensure that the contractor's employees are clearly identifiable. Detailed system mapping will enhance WAPA's efficiency in troubleshooting outage calls as well as maintaining its system. This project is necessitated in part following the restoration efforts after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, when WAPA's focus was on restoring customer service as quickly as possible. So equipment that was installed and the specific location of that equipment was not tracked closely to fully document what equipment is installed and where. Turning to people. When thinking about federal grant funding, most people probably think almost entirely in the terms of investment in physical assets and infrastructure. However, WAPA has secured multiple grants to invest in its employees. 30 linemen graduated from a federally funded multi-year training program and are now United States Department of Labor certified apprentice linemen. WAPA has an additional grant funding to continue the training program, and the next phase of the training program in partnership with the Northwest Lineman College will be starting soon. WAPA received a $150,000 grant from the Department of Interior to conduct water system operator training for 30 members of the water team. We have also secured grant funding for various members of our information technology team to secure advanced certification credentials. This concludes my testimony. Again, I thank the Senate and the public for the opportunity to discuss the progress of the Water and Power Authority. I would also like to thank the hardworking WAPA family. WAPA is an around-the-clock operation regardless of weather, daylight, or nighttime. The commitment of the WAPA team never ceases to amaze me. Following more detailed presentations on the various investments underway at WAPA, I and other members of the authority's team will be available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your very comprehensive testimony. And just for the record, I wanted to just express kudos to you. I think this is one of the rare instances where we've actually received your testimony a good week before the date of presentation. That is very much appreciated. I wanted to ask you just right away, as we embark on the peak of our hurricane season, most of the major hurricane disasters that have taken place in the territory have taken place this month. As a matter of fact, I think to the day, maybe 6 years ago, Hurricane Irma hit us. Can you share with us where WAPA is regarding to just the whole hurricane preparedness? Just give us some feedback on that.
No, absolutely, and thank you for the question. So, storm preparedness for WAPA is a year-round event. We don't just start, in April, May as we head into storm season. Where we stand now is that our fuel inventories are in good shape. We have the storm that's, fortunately looks like it's going to be north of us. We have 2 weeks of fuel inventory on both islands. This time last year, we probably all remember Tropical Storm Fiona. We had 4 days of inventory. One of the things that we've been diligently working on over the last year is just better management of our inventory and better planning. Our men and women stand ready. In fact, with this most recent storm, we kicked off on Monday morning our incident command process of being prepared. That's positioning trucks, vehicles, Jeeps, making sure everything has fuel, and just all of the logistics we need for that. The area where I have the most concern in terms of storm preparation is two things. One is arguably in our control to a certain extent, the other less so. Let me talk about the second one first, and that's the availability of transformers, wire, and associated equipment. We have orders in place that have been paid for with those vendors, and this is not just storm season, this is all the time, but it impacts our storm preparedness. And so we have those materials on order, but we only get them when they get them, right? They only make them so fast, they only ship them so fast. And so we are not as flush with that kind of equipment as we would like to be. The one thing, to try to ease some concern around that is in the event of us being impacted by a storm, we're members of what are called mutual aid organizations. So, for example, the American Public Power Association, Liac, which is a group of Caribbean utilities, that mutual aid effort mobilizes equipment, supplies, employees, everything that's needed for storm restoration to an impacted area. In fact, we participate in that as well. I mean, we didn't mobilize, but we had a crew prepared to go to Florida with the recent hurricane. We had a crew prepared to go to Florida for Ian last year to help, we're going to need that support at some point, so we're going to give that support, right? And so one of the things that would come with that mutual aid is, I mentioned, would be transformers, wires, equipment, and all of that. So, we're not sitting here just completely helpless if we have that dynamic. The other piece that we are not able to do as aggressively as we would like to is vegetation management, tree trimming, removing, vines and that sort of thing. Several of the third-party tree trimmers left the territory over the last several years. The WAPA crews, we don't have dedicated tree trimming crews. To the extent that we have, downtime on our line crews, we trim vegetation, right? We manage that as best we can. That's something we've been talking a lot about internally. We need a better program for that. And so that's something we're looking to put in place. But those really are the two areas I have the most concern.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Smith. I'm going to start off with a 6-minute round, and we're going to start with
we actually had sorry, Senator Potter, we had presentations from our individual engineers, if you'd like to see those. Okay,
yes,
great.
Yes, go forward with that first.
So we're going to Cordell first. Let me give you this. Thank you for that, Senator. And if we can get the slides up, looks like we have them. Great, there we go. I want you to hear from the people who do the real work.
We appreciate that.
Oh, back there. You got to point at the control booth back there.
Where's the point?
Yeah. Oh. There you go. There you go.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Cordell Jacobs Jr. I'm the interim.
Speak into the mic, Mr. Jacobs. You can adjust it. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Cordell Jacobs Jr. I'm the interim director of transmission and distribution here at the authority. Today, I'm going to be speaking to you about some exciting initiatives that we have going on. Through these projects, we intend to increase reliability, efficiency, and resiliency, and it'll also result in the modernization of our infrastructure. First, I'll tell you about the hazard mitigation projects. In these projects, we intend to reduce our exposure to windstorm events. These projects, there are two categories. We have underground projects, and we have our composite pole projects. It is our design philosophy to concentrate our underground projects along our main feeder backbones, as well as we're addressing critical facilities and our population centers. And in our composite pool project would be in all of the remaining areas. On the generation side, we're in the process of hybridizing our generation mix to include smaller, more efficient units, as well as battery storage and renewable resources. The projects we have planned will be all throughout the territory. We have underground planned in St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. We have composite pool project in St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, and Water Island. We also have new generation planned on all islands. Battery projects, renewables. We're going to be also replacing our AMI system territory-wide. Okay, in our hazard mitigation initiative, it began after the storms of 2017. Those were the main motivation behind the hazard mitigation efforts. It is our goal with this initiative to reduce the impact of future windstorm events and also to drastically reduce the restoration time if we were to be hit with another storm. Okay, so our composite pole project is one of the hazard mitigation projects. In this project, we're replacing 8,600 wood poles territory-wide with composite poles. So far, we have installed roughly 7,600 of the 8,600 poles. These poles, the composite poles, are made out of a fiberglass polymer, and the poles are rated to withstand 180-mile-an-hour winds. Also, from the vendors of these poles, the manufacturer, of these poles, they offer us a 41-year warranty against windstorm damage. I'd also like to note that each pole goes through a wind loading analysis where we're able to verify the wind speed rating. For this reason, and also the components and wires that we attach to the poles have been upgraded according to our new construction standards that we've been implemented since the storms. And for this reason, each wood pole that gets replaced by a composite pole makes our system that much more reliable and that much more resilient. Okay, so our next projects I'll be speaking of are our substation projects. The substation could be seen as the core of the T&D system because all power that is produced in the authority has to flow through a substation and route to the customers. All of our feeders originate at substations. So applying our mitigation efforts here really would have a positive impact on our reliability and resiliency. We have 3 projects, the East End project, the Donald Francois project, and the Tutu project. These projects are in different stages of construction and design. In these projects, we're ensuring that our substations are in buildings that are rated for the wind speeds, and also we're replacing all of our switchgear to a new gas-insulated switchgear. This switchgear requires very little maintenance, and it's also safer for our linemen, engineers, and technical staff to operate. Okay, next I'll tell you a little bit about our underground projects. The underground projects, they really add to our reliability, and they will drastically reduce our restoration times post-storms. As you could imagine, a lot of the issues that you'd have on the overhead, such as tree contact or wind and rain or just weather degradation, we will not be experiencing on our underground system. So far, we've completed some projects. We've completed the first phase of the Cruz Bay Underground project in St. John, and in St. Croix, we've completed the Golden Grove project, the Container Port project, and the Midland Underground project. I'd also like to note that we have several other projects that are fully designed, and those projects are in different stages of procurement and approvals. Those underground projects will be in areas in St. Thomas, such as Subbase, Charlotte Amalie, Nada, and Nazareth. And in St. John, the remainder of Cruz Bay. In St. Croix, Hannah's Rest, the Queen Mary Highway, and Christiansted. So with all these projects I mentioned, they'll be leading the authority into more resilience, more efficiency, and more reliability. I'm going to pass it on to Shavante Marsh to speak on the New Generation project. She's our Director of Project Management.
Good afternoon again, Senators. Shavante Marsh, Director of Project Management in the Electrical Division. And today I'll be discussing the authority's new generation and microgrid projects across the territory. These initiatives are funded through either HUD CDBG DR or FEMA funds, and our focus is on enhancing reliability, efficiency, and sustainability. Specifically, we aim to reduce power outages, lower electrical bills for our residents, and adopt cleaner, more modern systems for the long-term benefit of our environment and our community. Next up, we're going to have a short video that will give a brief overview of the Wadzilla New Generation project in the St. Thomas District. In the new Wadzillas, we have several portions of the project, which include electrical interconnection as well as a battery energy storage system. So within the electrical interconnection, we actually added a new power transformer. So in the event of any failure to our grid, we're able to actually operate the engines based on our existing transformers. So any failures, your system will still work and you have no impact to the customers. And then if we have any failures to our actual engines that we're installing, the battery energy storage system will allow us to keep load and keep the power on for our customers without impacting them directly while we try to mitigate the issues. As mentioned in the video, the Harley New Generation project funded by HUD CDBG DR funds include 36 megawatts of dual-fuel, highly efficient and reliable generators, along with a battery energy storage system that has a 9-megawatt capacity and 18 megawatt hours of stored energy. As Mr. Smith mentioned, the engines and batteries are in place, and we have already begun testing and loading the engines to 100% capacity. Testing is needed to ensure the safe energization and operations. Let's talk about how this actually benefits the community. The Wadzilla dual-fuel generators have a quick startup feature, which means in the event of outages or system failures, these engines can be up and running in just a few minutes, ensuring a rapid restoration of electricity. The generators also run on two types of fuel, liquefied petroleum gas or light fuel oil, also called diesel. So if we face an emergency such as a storm, routine maintenance, or when one fuel is not available for any reason, we can simply just switch to others by having a seamless transfer. This will lower outages caused by loss of LPG, and this feature not only keeps the light on, but it also allows WAPA to keep costs down through fuel flexibility and efficiency. Let's not forget about our new battery energy storage system. This is a game changer for peak hours when everyone is using electricity and the demand is high. Instead of firing up another generator, we're going to simply just tap into the stored energy from the battery. Again, this not only saves money, but it also minimizes outages by providing backup power in event of any generator failures. If we do have any hiccups like sudden drop of voltage or frequency, the battery system would help stabilize the grid, which will keep the system running smoothly. The project will provide quick restoration during outages, flexibility in fuel choices, cost savings, and a more stable and reliable power supply. But the advantages of the Wadzilla project does not only benefit the St. Thomas district, it'll also benefit St. Croix due to cost savings through the efficiencies of the generators. This will take us into the next slide. So the St. Croix generation project includes 1 to 2 megawatt dual fuel gas turbines, and similar to the benefits mentioned earlier, the new generation in St. Croix will provide cost savings to the authority and the customers through the efficiency of the generator and the dual fuel capabilities. In summary, the new gas turbines in St. Croix will offer a combination of reliability, cost effectiveness, and environmental advantages that will benefit residents and will reduce the amount of power outages on the island of St. Croix. This project is currently in the funding application phases. Upon completion of the new generation project, WAPA aims to integrate 57 megawatts of new generation on St. Thomas and approximately 40 megawatts on St. Croix. This will not only meet our customers' base demand, but it will also enhance the reliability of our power supply. The goal is to minimize outages and customer interruptions. By integrating new systems that can respond rapidly and manage peak demand, we will significantly transform how the authority operates. So the next slide will discuss microgrids. So microgrids are basically an innovative approach to energy generation that promises not only to enhance grid reliability, but it'll also help the authority to drive sustainable growth for the future of the authority. These projects will incorporate emergency generation, renewable energy sources, and battery storage as an extension to the new generation projects discussed prior. Microgrids, as mentioned earlier, are basically a localized energy system that can operate independently or in conjunction with our main grid. The next slide will show you a brief video from one of our engineers that will discuss what a microgrid system is and how it will benefit the authority and its customers.
I'm here to speak to you today a little bit about the authority's undertaking in a few microgrid projects here in the territory. Now, what is a microgrid, some of you may be asking? A microgrid is the combination of both alternative energy resources mixed with energy storage system solutions. And what this does is, once you combine the two, we're able to supply power and additional reliability to small pockets of customers. Now, we entail to do 3 microgrid projects here within the territory, one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas, and one on St. John.
As Mr. McGregor mentioned, we're currently working on 3 key FEMA-funded microgrid projects that include solar installation and battery energy storage systems on St. Thomas and St. Croix. And on the island of St. John, we're going to add emergency generation, solar, and battery systems. At this moment, we're actually currently in one of the most critical stages of the grid studies, of the projects, and that's the grid studies. The grid studies are actually vital for the successful implementation of all of the renewable energy projects, as it ensures a seamless integration with our existing electrical grid. The interconnection study will provide a comprehensive understanding of the various impacts and requirements of the new interconnection, and it will allow the authority to make informed decisions, ensuring a reliable and efficient power system, which will allow us to assess how the new power sources, like the solar farms, as well as our wind turbines, will work with what we already have in place. In simpler terms, the grid study is basically like a fit test before adding a new piece to a puzzle. It ensures that the new puzzle piece will fit seamlessly without disrupting the current system, and it will guarantee that everyone continues to have reliable and safe electricity. Once these grid studies are completed, the authority will be able to continue with the design and construction of the 3 microgrid projects. These microgrid projects, as mentioned before, will provide clean and reliable energy by reducing our carbon footprint, reducing fuel costs, and providing grid stability and reliability with the battery energy storage systems, and that would also decrease outages and mitigate system fluctuations. Next, I will turn over the presentation to Ms. Kimberly Slaughton, the Manager of Design and Construction in the Water Department.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Slaughton, the Manager of Design and Construction for Water. So we've got a lot going on with water, right? A lot of construction and design projects. this first slide that I'm going to share is actually an example of a clip that we put on social media to reach out to our residents. Here today to talk about the exciting new project, Campo Rico Water Line Rehabilitation. So this project is over in St. Croix. It's located south of Frederickstead. The project extents go as far north as Centerline Road, as far west as Hannah's Rest Road, as far south as Melvin Evans Highway, and as far east as Paradise Ave. That's in the southeastern corner of the project. So for everyone in the area and for all residents of the Virgin Islands, so you're aware, WAPA is rehabbing lines because our infrastructure is old and having issues with our ductile iron pipes. So this project is to replace those ductile iron pipes with C900 PVC piping. This project entails 10-inch pipe down Hannah's Rest Road and 6-inch pipe along the neighborhood streets. So we went on further to explain that construction will create impacts to our residents. It will require road detours and closures, excavation in the area, and service outages, right? These planned service outages are a sign of progress. It's required to connect our new systems to the existing lines, right? You have to depressurize the water so our crews and the contractors can connect in that new line. So as note on this information, this slide, Campo Rico is our active construction project. That's in the south of Frederickstead, as I explained. This is about 66% complete, and we will improve operations and water service to about 300 customers with that project. Another successfully completed project, as mentioned previously, was Clifton Hill. So that's central St. Croix. And that served a lot of customers, and we successfully had paving. We coordinated with DPW, so there's a lot of coordination going on, and there's additional new projects that we're in the planning and design phases, coordinating with Department of Public Works, our fellow colleagues at Waste Management Authority, as well as communications and our power counterparts within WAPA. As mentioned, prudent replacement does allow us to look at the entire system of St. Croix. The water system comprises of tanks. It comprises of pumps, water lines, valves, meters where our customers receive the water. So this prudent replacement, actually, we just installed some monitoring equipment. So we've got up-to-date, great tank level sensors, flow meters that we can really understand what's going on in the system. We didn't have these before, so we were relying on field measurements so we can actively monitor and understand how the system is operating as compared to how it should be. As mentioned, this is the entire system that we're applying to get funding to rehab the existing lines, as well as add in some redundant lines, which means you have opportunities for the water to flow in different directions, in multiple routes to get to that same direction. So redundancy is a great thing. Another very important part of our system, as I mentioned, are tanks. In St. Thomas, we have a growing water demand with droughts, as well as when we look at expansion projects. We are looking at adding another tank to our St. Thomas district because our St. Thomas production supplies water over to St. John through a submarine line. It goes from Red Hook ferry dock area all the way to Cruz Bay on the seabed floor. And I would like to explain our production is like the heart of the system, and it has to go all the way through these lines, right, to get to our final faucet where our customers turn on their water service. So there's a lot of impact to our water traveling through these older systems, but our tanks are really vital to our system. We've got some longstanding projects that we're working with HFA with HUD funds for Community Development Block Grant, disaster recovery funds. Those are called Tank 3 and 4 and Dunno Tank Stabilization. These tanks are high up. As we mentioned, our system is gravity fed, and these tanks are on slopes that are eroding. There are rocks coming towards the tank when we have storms. So this is a great risk for hazard to our tanks. So we're working on starting that design process to stabilize those areas. And a look forward, we've got a lot of projects in the pipeline, and most of these projects listed, Mahogany Estate, Blackbeard Hill, Nazareth Estate Ross, these are all in St. Thomas. Anna's Retreat is an expansion in St. Thomas. Veterans Drive is a rehab. That's the line that's to the north of our main road. It's not the big line, the 24-inch in the apron. It's the 10-inch that we would upgrade to a 12-inch, a redundant line if we need. And then Smith Bay is an expansion. Lastly, this North Side Road project is a 30-mile project in St. Croix. We're really pushing for this utility coordination to make sure all those underground utilities fit in the subsurface of that road, right? It's vital, and keep in mind, we have to keep our service active while we install these new lines. So that's going to be a great, exciting project. So thank you very much. I will be turning the mic over to our interim Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Ashley Bryan, for power.
Good afternoon. Ashley Bryan, Interim Chief Operating Officer for Electric for the Authority. Among the many grid hardening, mitigation, and prudent replacement projects mentioned by our team here today that are focused on making our water and electric systems more resilient, the Authority is also focused on the systems that are needed to connect the infrastructure and the people. There are three key areas that the Authority is focused on with the help of federal grants that will improve the systems that drive our operations. The automated metering infrastructure, or AMI, was installed prior to the storms of 2017 to automate the manual billing system. Historically, customer consumption data was collected manually in the field via meter readers to facilitate billing. Prior to the storms of 2017, the AMI system was approximately 95% complete. However, the system sustained damage after the storms, and because of that, a FEMA project worksheet was submitted under the Hazard Mitigation Program to return the system to pre-storm conditions, as well as provide for some mitigation measures that would prevent future damage. Since 2017, the Authority has been steadfast in its efforts to return the system to pre-storm conditions. However, the system continues to decline. Through funding for the FEMA grant program, we have performed a study on the AMI system, and the results of that study yielded a recommendation for a full replacement of the AMI system. We're currently working on an application for prudent replacement to submit to FEMA, as well as a parallel path for an RFP for contractors to provide services for this replacement. This project will greatly improve our billing practices, reduce expenses, as well as improve operational efficiency. The next system the Authority is focused on is our fleet. We own and operate a large fossil fuel fleet that is comprised of heavy-duty vehicles such as bucket trucks, digger derricks, excavators, that are used by our operational staff to provide services and maintain our infrastructure, both on the water and the electric side. We also have a large fleet of light-duty vehicles that our teams use to provide critical services to customers. Through a Department of Interior grant that is focused on reducing dependency on fossil fuels, the Authority has successfully integrated 1 hybrid bucket truck and 8 electric vehicles into the fleet. The difference with a hybrid bucket truck is that it uses a battery for the PTO system, which operates the bucket when it's in the air. A conventional bucket truck has to run the motor in order to power the PTO, and it's often very loud when the lineman is working in the air. It's hard to communicate. The ePTO, which is the battery, quiets the work area, allows for better communication between the supervisor and the lineman that's in the air, and it also does not use the engine to burn fuel while the lineman is working, which is primarily where the most fuel burn is used. We also have another $2 million Department of Interior grant that we have received, and this will allow us to continue the conversion of our fleet from conventional fossil fuels to either hybrid or electric vehicles. The authority also maintains an active GIS model. It represents an as-built representation of our T&D infrastructure and some of our water infrastructure. This model is used by our operations team to provide services to customers, perform analysis on our electric systems so our engineers can do load flow, they can do switching scenarios when we have switching occurring in the field, can size conductors and transformers in the system, and it allows for our personnel to also maintain the assets in the field. After the storms of 2017, over 1,000 linemen and recovery personnel were actively working to rebuild the T&D system to provide services to customers, and they use this GIS model. Several other local and federal entities were trying to use this model as well because WAPA has the most accurate customer-based model. We map all the way down to the customer's meter. So even for Blue Roof programs, they were trying to utilize our system because it can geolocate where all of the homes are to aid in the restoration efforts. As Mr. Smith mentioned, when we were actively restoring the system after the storms, there were so much activities going on in the system. Things were not replaced as they were modeled. There were not sufficient materials, and we were actively focused on getting the customers back online. So through federal grants, through FEMA, we will be performing a GIS remapping. Over the next coming years, you will see some of our contractors that'll come around to your homes. They'll be out on the field, and they will geolocate all the existing assets in the field, as well as help us to convert all of the mitigation projects as the system changes to map it in our system. While these systems are not the only systems that WAPA relies on to do business and provide critical services to our customers, these are the systems that we're focusing on to rapidly improve services and reduce costs. Our presentation today highlighted the importance on investing in facilities and systems. However, the most important investment the authority can make is in its people. Territory-wide, the authority employs over 500 employees, most of which are in our operational departments performing hazardous work. The work that is required of our employees is highly specialized and requires specific training to ensure safety and compliance. Through grants made available by the Department of Interior, the authority has successfully implemented training programs for our technical staff and operational staff. The first is a power lineman training and development program that Mr. Smith mentioned. This focuses on equipping our line personnel with the skills necessary to install and maintain the electrical system. Through this program, we partnered with Contractor Electric Cities of Georgia, and the majority of it was grant funded through the Department of Interior. We certified 30 of our linemen through the U.S. Department of Labor as certified apprentice linemen. Another program that we're actively working on developing with partner Northwest Lineman College is a technical training and development program. This is focused on our technical staff as well as our operational staff in the T&D department. So we'll look at our system operators that work in the dispatch, our engineers, our substation personnel, as well as our linemen. And we will transition our conventional training. Our systems are actively changing right now. We're installing composite poles. We're converting our overhead infrastructure to underground. We're converting our traditional air-insulated switch gears to gas-insulated switch gears. So as our facilities continue to change, we have to change our training programs as well to meet that. The installations of composite poles, as I mentioned, is something that's new to the authority. The concept of installing a composite pole is not significantly different than a wood pole, but there are some differences. So what we have worked on with our partner, the Hallon Group, who has been in the territory for many years installing the composite poles throughout the territory, is a hands-on field training that they have worked together with us to put together. This training will allow for our linemen to go out in the field with the Hallon linemen, and they will actively build and construct the composite poles. Once these projects are completed through FEMA, it will be on our staff to continue installing and maintaining these systems. So we want to make sure that the training is there to equip our personnel to maintain these systems for years to come. Another Department of Interior grant that we have received, as Mr. Smith mentioned, was our water operator training program. And this program provided us approximately $150,000 to train the water department personnel. It focuses on the responsibilities and skills needed for maintaining water quality, field safety for our operators, industry best practices for our labs, and our quality assurance personnel. This program aims to train 30 employees in the water department territory-wide. It is our hope with these projects that we have spoken about today in the investment in facilities, systems, and people that will transition the authority in the coming years to a more efficient, reliable, and dependable utility. I would like to thank this body and our team here today, as well as all of the hardworking men and women of the authority. These guys you see sitting next to us today are who actually do the work, and they're the superstars of the authority. So we made sure to bring them here to speak to you today. And they work tirelessly along with all the other employees of WAPA to provide services to our community. I'll now turn it back over to our Executive Director for closing remarks.
Thank you. And Senator Potter, Chairman Potter, appreciate the time. Again, hopefully it was informative to hear from the men and women, as we said, do the real work. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Clearly, there's a lot going on at the Water and Power Authority, without question. And I appreciate the fact that you have some of the young professionals who do a lot of the heavy lifting at the Water and Power Authority. I wanted to ask really concerning the undergrounding and the composite pole project, and my impression is that 50% of the territory may have access to the composite poles and 50% no undergrounding. I wanted to ask specifically, you mentioned that there were some areas where, I believe Mr. Jacobs mentioned, the specific areas where the undergrounding will continue. And my reason for asking you this question is that I live in the Tutu Valley, Smith Bay area. I'm not seeing any composite poles being erected. And Mr. Jacobs didn't say that Tutu was an area where the undergrounding would be taking place. It didn't seem as though that's one of the areas. So, I was left with the assumption that perhaps composite poles are going to be erected. I know that's a densely populated area, and I think the last time I spoke with you, Ms. Bryan, the thinking was that in these densely populated areas, the undergrounding may be a better fit, but I'm going to let you speak. Let you respond.
Thank you, Senator. Ashley Bryan, Interim Chief Operating Officer of Electric. You're absolutely correct. Like Mr. Jacobs mentioned, there was an analysis that was done to decide whether or not you're going to get underground or composite poles. The underground was looking at critical infrastructure, so your business districts, those areas that allow for the continuity of operations, especially post-disaster, your ports, communications, emergency services, as well as densely populated areas, like the Tutu Valley area that you mentioned, Estate Thomas, in Hannah's Rest in St. Croix, those areas that take the longest after a storm to recover because there are so many customers in those areas. So the analysis looked at not only the population density and the location of critical infrastructure, but also the terrain. So there are areas we know that are in the territory that the terrain is going to be restrictive for underground infrastructure. Jacob's Ladder in St. John, for instance, vehicles have a hard time going up that hill, much less installing a concrete encased duct bank. And there are limitations in terms of how much an underground conductor can bend. So we did that analysis, It would be our endeavor to try to underground approximately 50% of our customer base, but that is all reliant on the availability of funding. Materials are going up, project costs are escalating, and we do have a benefit cost analysis that is performed by FEMA that will look at the damage that was sustained by the storms, and then the mitigation projects and the benefits that are accumulated by doing these mitigation projects. And that gives you a dollar figure in terms of how much eligibility for funding you are eligible to receive. Each one of the projects that are active, every time you have a change order, it deducts down from that benefit cost analysis. Right now with the composite poles, there's approximately 22% of the existing poles that have been replaced with composite poles. And you're absolutely right, the project is 90% completed. If you have not seen activity in your area, the likelihood is it's not going to happen in your area, and we're trying to focus on underground infrastructure in that area.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I also wanted to get a little feedback on the microgrids. I'm not a technical person like that. I wanted to get a better understanding as to how it would work. I mean, when, for example, I don't know if there's a power outage. I mean, how would the microgrid help me, help a community where there's a power outage?
So if you look at an islanded power grid, it's essentially a microgrid. There's no utility to connect to, like the continental United States, where they have a grid, they can call up another generator or another power plant if they have deficiencies. We are microgrids. We are islanded power systems, but the concept of a microgrid uses a renewable energy source like solar or wind, and it couples that to a battery energy storage system as well as smart controllers to allow for an islanded system. So when the power plant isn't available, you can deploy your batteries and your renewable energy system, and you can power an area for a short period of time. So for instance, in St. John, we have emergency generators that will be installed. You have renewable energy and batteries. We have 2 submarine cables on the transmission side and 1 on the distribution side that connect St. Thomas to St. John. After the storms, they didn't have electricity for 51 days because of the damage to the overhead infrastructure. So with a microgrid, after a storm or if the power plant is not available, they will be able to be self-sustaining for a short period of time. So they have their own reliable generation. Similarly, in St. Croix, in the western area, where you have your airport and industrial park, your universities, we intend to put a microgrid there, and these are all FEMA-funded projects.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that education. So it's sort of like an interim power source until the major power provider is up and running. This will serve sort of as an interim power source.
But also when the grid is active, your renewable energy resources will be actively providing energy to your system. So that'll reduce your conventional generation. Gotcha. You can use your batteries to supplement when you have grid fluctuations. You can deploy them as well as support.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much for that. Senator Capehart, we're going to go to you for a 6-minute round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, the WAPA team. Mr. Smith, I just have to say the young people that you have on your team today that presented to us, it makes me feel so good that you're giving young people the opportunity to come in with new ideas, a good vibe. So I'm glad to see Ms. Marsh, and I don't know if that's Ms. Slowden, but I've just been excited with even the WAPA board. I don't know if you guys saw that last rules meeting where someone is going to be joining on the WAPA team who is a young person with new ideas. So I'm just excited to see when young people are employed and making things happen. As we are talking about hurricane preparation today, one thing I think, Mr. Smith, you touched on it, which was the utility line clearance division. That's what I would call it. I don't know what it is, but I think an arborist is very important for WAPA. And I think that as we are preparing for hurricane season, I've seen where individuals go and clear trees before and even after. So why aren't we even taking this more serious as preparation to start clearing these lines? Because I know this vegetation that may potentially cause outages. How have you hired any contractors to go and even do this? And are you thinking about even creating a whole division in WAPA to make sure that you don't have any problems?
So a couple of things, Senator. Thank you for recognizing our young employees. They truly are, really the engine that makes WAPA work. In terms of tree trimming, vegetation management, to your comment, line clearance, it is something we focus a lot on. To talk about kind of where we are in that, we don't do enough of it now. I made that comment earlier. But what we have done is we do it opportunistically as we can. One of the things we're balancing, and we're on the cusp of having a lot more flexibility with this, is if we went back a year ago, WAPA was in the financial situation where it could not afford to do any of that. Part of the recognition of that is that we have an application in for a $5 million grant that would pay for exactly what you're asking about, which is ongoing maintenance of vegetation and tree trimming. Our fingers crossed, optimistic that we're successful in securing that grant. At the same time, we've been talking about internally what is the right strategy for us to go out and manage vegetation. To your point, having an arborist, right? Mahogany trees. We can't just send somebody out with a chainsaw and just start randomly cutting stuff down, right? It doesn't work that way. So we've talked about having an arborist with skills on the staff. Do we create a group internally that does vegetation management? Do we try to hire a contractor? So we're starting to look at that strategically. So hopefully we secure the grant, but then we need a plan after that.
Okay, that's good to hear. So what would you say lessons that WAPA have learned from past hurricane storms that would make your preparation easier for any potential natural disasters that we may be facing?
I'll speak to one example, and I'll ask members of the team who've lived through that more than I have in the territory to speak to that. One key example would be a comment I made earlier today, where last year our inventory management for fuel was not where it needed to be. When we had Tropical Storm Fiona, we had 4 days of fuel inventory on island. We've implemented the ability to truck fuel to St. Croix, so that gives us flexibility there. But we've really improved our inventory planning and management, where we sit here today with 2 weeks of fuel on both islands in storm season. In fact, I got an email earlier during the presentation. We had a vessel with a lot of propane on it show up yesterday. We went to Port Whiskey. We couldn't bring her on the port, but it looks like we are going to be able to berth the vessel today for at least a day or two to get some more fuel. So that'll be more fuel on top of the 2 weeks that we already have in territory. So that's one example where we've materially changed the way that we think about storm prep. I'll ask others on the table here to speak in addition, though. Ashley, you want to?
How many composite poles do you have on hand? You've already installed 7,600, right?
Cordell, do you have our inventory? Okay, go ahead.
Currently on hand, we have between 30 and 80 poles on hand. The poles are manufactured by the manufacturers, and as they make them, they ship them. We constantly have pole orders coming in. Mm-hmm. There's some in process now that are in Miami, that are en route to the Virgin Islands. That's should be here in the next 2 weeks.
And those are bought and paid for? We're just waiting for them to arrive.
Okay, so do you have any public service announcements for hurricane season, informing the public about down power lines or any other hazards that they may have to be concerned about?
We do, and our Director of Communications is in St. Croix. We're on social media. We're active with radio PSAs. For example, one of the things that's a very significant safety hazard following a storm is not only downed power lines, but if a resident connects a generator incorrectly, that can backfeed into the system and create a very hazardous condition, not only for the resident, but for our line workers and other workers. So we do actively undertake a communication program for storm safety.
When you say active communication program, are you advertising on the radio, on the TV? Because I think it should be like every day, every minute that the individuals are hearing this, because it's very important. You may have individuals who have never experienced a hurricane that just recently moved to the island. So I think it's very important that during this hurricane season that it's on the radios, TV, every minute. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. You don't have to take the full 6 minutes.
No, I doubt that. I don't know. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Senator from Frederiksted, for letting me go ahead of you. Good afternoon, testifiers.
Good afternoon.
And to everyone who's listening and everyone in the room. With regard to the, I read your testimony while you were reading it, and regarding the water. Nowhere did I see where you talked about any relief in terms of money for the people who suffered, I would say, suffered damages as a result of the brown water. So were they still paying? I'm not someone who uses, I used to a long time ago, but not now. I have a cistern. But if I were on that system, would I still be billed? And would I get any credit, relief? What do I get?
So if there's water flowing through the meter, you are billed for that water. That's correct. I mentioned in my remarks that we did increase the water Liac. One of the reasons we increased the water, the only reason we increased the water Liac is the contractual rate we pay to 7 Seas Water, who makes our water, increased with an inflation index, right? That's a cost that we have to bear regardless, because the water that they make is clean water. And comes out clear. It's our pipes that cause the discoloration. If we consider a credit to certain customers, that we'd have to do one of two things as it relates to that. One is we could just credit back to customers, but then that causes WAPA's finances to deteriorate, right? And that's an option we could certainly consider, but then that's just less money to invest elsewhere in the water system. The other thing we could do is petition the Public Services Commission for some sort of rate structure, if you will, where there's some sort of subsidy or other thing that balances customers that are suffering from discolored water and not. The discolored water, the brown water, is unacceptable. I'm not here trying to say that it is, but what we have to balance as an authority is, chronic under recovery has put the authority in the position it is.
Okay.
So that's what we're balancing.
Only because of my time, I need to interrupt because I'm trying to find a solution for the people who received brown water. Because what you're saying to me really is there's right now that WAPA can't afford it.
That's correct.
You can't afford it. They can't afford it either.
Correct.
Okay. I also saw, I'm trying to find a solution here. I saw where there were a number of projects that were ARPA funded.
That's correct.
When a project is, and this is for my education, and trying to see if we can find a solution. the ARPA funds that you're getting, they came into the territory to the governor of the government?
That's
the
correct.
Governor, right?
That's correct.
So that's where the ARPA funds are.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you maybe, and this is a suggestion, say to Governor Bryan, these people have suffered because of the water we received. Is there any way we can get some ARPA funds to pay them for the damages? Because I'm going to use that word. You know, if I'm not receiving what I am paying for, then I have been harmed. Is it possible for you to go to Governor Bryan and say, hey.
2 minutes.
Not hey, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying.
No, I do understand. We have had conversations with Government House about the water issue in St. Croix, not necessarily directly as it relates to refunds, more so related to filters and other types of equipment that could be provided. I actually am going to be on St. Croix on Monday at a Government House press conference to talk specifically about the water system. So, you know, no determination of path forward, but we are in conversations with Government House about the brown water issue.
Yeah, I was, you know, when I saw that, I was sitting here trying to figure out, I mean, I do not think, I don't know, I've just been in the legislature for 9 months, but it doesn't seem to me as if the legislature has any say in how the ARPA funds are being parceled out, I guess is the word, or dispersed to different needs that we have. Because we do have needs, and I understand WAPA does, you know. But as a senator on behalf of the people of St. Croix, I'm just asking that maybe we can use some ARPA funds to provide some kind of relief to those people, even if it meant distributing cases of water like we do after the hurricane, you know, and you get the National Guard. I was in the National Guard. To somehow, some solution, because I just think that it's unfair. So I had some other questions, but because...
Time.
You see? So thank you very much. That's my biggest issue right now, because I know how difficult it is when people don't have funds, and how it's hard on you, WAPA, but it's harder on them. And that's the point I just wanted to make. So I want to thank my colleague from the west side, where the water is the lowest pressure, for letting me go before him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Potter, if I could make one comment around that. Senator, and it sounds like Senator Johnson spoke to you about this as well. I'd like to say two things around that. First and foremost, you know, we're making best efforts to address the situation. And your point about, you know, usable water and customers being billed for that, I don't disagree with it, right? I appreciate you also recognizing that, you know, it costs us money to make water and service customers. And so, you know, to the extent that we can identify collectively as a group how we balance those two things, we stand prepared to engage as needed.
You made the point, and I don't think most people knew this, that it's not the producer of the water that's giving you brown water. It's actually the pipes that they're going through, and I believe that was something we needed to know.
Yes, and that's absolutely correct the way you described it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Point of information, you recognize Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My point of information is along the line where the lady from Christiansted asked relative to the brown water, but now I wanted to shift it just a bit to the odor. What is 7Cs doing regarding the odor? Because is that something that can be eliminated before it reaches the customers? Thank you.
So the odor cannot be eliminated before it reaches customers. The physical particles of the sargassum can. That gets filtered out. Just to provide a little background, that starts with divers out in the water intake, actually physically scooping out the seaweed. There's infiltration within the 7Cs system that when we have sargassum impacting the system, they increase the frequency of changing filters and all of that. Where the issue with the odor comes from from is once that sargassum starts to sink and deteriorate, it becomes microscopic, and that can't be filtered out, right? And so that really becomes just a function of time. And that comes back to the flushing of the system. If we had a lot of water and we could flow a lot of water through the system and flush it, we could get rid of that really quickly. Where we sit today, we don't have that volume of water to be able to flush through really, really quickly.
Based on the drought conditions. I got you. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Smith, really about the water Liac. You mentioned a little earlier. And is WAPA seeking only to recapture the $2 million?
That's correct. It's $2.45 million is the increase.
Okay. Also, I got an inquiry from the general public regarding the poles, and they indicated that they were paid their deposit for the poles, I guess a new homeowner, and they were informed that I think there was issues with the pole trucks, and she didn't have any sort of timetable as to when the trucks would be available so that her poles would be erected. Can you speak to that?
Absolutely. I'll ask COO O'Brien to speak to that.
Good afternoon again. Ashley Bryan, Interim Chief Operating Officer of Electric. Yes, we have had some customers that have paid deposits to get new services, and we've been having some issues with the fleet. Mr. Gregoire, our Chief Administrative Officer, has been actively working with not only our internal garage, but also supplementing with external services to repair the bucket trucks and the digger derricks. It's important to note that the trucks that are right now in the fleet went through the storms of 2017. So they've been through a lot. Our terrain is really intense and hard on the vehicles as well. So it's hard to maintain these vehicles. I'm sure Mr. Gregoire can speak about how much we spend every year on the maintenance of these vehicles. So one of the things that we've been working on, like I mentioned, is federal grants where we're working on getting new hybrid bucket trucks, digger derricks. We're looking at a hybrid digger derrick right now to purchase under this federal grant. And we've also purchased brand new bucket trucks internally with our own capital funds to help support that endeavor. I know that they did get a digger derrick truck up this week, operational in the St. Thomas St. John district, so that we can address those customers that have been waiting for installs. And we've also been working with local vendors to rent digger derricks when we don't have those trucks operational to continue supporting our customers.
Okay, but you're not comfortable with sharing a timeline as to when that homeowner might be able to get her poles erected. I mean, I know and I understand the dilemma that WAPA is in, but you also have to put yourself in the position of the homeowners, and it's frustrating. You pay the deposit, you're anxious to get things rolling, so it is a frustrating thing on that end also. So I'm hopeful that there is some, and you mentioned contracting it out and you got one of the trucks on the road. So hopefully that's something that can be rectified in the
Yes, and if the senator can provide that specific customer's information, we can collaborate with our operations staff and our customer service to provide that customer an update. But I'm hoping by next week that we can have that customer taken care of.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Bryan. Senator Johnson, you're recognized. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much. I can't understand and accept WAPA. You could go ahead and do that. You can't collect people money and don't deliver service. Because I can't go to any grocery store and pay them for a loaf of bread and they're going to tell me that you got to wait to get the bread. Doesn't work like that. If you don't have the pole, stop collecting the money from the people. Stop. Because people are getting more frustrated every day. Because they paid you. And you can't deliver because you don't have the merchandise to deliver to them. So put a halt on it and done. Put a halt. You know, you young ladies, I welcome you aboard. I hope that you survive. I saw that one of your colleagues that you had on the tape already gone, gone and get a bigger paying job, and I hope we could keep you. I really do hope, because they're going to need you guys to take over this territory and take over WAPA. The brain drain is serious inside of there. So we're going to need you young, energetic people. So don't worry about my blows I don't you. I have to defend the people of this territory. Mr. CEO, I do not agree with you going to seek increase on the water. And the reason why I can't agree with your analysis, there's a leak in Annie's Hope that I can talk about that's happening from last year. From last year. That's where the waste is. That's where you cannot get back your money. But 7 Seas can charge you because they have a bottle of water here, a tank, that they can measure the water going out. Right. You can't collect it because you have all of these leaks.
That's correct.
So then, why not find the leaks? When I go by that leak in Anizope, it's like a garden hose running from last year. It's like a garden hose. Do you know what a garden hose could do in a few days? It can fill a 10,000 gallon cistern within 3-4 days. We're talking about from the beginning of this year that leak is going on. It's like a garden hose running. And now the people have to pay for that. And we use it based on everything else. People in Frederickstead, people in St. Croix, have you tested the water to their house and we're charging them for it? This is unacceptable. We're doing our people so wrong. And I spoke to Mr. Hodge and I said, when you guys go to FEMA, you guys need to seek relief for the people. WAPA keeps seeking relief for WAPA. But where's the relief to the people that has to pay for that bill? If I am not using your water and I got to go buy water, you know it's going to cost me? It's going to cost me more than what I'm paying you. And still I have to come back and pay you. If I got to run the pipe for an hour to get clean water, I have to pay you for that. This is wrong. This is totally wrong. Unacceptable. There's no explanation, there's no excuse. We have to seek relief for the customer. When it gets contaminated by the sargassum, we have to seek relief for you, but you also have to seek for the customers. How do I pay $20, $30 in water to drink water, to cook, and then come back and pay WAPA $100? Really? I had WAPA, I cut it off a long time ago. I can't even give it to my plant. In your testimony, you spoke about rust. You know it is to consume rust. You spoke about rust coming through the line. That's not my testimony. That's what you said. How do you expect people to utilize this water? With rust. I have a bottle in my office and I know it's rust. You know how I know it's rust? It's settled down to the bottom, and if I shake it, it comes right back up. So there's no doubt in my mind that rust is picking up through the line. How many times and how often have you guys tested the water from the resident's home?
So we are in a process of expanding our testing program with coordination from the EPA. The EPA is sending technical representatives from both DC and New York to the territory, and we will be significantly expanding our testing. The EPA will be, opining and agreeing on the testing program that we're going to propose from an expanded basis, and it will be monitored very closely by the EPA. That plan has been presented to the EPA, and we're awaiting their feedback.
I want to ask this question in regards to your union agreement. You guys made some contractual agreements from in July. The We Are Union. When are these folks going to get that increase?
The board approved that contract on Thursday last week, and the increases are being put in place accordingly with that board approval of that contract.
But you made agreements with the union from in July. Am I right to say that?
That's correct, and there were steps that had to be done to finalize some open items in the contract. We put that in front of the next available board meeting for board approval.
These employees are going to get retractive?
No.
No.
And the union agreed to that.
Wow. I don't understand why the union would agree that you come to an agreement from in July and WAPA, whatever reason, took so long to come to finalizing it, and these employees are not going to get the retroactive. I can't understand that. I need to ask one or two more questions. This is going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day.
You could be quick, Senator.
I'm going to try to be quick because I'm following somebody who don't be quick. What's the status on your recloser, tie, and isolated switch on the island? Most of these switch went bad from the hurricane time. There's some switch to control the power from going from one transformer to a next to a next. What's the status on these reclosers?
Okay, so I think I'm understanding your question. So
reclosers, tie, and isolated switch.
Okay. So we have worked to remove most of the reclosers from our system. We actually have SNC pulse closures that instead of opening and closing a switch when a fault is detected downline on a primary line, it actually sends a pulse so it's less intrusive on the equipment and your systems. And we also have SCADA-mate switches, which is the company SNC as well, that perform either isolation or tying mechanisms for our T&D system. We have been working on restoring the status of those switches since the storms. Throughout the territory, we have a number of them that are online, and we're working with our vendor through the Composite Pole project as well to install more.
So as we speak, you don't have inventory of none of those switches right now on island in the territory?
Yes, we do.
What's your inventory like with transformers right now as we speak?
It's very bad.
In a sense, give me numbers. Very bad is not a good word to me because we're right now in the heat of the hurricane season. How many backup transformer you have in storage?
I don't have that number. We'll have to get that for you, but the quantities are very low.
Mr. Chair, I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to give my colleagues them because this ain't a good day when WAPA come and this hearing really needs to be on St. Croix so then people who get in the dirty water could come in the chambers and sit down. Because that's who feeling it. Then people in St. Croix that got to pay this water bill. It's serious. It's real. Young people, I wish you all the best. Hold steadfast. And what you learn in school, bring it to them for them to make it work. Thank you for willing to solve. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Depending on how the time looks, we may have a brief second round. Okay. I wanted to ask concerning just the whole brown water situation on St. Croix. I wanted to ask if there are any precautionary measures that customers should be taking with regards to the brown water at this time while WAPA rectifies the issue. Is there something that they should be doing?
No, I appreciate the question. So first off, we test at primary points to primary EPA standards, and we meet EPA drinking water standards. To Senator Johnson's question, we do not test out at the end of every tap, every faucet, every endpoint in the system. We're significantly expanding to do that. So we really have kind of two situations where we have sort of the backbone of the system, for lack of a better description, meets those primary EPA drinking water standards. When you get out to the ends of the systems, that water's not been tested at all of those endpoints. And so at this point, as far as bathing with it, cooking with it, that sort of thing, filtration is recommended. Certainly at this point, we don't know about the drinking quality of the water. So the prudent course, I would think, would be to avoid the use of it until we have those test results, which should be here in a matter of days.
So you really can't say that
that's correct. I don't want to opine on something I don't know the answer to that, so I don't want to opine on it.
Okay. Thank you very much for your honesty. Senator Biden. Senator Johnson? Alma Francis Heiliger. Is she there? Okay. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll wait.
Please recognize Senator James's microphone.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My question to the CEO, because as we sit here and beat up on WAPA, you know, me and WAPA ain't no friend. What is the WAPA Governing Authority Board saying regarding the brown water issue?
So the governing board is very much aligned with our concern about it, as well as engaged with the steps that we're putting in place to try to address the water. We had a fairly extensive discussion about it at our Thursday board meeting, which is our regularly scheduled board meeting. I talk to the chairman of the board, Director Kyle Fleming, regularly, just providing updates on our status. So the board is encouraging management and the rest of the company, to put as many near-term corrective measures in place as we can. As I mentioned, we're closely engaged with the EPA to target that. One of the things...
Stop right there. So, one thing about me, I understand how government works. I could sit here all day and put pressure on you, but there's a WAPA Governing Authority Board, and that board answers to the governor. So my next question to you is, what does the governor have to say about this brown water issue? What is your conversation with Governor Albert Bryan Jr.?
So our conversation with Government House has been that Government House is as concerned about the situation as obviously we're having this conversation today.
And I want to hear solutions. Solutions.
So there has been no solution agreed upon. Those conversations are ongoing.
Okay, stop there. So there is no solution. So EPA, when last has EPA tested the water or even got involved in the conversation regarding the brown water issue?
So actually, let me defer. I've answered a lot of the water questions. I have Mr. Don Gregoire, who handles the St. Croix water system. He's in the St. Croix chambers. He can speak in great detail about that if I can defer that question to him to answer.
And I don't want a long version. I would simply want to know what involvement EPA has when it comes to the brown water issue. So can you please answer that?
Sure. Good afternoon. Don Gregoire, Interim Chief Administrative Officer. We engaged with two conversations with EPA, one being yesterday in regard to the brown water issue. They provided us technical support, probably bringing some water experts to come down, do additional sampling, and then we're going to take it to the next level, determine what some of the short-term steps we could do in the authority.
So you're saying that they will be here when? A week from now, 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, when?
So EPA asked us to come up with a sampling program so we could go to the secondary testing of the water system. They want to review our program, and then hopefully we could start doing the additional testing next week. Based on the results, we should have enough information to start thinking about some of the short-term projects we could do while we wait for the prudent replacement for the entire water system.
The reason why I'm asking these questions, because when the refinery had the issue with the flare, because I worked in the refinery, everybody went on with one big hoopla. But that's exactly what the flare is supposed to do, spit out those stuff. It's a protective mechanism. EPA step in quickly, boom, 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 shut it down. But water, which is a basic need, I'm hoping and praying that EPA really takes it seriously and that we can get some federal assistance, because we know this government is strapped for cash. Here we are trying to put a budget together for the FY 2024, and we see where we have shortfalls to get a balanced budget. So I'm not even going to grandstand here today. We need federal assistance. So we need to get EPA involved. I hope and pray at a later time we can get the WAPA Governing Authority Board, the leadership team for WAPA, and somebody who can speak on behalf of Government House to find out how we can put our minds together to make sure that we lobby the federal government to get assistance, because it is a crisis. Because the body is made up of 70% water, based on those scientists. and the body or the skin is one big sponge, and the body absorbs whatever may possibly be in the water. So I am not going to play pilinky with this thing. I just want to continue to monitor it, and I hope and pray this body treat this as a crisis and to bring in the authorities and the stakeholders, whether it's on a monthly basis or whatever the case may be. And I hope and pray as we as leaders advocate for our people that we deal with it from a data and analytics standpoint, which leads to my next question. As far as the areas that are being affected, because you know St. Croix is being impacted the most, do you have a list of all the areas that are being impacted?
Yes, if we want to talk about that, Mr. Gregoire can speak to that as well.
No. I would like to request through the chair, Mr. Chairman, I would like to request through the chair from WAPA to provide a list of all the areas that are being impacted by this brown water issue. And the reason why, because we have to deal with it from a data standpoint and not with emotions. We have to find out which areas are being impacted, because we all know we can't shut down every place at one point. It has to be done in phases. So we need to find out which areas are the worst, which areas have the worst situation when it comes to the pipes, so we can deal with it strategic. Now, as far as being able to get the funding, of course, we have to do our own local assessment. Have we done an assessment to make sure that we have an idea of what the overall cost to fix these pipes?
So there's a two-part answer to that question. The long-term fix, yes. That's the prudent replacement program that I talked about. That's estimated at a little over $1 billion. That's a long-term project. In the short run, some of the things we're talking to EPA about, and I want to be clear that we engage regularly with DPNR and EPA representatives who are local in territory. What Mr. Gregoire was speaking to is this has been escalated to EPA in Washington and New York. One of the things we've been talking about, to your point, Senator James, was are there federal funds available for commercial grade, industrial size, sort of utility scale filtration, advanced water treatment and that sort of things. Those are the sorts of investments we're pursuing in the short run with the pursuit of our federal partners. So we have a very good idea of what the long-term cost of a solution is. In terms of near-term issues that we're looking at today, that's being determined as we speak. The one other thing I'd just like to kind of lay around the EPA concept, and really we're having federal EPA involved, is we think is very helpful for us, is that, while this is obviously impacting St. Croix, this is not the first time the EPA has seen this or dealt with this. This is something that a lot of the water systems in the mainland deal with as well. They're old iron pipe, and so one of the things we've been in conversations with EPA about is because EPA has seen this before, we're looking to rely on their expertise and knowledge and experience so that we don't just go guess at 12 different things that might work. EPA can say, here are the 3 or 4 that have been really successful, and let's figure out what the best one is for the territory.
Mr. Chair, so in closing, I just want to recap. I would like that list from the Water and Power Authority listing out the areas that are impacted by the brown water. And number 2, I would like for us to get a list of, or a document that shows the revenues that the Water and Power Authority collects for water distribution, specifically for St. Croix, since we are being impacted the most, and to find out if we were to even give some level of discount or relief to the people, what kind of impact would be, and if we can even afford that. Because it's unfair for individuals to be paying for a service in which they're not getting 100% for. And I want to make sure as we crunch the numbers to see if we can even have, even at a 5%, 10%, some level of reduction. We have to study those numbers. And I just want to say, I do feel the brunt of it, because there have days I have to bathe in gallon bottle water before I come on the Senate floor. So I know what my people are going through. I have to go, sometimes I don't even know, based on the low pressure and them thing. I have to go and buy 10 gallons of water. Because I'm so busy, I don't have time to go to the store every day. So imagine individuals who don't have it like us. So please, let us treat it as a crisis and put our heads together. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James. So Smith, did you get the request that the senator? Okay.
I did, Senator Potter. Thank you.
Okay, we'll also follow up with you in that regard. I know the one thing that comes to mind that everybody is familiar with is the Flint, somewhat familiar with is the Flint, Michigan issue. I know that, I believe that one interim, intervention was the issuance, I think, of water filters to the customers or the homeowners. I know everything comes at a cost, and the cash flow of WAPA isn't, you're not swimming in cash, but at the same time, just from a health and safety and confidence standpoint, because I think there still is historically a level of distrust.
Absolutely.
That predates most of you here on the panel, but I think a good faith effort in acknowledging the crisis, which I think you did in your testimony, and trying to find some viable interim solution, I think would go a long way towards building trust between WAPA and the customers. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
I'm still here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, and a pleasant good afternoon to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I know that you are trying your very best, and I want to really say I appreciate all of you working hard, because this is not an easy solution. And, people tend to want to really beat you up, but it is not. It's like once WAPA has started to address something, another emergency comes up. And the situation in St. Croix specifically is disheartening for my brothers and sisters in St. Croix. I want to ask a question, because I was conferring with the gentleman from Frederiksted, and it's a lot of the public housing communities, and that's dear to my heart, being a former public housing resident for 40 years, that are being impacted by this brown water, because they've taken the public housing community, they use primarily potable water. They take all of the cisterns out. I know that for a fact, because I worked at a housing authority. And so, have you been in communication with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority regarding this level of brown water for its residents?
Let me defer to Mr. Gregoire and our communications director in St. Croix to speak to that question.
Chanel Peterson, Director of Communications. So we are regularly in communication with many different public agencies, including Human Services, and part of that is to ensure that the communities that are utilizing our services receive quality water.
Excuse me, one moment. I'm speaking specifically about the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. My question was very specific. Have you been in communication with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, who has residents who primarily receive potable water from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority? That's my question. Have you? Is a yes or no?
We communicate with Housing Finance Authority through their public information officer. Yes.
Okay, and that's Housing Finance. What about the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, which is the largest landlord in the Virgin Islands, which serve low and very low income people?
So to my understanding, the Housing Authority does also service persons that work through Human Services. So that's people who receive SNAP. That would also include daycare and other, whether it be the elderly homes. And we're regularly in contact with those individuals as well through Human Services.
That is insufficient for me as a response, because the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, as the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority knows, has been in a major discussion with you regarding covering cost for portable water to our public housing residents. So that is not a sufficient answer for me, and I'm not satisfied. Mr. Hodge?
Yes. Yes, good afternoon, Noel Hodge. So yes, I am in, I speak regularly to the COO at the Housing Authority concerning the brown water. She does have me on speed dial, and she lets me know and calls me when, they do have instances. So we're constantly talking at that level.
And so have they communicated with you any alternative sources that they are going to bring in for the public housing resident? Because you have testified you have not tested the water at the end point to know if there are any contaminants or carcinogens as a result of the rust water. And I'm going to inform everybody, I've been using this terminology, social determinants of health. He has a board member who is very keen on that at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. And so we want to know if those tests are being done for the public housing residents who are very much dependent on the portable water system that the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority supplies.
1 minute.
So Senator, we do have some sample stations to test the water at some of the locations of the public housing.
Where those locations, Mr. Hodge, specifically?
I'll have to get the specific ones.
Provide that information for us, which locations, which public housing communities, because these issues tend to go to low and very low income housing community where a population, a densely populated areas, people who are impoverished and in poverty and they don't have the resources. So we stand here as their leaders to fight for them. That's the little men and the little women. So it must be something that is done urgently. So I need to know where that is. Now let's go to this power grid. Mr. Chairman, I know my time is going to expire, so I'm asking you in advance to allow me.
You just wasted a lot of time.
I just asked you this a yes or no question.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you so kindly. All right. So I want to get to this power grid now with this alternative power that we have. There's a number of households have been getting the solar panels installed. And they're supposed to be, they're supposed to be able to bill WAPA, net metering, but they're not seeing the reduction in their overall household electrical bills. How are we dealing with that? Is there some kind of communication? Because I understand that some of these homes, and they have their solar energy, their solar panels installed, that it may not be permitted. Okay? I need you to talk about that because we have to do things the correct way. That's why I'm very urgent about this portable water issues because those are our people and we don't have a good health care system here. So kindly talk about that for us.
Absolutely. I appreciate the question. And let me take a minute to explain how the process works and how we get a lot of complaints about exactly what you're describing. The process is that a resident applies with the Department of the Virgin Islands Energy Office. The Virgin Islands Energy Office really, their role in that is really to facilitate, does that homeowner have all the information they need, right? And goes back and says, you're missing this information, whatever that may be. At that point, it goes to the Department of Natural Resources to do, just like any other electrical installation you might do in your home, DPNR inspects, did you actually install that correctly? One of the most critical things in that is it wired into the WAPA system correctly? Because if it's not, it can be very dangerous, right? And so DPNR has to inspect that. Okay, if it's miswired, it can cause, and I'll let the electrical engineer speak to that if we want to get into that, right? And then ultimately the last step is that homeowner gets a DPNR permit, and that comes to WAPA, and you go on to a net billing program, right? The applications are stuck in several phases of that process. In fact, we had a very large group meeting 2 weeks ago to talk about how to streamline that process. So that's underway. The reality of the situation is, and this was part of what we talked about about in our meeting is that systems are being installed and energized regardless of whether they're permitted or not. Okay, they absolutely are. And what is happening is and I get regular emails from customers wanting to know where their net billing discount is, and we go through to customer service. Ms. Francis is here, can speak to this, and they don't have permits. Okay, so they're not approved for net billing rates, but they're complaining at WAPA about why they're not getting net billing. So what is happening is solar installers, as we understand it, are installing systems, they're energizing them, and when a customer complains and says, why am I not getting my discount? That installer says, well, go talk to WAPA, they're not billing you correctly. So there are a lot of points in that process that are dysfunctional, but the reality is that there are a number of systems on our rooftop systems in our territory that are energized and functioning today that are not by permit authorized to operate.
Mr. Chairman, I really need to ask another question, but if they are not permitted to operate, this is kind of fraud that'll be going on here sometimes in the Virgin Islands. You are represented that these companies are installing these solar panels and they're not permitted to operate. Does that have an effect on the grid?
It does. Ms. Brown, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so good afternoon, Ashley Bryan. They're exporting what we would say as rogue systems on the grid. We've done several analysis. There's many systems, like Mr. Smith said, that are installed. They are not permitted, so that means that our meters have not been activated to receive and credit them as net meters. So not only does it have an effect on the grid, they're producing to our grid. So it's excess generation that we have not prepared for, but it also has a safety impact to our crews. We don't know that the system is there. They're supposed to have a disconnect and labeling on their system. So when our crews go out there, they know that it's a net metering system, a net billing system, and that the customer is actively exporting to the grid. And we don't know that. So we've been working with our communications department. We've had electricians meetings in both districts to talk about this and the hazard to the community. Like Mr. Smith said, we've spoken to the director of the energy office, who's also our board chairman, and he leads this endeavor. But really, it's that the developers are installing the systems. The customers have not gone through the entire process to get their meters changed out and programmed as net meters. So they're not receiving the credits. And until they're permitted, they won't receive the credits.
Thank you very much for your responses to the question. I wanted to kind of follow up a little bit because I remember the Water and Power, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and I know they have a mini solar farm, and I think we got feedback from them that they were not getting credit from the Water and Power Authority, and they've done everything. They've submitted all of the paperwork correctly, and they still haven't been able to get the credit. Is that something that you can, speak to?
No, I can, Senator Potter. Not fully, but it is something I asked the question this morning about that, because I know there's actually a fair amount of money owed to us by Port Authority for electric service. Whether that's net billing that's in dispute, I'm not sure. We're trying to figure that out now because it's quite a significant amount of money. And so I understand for a period of time that because Port Authority is effectively a commercial or industrial customer, our ability to meter that was not working the way that it should. As I understand it, that's been fixed, and that was fixed several years ago. So I don't have a great answer to your question other than I'm aware of it and we're actually looking into it. And, because we want to resolve it, right? I mean, if it needs to be being done, we want to make sure that's right. At the same time, we want them to pay us for the power we sell them.
Point of information.
Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Smith about WAPA wells. How many WAPA wells do you have on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John? And how are they active wells? And what's the purpose of those wells? Through the chair.
I'm going to ask Mr. Hodge, Chief Operating Officer Water, to answer that.
Senator, all of the wells that has operated in the past has been decommissioned. There are no active wells in our systems.
Oh, what was those wells? What was the purpose of those wells?
They were, some wells were operating and providing water into the system at the time, but we had no way to really control the water quality, so decisions were made to decommission, and they are not in operation.
And am I correct, Mr. Hodge? A number of those had saltwater intrusion, and so they were contaminated water, and obviously would cause problems with our system to bring salty water into it.
Yeah, so water quality issues.
So, Mr. Smith, have you ever thought about relocating those wells because you have a lot of issues with water in the Frederiksted area? Have you ever thought about creating new wells in the Frederiksted area?
I have not. Mr. Hodge may be able to speak to that, but I mean, before you just say that, Mr. Hodge, the one thing that may or may not fix, though, is that, again, it's our pipes that cause the problem. It's not the source of the water, but I'll let Mr. Hodge speak to the relocation of wells.
Yeah, so as a part of the prudent replacement analysis that we're conducting now, we're having discussions with our consultants because we're doing a master plan for St. Croix concerning the wells and how we could integrate wells into the system. So we are having those discussions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Regarding just the issue of solar power, I know, Mr. Smith, you mentioned that a big part of what you're doing is to enter into these power purchase agreements. Where are we regarding, just the whole status of this promised solar power initiative? I understand that there are issues with getting the interconnections agreements and the battery backup agreements out of WAPA. And my understanding is that WAPA is not as efficient as it should be with regards to pushing out these agreements so that we can begin to...
So in terms of the efficiency of that, I would actually argue that the interconnections are advancing really at a pretty good pace. We've engaged the third-party engineering firm that does our grid interconnection studies, principally because they have an active model of our system, right? Those studies take 6-ish weeks, something like that. They don't take 3 days. So that process is underway. And once we get the interconnection studies done, we want to move those projects forward. We want to get them done as quickly as we can. I know the developers do as well. But we've got to do the interconnection just to make sure that they work right. I mean, one of the things that's really critical to that is that if we were connecting a solar farm, let's say 10 megawatts in Georgia or Florida or wherever, we could mess that up and it wouldn't matter. There's a lot of other stuff in the system that nobody would notice it. We mess that up in the territory, we got a big problem, right? And so we have to be incredibly careful that our interconnection studies are done correctly.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Senator Francis. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Senator Francis.
I'm sorry, Senator Francis. I'm sorry. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. You see, I'm not seeing you anywhere. I'm not seeing you on the screen. Normally, when I see you, that's my cue that you're next. But you may proceed, and I'm hoping that your picture will come up on the screen.
No. Is anybody seeing me?
No, we're not seeing you.
My camera's been on.
We're not seeing you.
Oh, wow.
Okay, we're seeing you now. We're seeing you now. You can proceed.
Okay. I was like, he missing me again. Okay, good afternoon to my colleague. Good afternoon to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. My first set of questions has to do with the composite poles, the composite poles. I spent some time up in St. John periodically, to make sure that I cover my constituents there. But I saw 2 poles completely just broken in half. And when these things were initially marketed to us after the hurricanes, we were told that they're flexible, they could do all these other things. How are these poles just breaking?
Ashley Bryan, Chief Operating Officer of Electric. The short answer is vehicular accidents. They are resilient, but they're not impact proof.
Well, and I would also add that an impact from a vehicle is very different than the impact of wind and the way that the poles would behave in that, right? It's not that sudden, jarring, 50-mile-an-hour collision as opposed to, swaying back and forth in heavy winds. But CEO O'Brien is absolutely correct. It's vehicle accidents.
Do you guys have any type of solution to that? Or what are the options to potentially fix that issue? Because that's something, if every time one of them potentially gets hit and they break, that's a potential major issue to the grid.
Yes, the Senator is absolutely correct, and we're working on several initiatives. So as I mentioned, the installation of the composite pole is similar to that of a wood pole. However, the equipment needed is a little different. The base of the pole is significantly larger than a wood pole, so you require a larger auger in order to install it. That's the drill that digs the hole in order to install the pole. So we're working with FEMA for WAPA to internally acquire the equipment necessary to maintain those systems. But while doing so, we intend to replace those broken poles with wood poles so that if a storm does happen, additional weather comes in, that we're able to withstand the weather.
Okay. My other question has to do with the BI system. In a previous committee meeting, you did share that WAPA was aware that this system was already failing prior to the hurricanes. At that time, did you guys do an assessment as to what percentage that it was at? Because when I discussed it with you, I think during one of the meetings about 2 months ago, you shared that you guys are currently running at about 55% accuracy. So based on that, I'm assuming you guys are estimating about 45% of the residents' electrical bill. But I want to know if that's accurate. What are your improvements thus far? Are you still just waiting on FEMA to potentially swap out this entire grid based on what you were sharing earlier? And what percentage was it at prior to the hurricane when you started to notice that something was wrong with the system?
So, Senator, I think I heard most of your question. I don't have an answer to what the read rate was prior to the storm. We'd have to get back to you on that unless one of my colleagues has it and can text it to me. In terms of what we're doing about it, the process has not changed since we had our budget hearing back in June. What we are doing is, in the short run, we are increasing the amount of manual reads that we're doing. We've got an internal process to sort of triage the bridge to replacing the system. As I discussed back in June, the RFP is essentially complete. Well, I should say the drafting of the RFP is essentially complete for addressing the AMI system. We are talking with FEMA about a prudent replacement grant for that replacement, which would get it to best in class. And so, that's moving forward. So really no change from the update I provided you. And I actually see one of my colleagues just replied that we were reading at about 90% prior to the storm.
Make sure to say that we didn't say it was failing prior to the storm.
Okay, so it was off by about 10%. So right now, based on what you shared, it's at about 55%. What I want to find out, because I'm very, very much concerned, like my colleagues, as it relates to this brown water and how it's affecting not only the territory, but specifically our constituents on the island of St. Croix. What exactly, have you guys looked into potentially having this done as a state of emergency because it's affecting such a large portion of the population?
Senator, that would be a question for powers above me.
Well, I'm saying based on you looking at the amount of customers, it would ring an alarm with you as WAPA to potentially reach out. Because how many customers do you have that utilize the water service?
So we have approximately 16,000 water meters territory-wide. There's approximately 9,500 on St. Croix, which is the district that's principally impacted, and a portion of those meters are impacted.
Okay. And with all of those meters and multiply the amount of people living in each household or even utilizing those meters, I would constitute that as a major, major issue for this territory. And I hope whether it's through us or somebody reaching out, this is an emergency. You can't have people functioning with dirty water, rusted water. You know, I look at the national news and I see how, you know, fiercely people push back against stuff like this, but it's almost like the order of the day here in the territory. We're working on it. We'll get to it. You know, these are our issues, but the people are being affected. This is an everyday thing, and I can't even exclude myself, because when I have gone to the faucet and I turn on and I'm seeing brown water, I'm not happy, and I'm a senator. So if I'm affected, can you imagine? And they always have this perception, you know, we get special treatment. It doesn't work that way. I get the same brown water that I'm not happy about. And that's part of the reasons why I'm so passionate, because when things affect me and affect my neighbors and affect the constituents, and we're asked to be their voice in the Senate on their behalf, we have to actually look forward to seeing some changes done. And if we keep getting the same message, you know, it's disheartening. We want to see a change. We want to see it improve. We want to see a fix. But people want definitive answers. And, you know, I'm going to say this. I am somewhat impressed by listening to some of the individuals testifying here. I see you continuously are starting to bring in a new crew. I am having a little bit of faith that this company, you know, can really start to see a turnaround. But at the end of the day, people just want clean service and they want cheaper service. That's what we care about. And we have to get to a point that we're going to get there. But thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if I heard my time was called or not.
Yeah, we gave you about 10 minutes, Senator Francis Ayalaga.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Edie Smith, is there any way that you can provide this committee with copies of your last, let's say, 3 or so water testing results? I know you said that you've been doing extensive testing, exceeding the minimum requirement, but I think it would go a long way to allay some of the concerns if we were to be provided with that information as a committee.
We can provide those, Senator, and in fact, on VIWMA.vi, we post our water quality reports online.
Okay.
But we will provide those directly to the Senate.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your... Wait. Huh?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to Team WAPA. I want to extend my appreciation, kudos to our engineers, and thank you for your service. I know today you prefer to be out there problem solving or improving systems rather than being here listening to all of this, but this is part of the process. You being able to understand, you know, some of the dynamics in our community, I guess you'll have a more passion to get your jobs done. Mr. Smith, CEO, I want to also publicly extend my appreciation and thank you for your assistance in remedying that situation with our elderly disconnection earlier this week. I appreciate you doing that for me, for them actually. So there's been a number of recent power outages here on St. Croix recently. Is there any trends, anything that we need to be aware of? You know, what is happening in that space?
I'll ask Chief Operating Officer Electric Brian to speak to that.
Good afternoon, Ashley Bryan. What we've been seeing is, like Mr. Smith mentioned, a lot of vegetation issues that our crew has been actively addressing as opportunistic as possible, so as not to cause large-scale power outages. But certainly, vegetation. There are some maintenance equipment that they've been changing out, like lightning arresters, insulators, and things like that. So those are what we've been finding.
Very well. So that should be something that should be quickly addressed, or it's going to be a long-term issue as we go into the season?
No, they've addressed the issues as they arise, and our crews actively do maintenance on the system. In St. Croix specifically, they have crews that work on installation, so new services, and then they also have crews that work on maintenance, vegetation, pole upgrades, things like that. So they're actively working on it to help to reduce the outages.
Very well, thank you for that. This brown water issue that we've been discussing, I think as a body, we really need to come together to determine how we could bring some relief to the people of the territory rather than just talking about it. I think the time has come for us to make a decision and perhaps bring some relief, whatever we're going to utilize ARPA funding or any available federal funding to support and subsidize this issue is something that we'll have to have a discussion. Mr. Smith, do you have an assessment of what the costs associated with the water in the affected areas may be?
So in terms of mitigation efforts, Senator?
Yes,
Yeah, no,
in
so
terms of subsidizing and
yes, absolutely. In the long term, yes, we are pursuing a prudent replacement grant with FEMA that's very far along the process. It'll be over $1 billion to replace all of the St. Croix water system. In the short run, we have been working with federal EPA. We normally work with DPNR and local EPA. They've brought in Washington D.C. and New York experts to help us with the issue. What actually is we're fortunate about, as much as brown water is not a good thing, it's not island wide, right? It's in localized areas, which actually makes addressing the problem somewhat easier, right? Because one of the things we're considering with EPA is, are there utility scale filtration systems that we can put in place that target these specific areas that are experiencing the water quality issue? Those conversations are, we've identified some options, but we don't have a cost for those yet. EPA is working with FEMA and talking with FEMA about what those options would be as well. So to be determined, but our federal partners are very much engaged with us, and at least the conversations we've been having,
2 minutes.
They're supportive of financially helping with this dynamic as well.
Very well, and it seems that our issue is the further out from the Richmond or the Seven Seas production area is where mostly being affected. Are we seeing the very same thing happening in the St. Thomas district in regards to the brown water?
We are not. And you're absolutely right, Senator. Just to echo that, the closer you are to the production site, which is the Richmond plant on St. Croix, the better quality the water is. The St. Thomas system is somewhat newer. The St. Thomas system does not suffer the level of leaks that the St. Croix system does, which improves the water flow on St. Thomas, which improves the clarity of the water on St. Thomas. And so there's some other factors between the two, one of which is we actually use a different water treatment chemical on St. Thomas, and we're looking at switching to that on St. Croix to see if that helps with the effort. So we are not seeing the extent of those issues on St. Thomas.
So how do we then reconcile that is a piping issue that we're seeing? Is there some variation of piping or on St. Thomas that we don't have on St. Croix? How do we reconcile that difference that we're experiencing on St. Croix that we're not experiencing on St. Thomas? I recognize you say it's a newer system, but I think the original system or piping should have been pretty much the same. Well, you tell me what's happening in that space in terms of the variation of the piping between the districts.
Noel Hodge, COO Water. So the piping is pretty much the same. However, the difference with St. Croix and St. Thomas is that St. Thomas began their rehab of the system a lot earlier than St. Croix. St. Croix has come in on the tail end to do projects. So what we're doing now in St. Croix with Clifton Hill, Hannah's Rest, it started late.
Time.
since I came into the authority. And so St. Croix is playing catch up. But St. Thomas was doing this from way back. And then now we're trying to
Please speak directly into the mic.
Now we're trying to catch up on St. Croix. And St. Croix is a bigger system, but I'm just telling you the pipes have to change, and that's the difference. It's the same pipes, but they have to change out.
Mr. Chair, I heard my time call. I have two more quick questions, if you don't mind.
You can quickly wrap up, Senator.
Thank you very much. Vendors payment, I'm getting a number of texts regarding vendors payment, some going back to 2017. What are we doing? I know that you continue to have a cash crisis. What are we doing to at least make some inroads in being able to pay up some of these vendors, local vendors, in the meantime, at least get something to them, going back to 2017.
No, appreciate the question. And when we spoke to this body at the budget hearing in June, our local vendor, the reduction in our local vendor past dues was 66% over the last year, that we've reduced that past due balance. That's now 72%. So we're continuing to focus on local vendors. The issue you speak about that goes back to 2017 is principally some vendors that did work for FEMA and federal government. Ms. Reimer, who's down here to my left and leads disaster recovery, I'm going to ask her to speak a little bit about that, because we've been actively working to try to address specifically what you're talking about is getting the appropriate documentation together such that we can get those invoices paid through the federal funds process.
Please recognize Attorney Reimer's microphone.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Denise Reimer, Director of Disaster Recovery and Compliance. Like Mr. Smith was saying, we are taking a look at it case by case in terms of trying to get the supporting documentation as needed. Invoices was submitted, and when you are paying with federal funds, they require supporting documentation to verify the amounts being charged. So what we're trying to do is, especially for those vendors that do not have the supporting documentation, we're trying to find other documents or means of verifying the cost that would be accessible to FEMA so we could process those payments.
Oh, very well, thank you for that, but we need to make sure that we're keeping the line of communication open with these vendors so they're aware of what's happening in regards to their payment or whatever additional information they're required. And my last question is in regards to the surveillance cameras. There were some concerns or issues regarding powering up of these surveillance cameras. Have we been able to reach some agreement between VIPD, BIT, and WAPA, as well as the street lighting?
Senator, I'm not aware that there's an issue with powering security cameras at all. If there is, please let us know, because I'm not aware of it. And my team up here is shaking their heads no as well.
Very well. I'll talk to you offline, or at least get back to you with the information regarding that.
Please do, because we support law enforcement at every turn that we can.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Point of information, Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Earlier in the testimony, you guys spoke about 4 new generators to the Harley plant. Mm-hmm. I understand there was a fire down by the Harley plant. If that's true, please inform me on that. And I remember after the hurricane, 2 of the first generator that was being discussed was for St. John. What's the status on the 2 generator for St. John? And if there was a fire in the Harley plant, there's no place in the testimony, any information in regards to that?
So first off, there was no fire in the Harley power plant. We had a short in a line that nobody was hurt, which is a fortunate thing. Our safety protocols held fast, and there was no fire. The source of the incident is under investigation, and so until that's determined, we would be guessing at this point as to what happened, but there was no fire. As far as the St. John generators, that is in process. One of the things that, and I can ask Ms. Bryan to speak to that in greater degree, we've actually shifted our focus a little bit to the technology of generator that we're looking at, because we have a solution that we think will we can implement much faster now that we have the engineering and design. So I don't know if either Ms. Marsh or Ms. Bryan wants to speak to that.
Yeah, Senator, we had originally looked at putting the same reciprocating engines in St. John. However, through a partnership with Sargent & Lundy, who's helping us with the engineering and the project management, that's funded through FEMA as well for their assistance on the project. They did an analysis on not only the engineering design, the installation of these units, but also the operations and maintenance that would be required for these units. And the cost is astronomical. Just to get a reciprocating engine into Frank Bay, for instance, where it was originally intended for the substation, you would essentially have to elevate roads, put people out of their homes for several months just because of the requirements of the engines and their inability to tilt at a certain angle. And then you also have marshlands that you're dealing with in those areas, national parks that you would have to traverse in order to get fuel to Coral Bay, things like that, that are very restrictive and would make it harder for WAPA to do their business and provide services to the customers of St. John. So we've worked with them. We're looking at a quicker solution for the installation of the emergency generators, as well as the design of the renewable energy and battery storage systems that would support the microgrid on St. John.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Mr. Smith, someone just texted me that they went on your website and they did see the environmental testing that you did, but the pH level was not there. Is that normally a part of the results, what we would see?
I'd have to defer to our water team for that.
Yeah, Noel Hodge. So when we provide the monthly reports, the one on the website is an annual report. You'll see pH and some of the other parameters. So we'll provide you, like you requested,
with the pH. Okay.
With pH and stuff, the last three months.
Okay. Because the thinking is that the pH content or the pH level could be a contributing factor to the brown water on St. Croix, and not necessarily the pipes. I'm not a technical person in that regard. I understand what your position is. Is it plausible, conceivable that the pH level could contribute to the brown water on St. Croix?
Yes, Senator. The pH is very important that we maintain a neutral pH. Otherwise, it reacts with the piping and the chemistry, and it affects the chemistry of the water. So very important that pH is maintained as neutral.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Let me start with my point of inquiry. Earlier, my colleague from St. Thomas that's online asked about the damaged composite poles. And I hear the response from Ms. Bryan. However, I think she stopped short of telling us if there's negligence due to these accidents, how is WAPA recouping these losses?
So thank you for that question. We just to put that in context, we have 4 damaged poles that we're aware of, composite poles, out of several thousand. We absolutely go after the I hate to use the word perpetrator, but whoever ran into those poles and damaged them, be they composite poles or not, we go after those individuals to pursue recovering the cost, in particularly for composite poles because they're very expensive.
So slow down for me there. How do you go after them?
We first off, and let me ask Attorney Sinclair to speak to that, but ultimately we would sue them.
Okay, listen, I don't want y'all to eat up my time. I want to make sure that there's coordination between WAPA and the Virgin Islands Police Department, because that's how you will know that the pole was damaged initially. So is the authority receiving copies of these accident reports?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to make sure now. You said 4 poles were damaged. Where are those 4 poles damaged?
Coral Bay.
They're all in Coral Bay, as I understand it.
Excuse me?
They're all in Coral Bay, as I understand it, St. John.
St. John, okay. All right. Well, sounds good, because I saw at least 3 over there. I was pleased to see that WAPA finally submitted the application to HUD for reimbursement for the VTEL funds. Thank you for that. What's the likelihood of this being approved?
So, thank you for acknowledging that application was submitted. The likelihood's always difficult to put a number on. I would say that our conversations with VIHFA, with our federal partners, have all been very constructive. We've had very good dialogue, lots of Q&A back and forth. I think the critical thing is that our federal partners understand how important having control of that propane infrastructure is to the territory. I mentioned earlier we have 14 days of fuel on each island, sitting here with a major hurricane spinning offshore. If we didn't have propane infrastructure, we'd be down to less than a week on both islands because it'd be diesel only, and we'd have no redundancy. Okay. So I feel like we're in a good place.
Pin it right there for me, because you're going way over. Now, I know you have a promissory note to repay the $45 million in cash to the government. When do you realistically see this taking place?
As soon as we receive HUD funding, that money will be repaid to the GVI.
So what happens if you don't receive HUD funding?
That note is dependent upon the close of the VTOL acquisition, and so depending on the availability of funding, it will determine how that note is repaid.
How much do you still owe VTOL at this time?
So VTOL, if we looked at the current past dues, it's about, I can give you the specific number, it's about $135 million. We would owe none of that with this transaction closing. For the consideration of the total of the $45 million plus the additional 100, we would owe no additional monies.
2 minutes.
Let's move on. How long does WAPA typically takes to process refunds to customers who were particularly overbilled?
So for overbilled customers, those resolutions can take, it depends on how long it takes the resolution process to go. Some of those issues go to the Public Services Commission because those customers are not happy with the results that they get from WAPA. That can take months.
What's the shortest and what's the longest?
I'd hazard a guess to say the shortest is probably 45 to 60 days. The longest could probably be 6 months, but I can get you more specific statistics.
Now, that sounds better than 2 to 3 years. I think you've been asked already about Christian said resident, an elderly person who had turned off a meter and was being billed, and she was paying. And this is in the thousands of dollars, and she's being told that it will take the authority about 2 to 3 years to refund her these monies. You said you're looking into it. Is it going to take her that long to recoup her monies?
I'm not sure what customer you're speaking. I didn't speak to anything about that earlier. But if you want to follow up with me offline and let me know who that specific customer is, we can look into it.
I'll definitely do that.
Okay.
Now, you also indicated that WAPA water continues to meet EPA protection, the EPA standards. I find that very hard to believe. Where is this testing being done? On the beginning end or at the end where the customer is?
I'll provide a high-level answer. If you want more detail, I can hand it over to our water team. That is tested at
I just want to know which end the testing is being done.
It's being tested in the primary parts of the system. It is not being tested at the endpoints. That testing is pending.
So that's why you're meeting the standards. Maybe it needs to be tested at the endpoint. So have the authority applied for this USDA disaster water grant under the Rural Utilities Service? They had published, I think, back in June of this year, speaking of some up to $250 million available to states and territories that qualifies for this money. Have you guys applied for this?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, you guys got to get on top of this. There's monies out there. With all the fires and storms that we see on the mainland, this now will push us back, us as a territory, push us back in getting equipment and whatnot. This pushes me to ask, do you have sufficient transformers in stock at this time during this
Time.
hurricane season?
Do you
want me to answer first?
Okay, he froze.
Whomever can give me the answer.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ashley Bryan. We do not have what I would say is sufficient stock of transformers in the territory right now. Like I mentioned to Senator Johnson, the supply is very low, and this is a problem with supply chain industry-wide. To get a transformer right now is a 64-week lead time, and we've had orders in for 2 years. We do have a lot of orders that we're hoping to get shipped. However, like I mentioned, the supply chain is extremely short on supply. One of the things that we're doing, our Director of Transmission and Distribution and our Environmental Department is working on doing refurbishments of transformers. We have a large number of them that we're working to get refurbished, and we are working with a company out of Georgia called Emerald Transformers in order to do that. Another initiative is we do participate in mutual aid, like Mr. Smith mentioned, through APPA. Our CIO is on their mutual aid committee, and we have been reaching out to them to request transformers from other utilities.
So how many do you have in stock? That's what I want to know. You said low, but how many do you have in stock?
I don't have the exact number, but I told the senator that I would provide that through the chair.
Please do so through the chair for each district. May I close off? I'll just choose one more to ask from.
Yes, Senator, you may wrap up.
Thank you. I didn't even know which one to go to, but the AMI system. So we know it's not fully functional, and we heard from Ms. Bryan, who stated in portion of her testimony that a full replacement of the AMI was recommended.
Yes.
Correct? Am I correct?
Yes, Senator.
So then we already paid millions of dollars for this system. What is the authority doing to recoup these monies that we already paid for?
Are you talking about for the initial installation of the system?
Whatever part, I know we paid millions of dollars for this AMI system. This is part of what have the authority in a lot of problems right now. So now we have to start over again. What are we doing to recoup the monies, if we're doing anything at all?
Right. So Senator, the contract we had with both the installer and the provider, there really is no provision for us to go back and try to claim monies from that provider. That's quite frankly not that different than most legacy contracts at WAPA, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you, and thank you for bringing out your young and bright minds to provide their testimony today. It was really enlightening. As a result, I really believe that we're going to see a light at the end of the tunnel with WAPA, but not an oncoming train. But please, like my colleague said before, let's at least listen to what these youngsters have learned, put it into play so that we can see the results at the customers. And I must say, I noticed that the officials here today, when you all came in with your nice bottle of smart water and etc. But people out there still have that bad water coming to their homes. Let's please try to address this. Again, I want you to look at that 2022 disaster water grants program that's being conducted through the USDA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. I'm going to get to your point of information in 1 second, Senator James. But I wanted to ask you, Mr. Smith, about the Watzillas, and I know that I'm happy to hear that by the end of this month they should be all online. And I think, I saw some lawyering in the language that you used. You said that you're careful not to commit to any sort of rate decrease in what the ratepayers will be paying. You said that the new generators will materially lower WAPA's fuel costs because they operate on propane, which is cheaper, and they are 30% more efficient. If that is the case, why wouldn't that translate to lower power bills for the customers?
I'm not saying that it won't, and let me provide a few numbers for the audience. We have 3 Wärtsilä machines in place today that are working, right? They were put in service in 2018. Today, they're making electricity at about 11 cents a kilowatt hour. Our Liac today is 22 cents a kilowatt hour. Why is our production cost higher than the Liac? It's actually a couple pennies higher than the Liac right now. It's because the other generation that we run is making electricity at 35 cents a kilowatt hour, right? That issue or that dynamic is true on both St. Thomas and St. Croix. Different technologies on St. Croix, but same relative numbers. So getting rid and not running those 35 cent a kilowatt hour machines absolutely lowers our operating cost. The reason I hesitate to put a number out is a couple fold. One, principally, I don't know what commodity prices are going to be, right? If propane prices go up 30%, all those numbers change. It could go down 30%, that'd be fantastic, right? I just don't know. The other dynamic is, and it's something we're going to have some long policy discussions about, is that WAPA has under-recovered a significant amount of fuel money, right? And that's put WAPA in a very bad financial position. And so we might be able to lower a rate a lot, right? Or maybe a medium amount, but then is there a little bit of give back that helps WAPA restore itself financially? I don't know what the right answer to that is, right? And so that's something we're going to have to determine. But, the foundation for a very different financial WAPA is, we can see it. It's like right there. So, I don't want to put a number out there, but I guarantee I have it calculated. So, and I look at it all the time.
Okay, thank you very much for that. How are you applying the EPA DP&R water infrastructure grant funding in conjunction with the disaster recovery funding to best and fully utilize both funding sources?
Kim, do you want to speak to that?
Hi, good afternoon. Kim Sladden, Manager, Design and Construction. So the EPA DP&R funding is the drinking water capital improvement grants. Those are set, and actually we've changed our focus now that we're working on the FEMA funding for prudent replacement for St. Croix. We're changing the EPA DP&R projects towards the St. Thomas system. So the Blackbeard project, the Mahogany Estate, some tank rehab projects are in development. So the FEMA funds would be the entire St. Croix system. Those active construction projects that I did present to earlier, that Clifton Hill that just finished, and the Campo Rico and the Hannah's Rest to come, were DP&R already allocated through the EPA funding. So, and same with Frederickstead and Christiansted. So going forward, those will be subtracted from that prudent replacement.
I got you. How much EPA funding does WAPA currently have with DPNR? And when is the soonest any of the year funding will expire or revert back to EPA?
Noel Hodge. So in terms of the EPA, we historically get around $5 million per year towards waterline rehabilitation projects. So we've used those to do the projects that Kim just mentioned on St. Croix.
Okay. Thank you for that. Point of information, Senator James, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I know earlier I asked for the list of areas being affected with brown water, specifically St. Croix, and then I asked for documentation which shows an overall assessment of what it would cost to change the pipes. And I also asked for the collection of revenues from the water distribution. But what I really want to know, though, is with the conversation that we're having, on a local level, we're having this conversation, but we have somebody who represents us in Congress, which is the delegate to Congress. Has there been any conversation with them knowing that this will lead to some federal intervention or assistance?
I talk to the delegate regularly. With the water issue coming up very recently, she and I have not spoken directly about that, but I certainly can follow up with her on that.
Please do, because at this point, it's not even a local issue. Even though it is a local issue, it's a federal issue. We need federal assistance, because if I'm not mistaken, you said to change all the pipes will cost approximately how much?
A little over $1 billion.
Exactly, and that's basically our entire budget to run the government. There's no way in God's name we'll be able to even pay that, so we have to be realistic. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to inform you too that Senator Carrion, non-committee member, is here. So if you can please acknowledge him, even though I'm doing that at this time. So thank you for being so gracious for me to ask one more burning question. Mr. Smith, there are a lot of individuals in the community that have decided to actually convert to solar panels to come off completely off of the grid. Can you tell us today a number of individuals that are off the grid and potentially selling the electricity back to Water and Power Authority?
So in terms of individual customers, no. I can tell you that the rooftop solar in St. Thomas is approximately 10 megawatts, which is, call it 12% of our load, something like that. Rough numbers. That number's arguably a little bit smaller in St. Croix, but it's not materially different. So call it 10 to 12% of our customers.
6 megawatts in St. Croix.
Yeah.
Do you have a number of individuals in St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix who have decided to convert to solar, get off the grid completely? Do you have a number of those individuals? And also, can you explain the permitting process? What's the permitting process? Because I understand that there's some homes that have been converted to solar and they have not applied for any permits.
So the Energy Office may have
the number of individuals in the territory. How is the permitting process? If you could explain the permitting process, and are the individuals who are selling back to the community, to Water and Power Authority, if they have permits?
So the number of customers I do not have. When a customer leaves us, we don't survey why. I want to be clear, though, that a customer who goes to net billing does not necessarily leave us as a customer. The Energy Office may have that customer account. As far as the permitting process, the initial step is to apply to the Energy Office. The Energy Office's role is principally to ensure that you have the appropriate information compiled to then advance in the permitting process. Step 2 of the permitting process goes to DPNR DPNR. DPNR evaluates your system and effectively as a building inspector ensures that you have installed it and wired it correctly. Once that has been determined and approved by DPNR, that system then, or that permit then comes to WAPA to be set up on a net billing program at WAPA, where we go out and we modify your meter to be net billing and a few other things we have to do to take you on as a customer. I would sit here today and tell you there are quite a few customers and systems on our grid who do not have permits in place. I regularly get inbound complaints about customers wanting to know where their discount for solar is, and I can tell you every single one of those I have gotten, they do not have permits.
So that's not a requirement of the Water and Power Authority?
It is of ours, but if an installer puts a solar rooftop panel on and wires the wires up to us, we're getting electricity. Unless we go out there with wire cutters and cut them off, they're putting electricity on our system. Yeah, they do it behind the meter. We don't, they can wire into us and we don't, it's behind the meter, we don't know. Other than they're putting electricity on our system.
Well, thank you for explaining the process, and I guess this can probably have further discussion, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. And as we wrap up, I wanted to ask a couple questions. I'll get to you with your point of information in 1 second, Senator. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Smith, I know we've been discussing water and the fact that we're doing the prudent replacement of the entire water system on St. Croix and possibly on St. Thomas in the foreseeable future. I read an article a couple weeks ago entitled "The Perils of PVC Plastic." I don't know if you're familiar with it. And it's a study by independent researchers documented that as many as 50 different toxic chemicals are released by PVC and CPVC pipes in drinking water. I don't mean to really cause any alarm. I know we are modernizing the system and we have I guess it's the copper pipes that are aging and leaking. And now we're transitioning to the PVC and CPVC. And because I see this study, that doesn't mean that I'm saying this is reality and this is the way it is. But I just wanted to know if you and your team and you guys who are the subject matter experts have seen anything about PVC pipes and the potential health consequences of utilizing PVC pipes on a long-term basis. Any thoughts on that? Have you heard of any such?
I'll ask Mr. Hodge to speak to that.
Yes, Senator. So I've read a similar report. It might be the same one concerning the concern with PVC pipes. So, and the way that they describe it is like long-term, slow leach. However, we haven't seen a whole lot of information at the national conference which we attend, the American Water Works Conference, in terms of research to support that. But it's not to say that there might not be something there. But we're still waiting for the research on the national level to see, hey, is there any validity to this claim?
So you're keeping it on the radar, so to speak, and seeing what's
I've
out there.
I've read that report. Okay. It might be the exact same report that you got.
Yes. I mean, you use the same kind of what they spoke about leaching things leaching into the water.
Yeah, I read it. We just need to validate it with research and data.
Okay, makes sense. It's not enough data for you to go in a totally different direction. However, we're going to just keep an eye out to see what the research says, the independent research says.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Hold right there, Senator Johnson. Senator Joseph, you got a point of information? I do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My point of information surrounds maintenance, is because, you know, we are here with the brown water because the pipes are not being maintained. We have issues with maintenance and deferred maintenance because of lack of funding or priorities. Now, I really want to applaud the authority for moving in a direction to be fuel efficient, especially with your vehicle program. I want to zero in on that. And you are getting a number of hybrid bucket trucks and also electrical fleet vehicles. How are you going to maintain those vehicles? That's my major question. Maintenance of these purchases of these items. I don't know if that was covered by any of my colleagues, but that is a critical area for us to look at too. Thank you.
And I'd like to ask Ms. Bryan to speak to that, but also recognize Chief Information Officer O'Bain, who's somewhere in the back, who he and Ms. Bryan really led the effort for the electric vehicle grant. So, but if you'll speak to the maintenance part of it.
Good afternoon, Ashley Bryan. Yeah, we are aware that it's a deficiency, especially within our internal staff, to be able to maintain hybrid and electric vehicles. Our chief administrative officer, who's over the garage, has been working on a program, with the energy office that also facilitated the purchase through the GVI of many of these EV vehicles in the territory. So it's a collective issue in the territory that we've been working together to try to address, to get training on island, to equip our staff to be able to operate and maintain these vehicles. When we got the hybrid bucket trucks, we did bring down the manufacturer and perform training for our staff and the maintenance employees. However, more training is needed on how to maintain these vehicles, so we're actively working on a program for that.
Thank you very much. I see Senator Carrion, Samuel Carrion. Come to you next. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the members of the WAPA team. And good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'm not a member of this committee, but I felt it important to, even though I had a full schedule of meetings today, to make time to be here and also be able to share my concerns and ask questions regarding to WAPA and the issues we've been facing. I too echo the sentiments of my colleagues with regards to the water crisis in the island of St. Croix. And I've went as far as reaching out to the governor. I sent him a letter, I think about maybe 2 weeks ago, regarding to this issue, and urge him, respectfully request him to consider declaring a state of emergency for St. Croix due to the critical water supply quality issues we've been currently facing. I have yet to hear from his office, but given the circumstances that our district here in St. Croix has been facing, and that water is a necessity, I think it's prudent for us to move in this direction to be able to tap into federal resources available and provide assistance to our community. Our community needs relief. It's a serious issue, and I don't have to continue on the topic because most of my colleagues have spoken on it. We have seen the water bottles, the colors, the clothes that show that are evidence of the quality of the water we've been receiving. And I question the fact that it's within EPA standard levels and there isn't any health concerns regards to the quality of the water, because I don't know who in its right mind would drink a water in that condition, in that state. But nevertheless, in your testimony, I continue to read how you mentioned drinking water, identifying the water that is coming from WAPA as drinking water, but certainly the water that our constituents are receiving and residents in the St. Croix district is not drinking water. It's not water to consume. It's not water to cook. It's not water to do your laundry. It's not water not even to take a shower. So who doesn't see this as a crisis? I don't know what they're seeing. So we really need some assistance and relief. And part of the solution, so we can't, let me rephrase this. The taxpayer or the ratepayers continue to pay for the service, but the quality of water they're receiving is not up to par to what they're paying. We know that WAPA relies on these fundings to continue operating. So, internally, we don't have the capacity to provide a relief. So we need federal assistance. We need to establish distribution water points for individuals that can't afford to buy water. Maybe I can. Senator, my good colleague, millennial senator, said that he buys gallons. But we have people in our community that can't afford to do that. We had seniors in our community that can't afford to do that. So we really need to deal with this matter seriously and urgently. It's an urgent matter, and we need to really address it that way. I'm glad to see your testimony, different things that WAPA is doing to try to address the matter. Thank you for the efforts that you're doing, but we need more, and we need the executive branch of government to really take on this and do more. We will do our part, and we stand ready in this body to do our part. I heard the president mention some alternatives, but we need to act, and we need to act now. And that's my
2 minutes.
part on that. Now, I do have some questions in regards to the replacement of these old iron pipes. When did this replacement begin? When did you start? When did this project began?
Mr. Hodge, you want to speak to that?
And what's the completion date that you're estimating?
Are you talking about the prudent replacement? Or a
The
specific
replacement
project?
of the old iron pipes.
Well, we've done completed pipe replacements in Christiansted and Frederickstead, Clifton Hill, Campo Rico is ongoing right now, and then next we've already signed a contract to do Hannah's Rest. So it's ongoing.
When did you begin?
This began around 2000. Well before 2016. The first phase of Christiansted was done, and it's just we've been doing the projects up until now
In
steadily.
phases. Good. So when are we projecting that you would completely replace the whole St. Croix system, infrastructure system on St. Croix?
Yeah, so the prudent replacement is we're projecting the next 20 to 30 years to get all of the pipes replaced for St. Croix.
20 to 30 years.
Yeah, to do the entire system.
And in the areas that are of most concern, I heard the CEO mention the Frederickstead area is the area that is mostly affected by the brown water. Are there pipes in that area that you guys have identified and you are urgently addressing to minimize and mitigate the problem that we're having, other than flushing the water out?
Yeah, so Frederickstead town has been completed. Now the communities surrounding Frederickstead, most of them has not been completed, and then Frederickstead being at the end of the system gets the brunt because the water flows from east to west. So all of Centerline Road and the other communities heading down west have to be completed, and that's why Frederickstead is getting the brunt of it, because it's at the end.
Okay. Well, I think my time has been called, but I also wanted to know from the ARPA fund, I know there was some funding that was $85 million, according to your testimony, that was earmarked for this purpose within the water system. And I would like to know what percentage of that is, if you could break that by district.
Do you have that, Mr. Hodge?
No, I could.
We certainly have that because we have a detailed list of projects. We just don't have that at hand, but we can certainly provide that.
Very well. So I think my time was called. So I don't want to. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing the leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, I always come here with a passion. I come to work every day for the people of this territory. And if you're doing bad, I'm going to tell you you're doing bad. And if you're not satisfying the constituents, I'm going to tell you because I hear it. But the other day, I was leaving the town of Frederickstead and been halfway up the road, and I received a call from a constituents, and they were telling me about how dark Queen Street, Prince Street, and those streets was. And I turned back immediately back around, went back down to the town, and it was dark. And it's unsafe to have your town as dark as it was. I reached out to Mr. Dan Gregoire, and he told me he'll have some folks go down there and do an assessment. They did go and do the assessment, and within a week time, the place was light up. So I want to say thanks for that. I really appreciate that. The people of Frederickstead appreciate that, and that's a little positive light to WAPA. But on the other hand, I am not pleased with some of the other things. But the town was real dark. That's dangerous. They managed to really put up those lights in a timely manner. There's still some more to be worked on, and I'll be reaching back out again. But we can't have our towns and neighborhoods in darkness. It's not safe. Crime is on the rise, and that's when crime will definitely get even more, dangerous for all of us. So I say thank you for that, Mr. Dan Gregoire. I appreciate your assistance and your response. Sometimes you'll duck my phone call, but I appreciate that one for sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. You have a complimentary statement for WAPA? I'm impressed. Thank you for that. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back to the testimony regarding the undergrounding of the Golden Grove area, and just to ask if they could expand on that discussion a little bit in respect to how does this benefit us during the hurricane season, or just the restart of electricity in that area. Is this a direct connection to the Richmond plant, or what happens, in respect to any outages and the benefit of having the undergrounding in the Golden Grove area?
I appreciate that. I'd like to ask Mr. Belgrave Stedman, who's there in the legislative chambers in St. Croix, to speak to that, because he's the lead on that project.
So good afternoon, Belgrave Stedman, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority electrical engineer. We embarked on an underground project for Golden Grove, which takes it from the intersection of agriculture. It actually goes all the way down past public safety and also incorporates the prison. That project, it is energized right now. We do have some follow-up work internally that we have to do with some transfers. As irrespective to how it benefits, it puts the primary line on the ground. It also takes into consideration some of the secondary lines. It is not directly connected on the ground all the way from Greg Willock's substation yet. We do have another phase of that project that is going to go from Central High Stoplight down to Golden Grove. And once we do that first phase, which is the first phase of the Queen Mary, it's going to be underground directly from Greg E. Willock's substation all the way down to Golden Grove.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Promise this is the last question of the day, and I think at least 3 out of 10 calls that I get in this district are from folks on the eastern end of the island asking about potable water. When are we going to extend it to Smith Bay and Anna's Retreat? And I notice on your what's next in water, you have Anna's Retreat, Phase 2 expansion, you have Smith Bay expansion. What does that mean exactly? What sort of time frame are we looking at? Is that just putting a carrot out there to kind of help people to relax? Or is this a realistic project with an established timeline as to when this might be in place?
Mr. Howard, do you want to speak to that?
Yes. So Smith Bay water line and Anna's Retreat water line, we're working to get a grant under HUD. We are preparing the application right now. The online application portal is open, and so we're working on that application. So upon approval, I've worked through that schedule recently, we could have those projects online in the next 24 months. We haven't done anything, we haven't done any designs yet, but we could do the designs and get the construction done in 24 months once we get approval of HUD funding.
Okay. Everything is contingent on HUD approval?
Yes.
Thanks. What was that? No. We have exhausted our line of questioning. The chair has been very generous with you, my friend from Frederickstead. You probably had about an hour today, right? So you're not going to complain.
I thought you...
My two friends from Frederickstead, the one who's there waving on the camera. Senator Gittins, you have something to say before we wrap up?
I thought you were giving everybody at least a burning question.
No, but if you have one, you can proceed with one, sir.
Okay, I just want to, I'll have an offline conversation with Mr. Smith. Mm-hmm. I was talking with Mr. Gregoire and can't remember my good friend name now from Waste Management earlier regarding a CAD system. I've repeatedly asked for WAPA, Public Works, Waste Management, etc., starting with those government entities to look into having a CAD system where you can communicate with each other, knowing, planning and knowing when you're going to plant new lines, dig up a certain area, know exactly where lines are buried so that there's no, or to reduce the amount of accidents that we've been having. Because, again, Campo Rico was one of the areas on St. Croix that was just repaved. Why is it now that we're learning that WAPA is coming right behind to dig up the road to plant lines and to plant pipes, etc.? This shouldn't be happening. We need to have proper coordination between these entities, and I do believe that if we invest in this CAD system, we will be able to plan better for our community. So I'll talk to you offline a bit more on this CAD system. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the WAPA team.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senators, colleagues, we've exhausted our questioning of the Water and Power Authority for the day. I want to thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
If I may, I have a question too.
Senator Carrion? You may go ahead, Senator Carrion.
Thank you for your leniency and consideration. I just had a question for the CEO. So based on your testimony, we know that part of the increase in the water discoloration, the brown water, was due to low levels within their tank system, and you guys are attributing that to the drought. So what mechanism, so I just wanted the lessons learned. What mechanism is WAPA going to put in place so that maybe next year, year-round, when we have a season of drought and the demand on our public water system is high, to avoid this from happening again? Are we looking at establishing pump stations in certain areas to also mitigate the pressure issue that would also alleviate the brown water issue? So what lessons have we learned? The same thing with the 7 Cs and the order issue that we had, because of sarcasm. So what mitigations are we putting in place to avoid from these things from repeating itself, CEO?
I can speak to that, and Mr. Hodge wants to jump in as well. But in terms of mitigation efforts, the way, and Mr. Hodge can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but certainly I think working with our federal partners at EPA, is it additional pump, is it additional filters? Because our water production is largely operating at max capacity, so it's not like we need to ramp up and make more water. One of the things we've seen is if you go back 2 months, our standpipes our standpipe sales were about 4 million gallons a month. They're now down to about 1 million. But we'll see if Mr. Hodge has anything to add to that quickly.
Yes. In addition to the ramp up in demand because of the drought, we did experience some major outages on our pumping system, and I'm glad that you mentioned that. So we at the Richmond station, which is our main station that takes the produced water and pumps it out into the community, we've experienced several failures on our pumps, which are also very aged. So we've been working to rehab those pumps and get them ready so that next year when we enter into the drought season, that we'll be in a better place. But when pumps go down, your storage also is affected.
Thank you very much.
Very well.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Thank you very much, Mr. Hodge. Colleagues, we are about to bring closure to this meeting. CEO Smith, you may proceed with your wrap-up statement.
Thank you for that, Chairman Potter. I appreciate everybody's time today, the members of the Senate, men and women of the listening public, the men and women of WAPA. You heard from a lot of them today who do all the hard work. A lot of changes are happening at WAPA, and hopefully that's come across in the presentations we gave today, as well as in previous hearings. If we think about just the dynamic with water that we've talked about today, we knew the St. Croix water system was a problem. We've been pursuing the prudent replacement effort for over a year, and I think we're very close to getting a successful resolution of that. We're investing billions of dollars with our federal partners. When I got here almost 2 years ago now, VTOL and the contractual relationship there was a major overhang on WAPA in the territory. That's on a path to resolution. The Wart Silos, when we go back a year, and I got to recognize Ms. Marsh for her hard work on that, we were 20% done with that project. We've synchronized all 4 of those machines to the grid. So huge respect for what she's done on that. We've got solar and wind contracts signed that were 40% and 30% cheaper than what was initially proposed to us. We've got an RFP that's going to go out for AMI pretty soon, and we've pivoted on, now that we've got a lot of the foundational things being done, we're starting to pivot to look at billing, which I've said before is our most complicated issue. Right, there's so many things that go into that. We're starting to look at that, and as we think about customer experience in billing, it's a little thing, but all of the forms that WAPA needs are now available electronically online. They weren't 3 months ago. And so there are a lot of things we're working on. We're not perfect. We got a lot of work to do, but hopefully we've been able to highlight some of the achievements that we've done so far. So again, thank everybody for their time and attention. Appreciate the support of WAPA. I think we had a lot of good conversation about how we can work together, in particular in the short run, to address the water situation. And just want to thank everybody and wish everybody a good evening.
Thank you very much, CEO Smith. Thank you very much to the entire executive team of WAPA. I think we had a very productive meeting today. I know that the primary focus was on the brown water issue on St. Croix, and rightfully so. Clearly it would be unfair to say that WAPA hasn't made substantial progress over the last 12 months. I think I have seen a significant and substantial progress. I love the fact that you have young folks at the helm doing really meaningful things, and it speaks positively about your leadership of the organization. We still have a ways to go, but I think there is hope that progress and substantial progress has been made and is being made. We can't expect to answer every single question at a hearing. I think sometimes we kind of fall into that trap. There are going to be many more hearings to come, and I hope that we continue to, I guess, reestablish a constructive relationship with the Water and Power Authority as a partner and not as an enemy. I think collectively working together, we can ultimately resolve some of these long-standing vexing problems in our community. But to make WAPA out to be the boogeyman, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's wise. I don't think it's in any of our best interests, because ultimately we want WAPA to succeed, because when you succeed, we succeed. The same folks in St. Croix who are WAPA employees are suffering from the same water issues in Frederickstead. They are. So I'm not saying that to let WAPA off the hook, but I'm saying we need to redouble our efforts to give WAPA an opportunity to, as the subject matter experts, as the folks who are charged with running our water system, our utility, our public utilities, our electrical utilities, there has to be some level of trust. And I don't think that any problem of this magnitude can just be resolved with some sort of magic wand. It's going to have to be time and patience, and as well as finding alternatives for those folks who are suffering from brown water. And maybe it's issuing filters and showing good faith on our part. Maybe it's providing a supply of water, and that's not going to necessarily totally break the bank, but it shows a good faith effort on behalf of the utility. So on that note, the committee on definitely we want to thank our staff, thank the members of central staff who put forth a serious effort all the time to make us look good. We couldn't do it without you. And thank you very much, WAPA team, for your efforts here today. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning meeting of September 7th, 2023 is officially adjourned.
Thank you.